All right, good morning, everyone. We are live back at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, joining you for day 2 of coverage of the Collins Division. Jesse Matthews here. I'm joined by the extraordinary, the exquisite, the expert, Weibin. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi everyone, and good evening here from Singapore. I'm happy to be here for day 2. Uh, so, well, how do you feel about the competition right now? I mean, we are, I think, 7 games in now, and we already see quite a tight race at the top, right? Uh, 4 players at 6-1.
Well, there we go. It's coming up just as you say that for standings as it goes. Just a couple hundred spread points separating everybody at 6 and 1 right now. Look at that. The Ryankees continue to parallel each other with their records, and they are only 52 spread points apart. Cool story.
And our very first game will feature the player currently sitting in 7th, Bradley Whitmarsh, and he's going to be playing against Becky Dyer. We also saw on stream yesterday, and she won her game. The only female player in the CSW division.
And after we left yesterday, Sean Abbasi and Rob Binsky took over in the commentary booth. I'm sure they provided a fantastic experience for you. And we will again have to try and, we like to one-up each other in the best way possible. So we're going to try and bring that energy. We're going to bring that analysis, and we're going to bring that love. So who do we have watching us today in the chat? Just reading some of the things here. Oh, I see God of Paz. Of course I know who you are. Hi, Tony. It's been a long time. Glad to have you here. Who else do we have today?
Matt Koenig. Yeah. Excel Muiwa, I think he's joining, he's doing the commentary later on in the event.
Very good.
Yeah. Womble Scrabble. James St. James, Rekov. Yeah, welcome everyone.
I see Orlet in the chat as well. Hi, Orlet. He was in Bangkok earlier this year at the Causeway Challenge as well. Very good. And hello, Excel. Yes, let's play Scrabble. That makes me think of, I forget the name of the movie. They presented this at a previous Scrabble Players Championship where there's this overly enthusiastic officiant who's like, let's play Scrabble. So that voice is in my head now forever. Few Good Taters is not here. All right, well, thank you for not being here. And then I see Omri Rosenkrantz. Hello, Omri. We got a family. We got a nice little family gathering here today. I'm loving this already. All right.
All right, let's play Scrabble. Let's cut to the board. And yeah, Becky and Bradley are about to start the game. So it seems like it's Becky's start.
Fun little note for their records too. Both of them have almost non-existent spread at relatively even records. So 3 and 4 -4 for Becky, 4 and 3 -33 for Brad. That's suggests something about the games that the two of them are likely playing fairly consistently, both in the wins and the losses, and just goes to show some of the quality likely of the games as far as who they have been up against. Suggests even matchups more or less for all their games so far. We'd like to see that.
Yeah, and Becky starting with Juliet, keeping an A. That's by far her best play. Probably the only play that reaches puts the J on the double letter score. So good score to start the game, 42 points. And now on to Bradley. So Jesse, would you do something like Jambo in this turn, or would you be trying to do something else?
Jambo's really near the top of my immediate considerations here, just because this particular rack, it's not necessarily bad, but as you can attest to, the letters don't necessarily all combine together in the most optimal way. Uh, IVE, of course, ends a lot of words, so Jambo, besides scoring well, leaves lots of opportunities for IEV to combine. There's not really going to be any one leave where the letters in and of themselves are amazing. We talk about stems, of course, and that's the letters that work well together in general, and that's more the category we'd be going for here, the latter, where there's just some letters that work somewhat well together, and EIV, I think, accomplished that. So Jambo for me for sure.
Yeah, so what's interesting to note is that Jambo does not take an S, and the only back hook is a K. So we'll see whether that comes into play later in the game if Bradley elects to play Jambo. But I think he's just being careful and making sure that he isn't missing any bingo or any, very high scoring play this turn.
And it's interesting, if you do hook the K on there, then there becomes another hook that comes up after that. And it's a really specific, fascinating verb once it becomes jambok. Just for those who like studying definitions out there, perhaps in the chat, see if you can recall what this verb, when it becomes jambok, what the verb is. And then there's a variant spelling.
Yeah, he hasn't arranged it on his rack, right, as of yet. So yeah, I presume he'll see it, but he's probably thinking of playing maybe something through the L or you know, it's pretty close to some bingos, I think. But yeah.
While we're waiting for Brad to ponder, Becky has got lots of the clunkers all together at the same time. 2 W's and a Y. Thankfully, no U on her rack, but having it be one of the vowels on the board, and in most situations, the only one to play through, she's got no obvious solution at the moment. Assuming Jambo comes down, then a few more options to work with, especially that B in Jambo. But let's just see what Brad does here first, given it may not be Jambo. Oh,
He's looking at bomb, which is a lot more restrictive, I think. Yeah, so Jambo, oh, he's looking at bomb. Okay, he's playing bomb.
yeah, I think VOM, just as far as developing the board, there's just a lot less potential for this early bit here. And the V, just because there's no 2-letter words with the V, it's quite restrictive, like you said. UM does have a few hooks, but they're not. I mean, the E is probably the most straightforward one, and that may be part of his thinking. And he's drawn pretty well in this case to make it work out this time. So job, UME, and BE words, he's going to be looking for something like that with his rack now. Becky, as we were saying, has those clunky letters that aren't going to easily unload here.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you liking here? Ideally, the W, one of the W's and the Y have got to go in some way, I think. But is there really a way to score with them? Is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's well, just nice that he chose bomb, right? I mean, he would have had plays like a body. I think it was mentioned in the chat if Jambo had been played. So now probably Becky is left with some potential overlaps. Uh, on top of Juliet, something like TWAY, Tway, perhaps playing below Juliet on top as well, but yeah, maybe below is going to be slightly more controlled and slightly more favorable for a position. So in this case, I think playing below would be helpful, partially because okay, we'll see what she does. She might be playing weighty
Weighty or Wad, one of the two,
or
perhaps.
wall, maybe.
Wa would be the removal of the W's altogether. That I could see that.
Yeah. But wall is a little bit offensive as well because it takes many back hooks.
Yes,
Uh,
and we will be seeing that used very shortly here.
and yeah, it takes an A, an E, an L, S, many things. And immediately Bradley plays Bailey's, blanking an S. So that's gonna be probably in the 90s.
Scoring very well.
92 points.
Speaking of Baileys, there is no Baileys in my coffee at the moment. It is a straight up coffee. For those of you who drink your coffee with a little extra in it, I'm not doing that today. It's just pure black
No.
goodness.
Oh, it's in the morning. It's all right to drink.
It is. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, or in your case, it is even later than 5 o'clock. But no,
Yeah.
just coffee for me. Nothing in it. All right. So what do we have for Becky? It looks like she's drawn sub, I believe, to the letter she left over.
Hmm. Yeah, probably thinking of just using the triple letter score on the left of Bailey's, something like BAYT that jumps out at me. But I would probably also spend a little bit of time thinking about the L, whether there's anything I can do to reach the triple word score. Um, there's nothing that jumps out at me at the moment.
Yeah, I don't see anything obvious there either when I think about some of the options. I'm liking what you've mentioned, the left of Bailey's as standout. It can be hard sometimes to leave your only vowel as a U on your rack, with a number of consonants this early in the game. They're good ones. It's just there's kind of like this gut sort of like impulse, like I don't know if that's the greatest, but there really isn't. There's not many other choices here in this case. I suppose if you don't play to the left there, Dobby and By is maybe something
Yes.
considerable, but I'm still I'm still liking for me personally. I'm liking Bait, like you said, to the left of Bailey's, but Dobby I could definitely see coming down possibly from Becky as well.
Yeah. Dobby's a pretty good option. Another thing that she might consider is below Vom. And she can play BUY by forming the nice Umu and setting up an S as well in that position. So that's okay. She plays Bait. I mean it's quite natural to kind of gravitate towards using playing a parallel play, uh, you know, with a triple letter score. So I think that's what most players will notice first. Um, yeah,
Yeah, and it was mentioned in the chat as well. We didn't technically discuss it out loud. By BUY, making Umu and Job. Also, as far as a play that scores pretty well and balances, definitely a considerable option. I think if I think out loud, one of the reasons why perhaps simulation wouldn't like it so much is just because it further restricts the board. Um, and you'd still be behind after that, and Brad would be up a tempo on a fairly close board, minus the top half of Bailey. So it may be that it doesn't simulate as well because of that, but certainly a nice play.
and Bradley playing Lumpy pretty quickly. So I think the interesting thing is also, he could have also played the YEZ below Vom. So that position actually scores a lot more than it looks, because you get the additional points from the J, you get a triple letter score, all that. But yeah, I mean, I think he's also probably playing quite strategically to keep the Z. Um, it's a great town nowadays. So I think that's a good choice by Bradley.
Yeah, I like his choices here, and he's grooming and preparing for scoring, like you said. I see in the chat there was questions of whether Josh Castellano's been on stream, and yes, he has been at least once. We know because we called a match where he was on stream. So yes, he has been on. I imagine that he will likely be on again at some point today, but we'll find out round by round who we have on this particular round. Brad Whitmarsh and Becky Dyer. Becky has Dataras lined up on her rack. The question is what she does instead, given there is no place for this 7.
Yeah, not that easy. I mean, if you want to play for points, there's things like Dart alongside Bailey's, but that's not probably not worth keeping the U in this case. Uh, Something like DUAR on the right, so slightly above Dart, where Dart would have played. That balances a little bit better and does not sacrifice as many points. So that's probably um, the choice that you would take in this move. But I would say, when you have a bingo and it doesn't play, you do sometimes agonize a little bit, and I think that's what she's doing.
Yeah, it can be challenging not to get tilty, when that happens.
Yeah,
But this is one of the things that makes Scrabble beautiful and agonizing at the same time, is when you know you have something that's good when it actually can go down, but you got to find something else instead, and it can feel like you're leaving points on the table, but you're not, because there's just simply no place for it. And sometimes the mind games can come in where it's like, am I missing a spot? Perhaps there's an 8 that I'm missing, since there isn't a 7, and the self-talk, and regulating thoughts, that's one of the human parts of the game. It still comes up for me all the time. I can't speak for anyone else, but certainly for me, to keep the brain in check.
and she almost played PRUTA, which I also saw, but I also saw that TAA is not a word, so good on her to not reveal her A. But well, she's gonna play off an A anyway. So I mean, in this kind of situation, it's kind of you just have to play a few letters, unduplicate your A. If you can play the U, play the U. But okay, she seems like she's playing AURA. Okay, which does score decently, but yeah, the DST leave is not ideal. Keeping the S is a good thing, but perhaps a little bit consonant heavy. Yeah.
And as mentioned in the chat, glumpy is a word. So zingier and glumpy would indeed, as a direct quote, score a ton. It looks like Brad is playing Riz, so we will not see zingier and glumpy on this turn.
And Becky now has dictats. Wow, which does not play as well, I think. Okay, so bunch of bingos that are unplayable. Yeah, I'm not sure what I will be doing this turn. I probably just be taking the points, I think. Beside Bailey's again, that those I think getting the points for the B and the Y, just by playing parallel, that's very attractive to me. Something like TAK, just balancing a rack and taking some points. That's pretty stand out for me at the moment.
Yeah, I think TAC is looking pretty good for me here too. The alternative to something like that would be, okay, well, that scores well, so it's going to be at the top of my list of considerations. Is there anything on this board which is quickly becoming quite tight? Is there anything else on this board that would help me in my bid to come back? would be what I'm thinking right now. And there's nothing really super obvious to me. I don't see anything that reaches down using the ZA hook from Riz to open the bottom portion of the board up. Um, the board is becoming pretty tight pretty quick. I don't think it's the time for Becky to necessarily sacrifice points in the favor of opening up the boards. There's not really anything to the left side of bait to open up the top. There's not really anything coming down using the Y and lumpy that I would say is worth giving up the points. So yeah, for me, it comes back to tack, like you said, just taking points. I don't think we're quite at the sacrifice points and open up the board portion of the game yet.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, talking about some of the things that play hooking onto the Y of Lumpy, it could be KATTI, Kati, and KATI as well if you want to set up the S. But I think at this juncture, I'm not sure. I don't think it's really worth it. I think just be patient and you're about a bingo behind, but I think good score will bring you quite a bit of the way. Yeah, so she plays cat, which is a setup play, I think. Cat, which takes both an I, which she has, and an S. So that's uh, she's trying to set up that position for herself. But I think it's a bit risky as well because K now takes an O in front, and oh wow! So Bradley immediately sensing the opening and playing a block. Um, yeah,
I think this
interesting
makes
decision.
sense, because
Yeah,
if you're Bradley and you're looking and you see, oh, she could play tack, to the right side of Bailey's and bait. If you see that, you think, well, why would you play there instead? And then the reasonable conclusion is my opponent's got something somewhat okay that plays on top of cat. So I think it's a reasonable, quick bit of logic applied here, and this play accomplishes the most he can with the rack he has right now.
yeah. I must also point out that Bradley's way ahead on time. He wants to play quickly. He wants to put more time pressure on Becky. And when your opponent is when the time difference is so much, I think one way to make your opponent spend even more time is to just block the spot that they just opened, right? So give them a little bit more to think about. And I think that's exactly what Bradley was doing.
Yes, and then just as a point of note, because I grew up playing Bradley online, he was on Literati just as long as I was. Uh, he is very used to playing fast, has played numerous speed games. So when he wants to, he can turn it on and just play fast very quickly and very well when he does that. He was a blitz player just like I was for years. So yeah, very, very skilled that way. He and I both had to learn to slow down when playing in tournaments. But since then, Brad's become a force to be reckoned with. So back to Becky with more nice letters, but just yeah, you gotta feel for her. A little bit frustrated here, where uh, it's just a matter of keeping on scoring, but no like magic bingo play for her.
Yeah, I mean, she has the blank, so I think she's still being patient and all that. I wonder if she would have considered just playing ducks below. I think she is a kind of a bingo behind, but at the same time, um, if she just scores, focuses on scoring, I think it might be she might still catch up, I think. The downside of playing the X in that position, I think, is that below G and II is that you give your opponent a potential high scoring reply, just on top to tile play. So I think Ducks is also reasonable. Her choice of Ducks in the position. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the chat also mentioned, the consideration of using a blank to play Dixits, using the I in Genii, and I can definitely see the argument for that. I can imagine running through simulation. I don't have it on my computer open, but it likely would be considered pretty strongly along with some sort of Ducks play. Do you have numbers for that, Weibin, as far as how Dixits might compare to, say, ducks where Becky played it or ducks under Genii?
I am running a simulation right now, but it seems like Dixit is not doing that well. I think it brings you level kind of score wise, but it's not. I don't think it's really enough, especially since your other options the score maybe about slightly over. I mean, about 26 points less, and they retain the blank. Yeah, the blank is still. I mean, even though it's not a very conducive board for bingos, but it's still a blank. So I think at the moment, Ducks below, not in the position that Becky played it, below Genie I is simming at the top. But we see a very strong play, Bradley playing Ornate to just milk that spot as much as he can, extend his lead as much as he can. He can't really. I don't think he can be too worried about bingo or whether he. I don't think he should be trying to fish too much. He should just try to score consistently, and I think that's yeah, Ornate is quite a good choice.
So lumpy with its multiple hooks, definitely a theme here. We talked about the G hook before. S, of course, is one of the more immediate ones to look at, but so is the P. So dispute, I believe, is playable on top of lumpy, and stupids as well are two options. Dispute scoring slightly more, but both are playable in that spot. Do we have anything else as I think out loud, perhaps somewhere else on the board? I haven't found anything yet, but yeah, Plumpy and
You have
Slumpy.
spotted, yeah, you have spotted them all. So dispute and stupids, those are the only two playable bingos in this turn. So she has to spot Plumpy, and she does. Oh wow, okay. Very good play. And wow, Bradley has, he almost has a reply of you carry on, but that's not gonna play this. Okay, that seems like a challenge.
And you know what? That's fair enough. If you're not 100% sure in this case, just because it does give Becky a pretty well, a tempo here basically after this turn. So if you're even remotely unsure, then fair enough. It's only 5 points. And the board, as we've mentioned, is not necessarily completely closed, but it's certainly not conducive to bingos other than the A and Laura. And Bradley knows on his rack he's got nice enough tiles, but there's not really any blatant scoring tiles because in the absence of bingoing, you would ideally want to have some big play off of Genii to the triple word score, and he doesn't have that either. So definitely worth a challenge if you're not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think this puts Becky ahead slightly. So that's if you're not sure, I think it's definitely worth a challenge. Um, Bradley has not put his house back on his rack yet, but he does have a few plays that extend not from the eye of Genie Eye, but actually hooking onto uh, the Z of Riz to reach the triple word score. Of course, you can play it in both spots actually, but I think one of the highest scoring plays is going to be Ouncer, Ouncer, and there is one higher scoring play for him, which is quite a creative one actually, and not all the players would see it. I think in this position, which is actually an extension of JO. Jesse, I'm sure you see it right
Mm-hmm.
now.
It's a nice play. I was thinking pretty strongly about that in this case. It looks really good. I mean, if you compare and look at what's in the pool, there's still I mean, where E's are not the be all and end all, but I'm immediately thinking, in the ways to make, well, bingos in a best case scenario, the E's of course going to help. So there's lots of E's. Giving up one is not the worst thing in the world in this case. Jounce does open up the board nicely, and it looks like he is thinking about it at the very least. I like Jounce a lot. Ouncer, I can understand playing that in the top right. But I think creating opportunities for himself, just because there's so much potential when you look at the pool from his point of view. As it is, the board is not currently closed entirely. There is the one lane for sevens underneath Ornate and Genii. So Jounce just ensures that the board's not being completely closed anytime soon. It scores very nicely. Whereas playing Ouncer, while it may score a fair bit now, all that Becky has to do is really just take out the top left quadrant, and then it becomes a very challenging game to come back from, as long as Becky can keep scoring and essentially keep up a tempo. So I like that Jounce just develops the board in multiple quadrants and just gives Brad more opportunities. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and even though he's not keeping an E, there are quite a few E's in the back, and he's just picked up two. And I think that's yeah. I mean, you don't, sometimes don't have to be too afraid of opening up new quadrant. Or in this case, he's even behind a little bit, so it might be worth it. Um, and I think with his leave of ORA, he does have quite a bit of potential, reaching the triple as well on his next turn. So he doesn't have to do it now, actually. Um, and Becky going for Whom, which I think is going to be a higher scoring play, but also pointed out on chat is VHM, which really tightens up the Jounce area that was just open because of all the potential scoring plays that might go there, as well as the hooks, right? The Jounce and Jounces both playable, and
Roseate
Bradley now with,
immediately.
yeah, exactly.
And that's where Vem, if it comes down, that prevents that from happening. So it depends on how you want to play this. I mean, Becky has, of course, no way of knowing what Brad's got, but when you think about things like Whom and Vem, you're really thinking, am I going to go somewhat, it's not blatantly defensive, but, restrictive, like you said, as far as removing some of the higher scoring options, or do you just go purely for points with something like Whom? And yeah, this is becoming very interesting now that we have Rosie 8 down.
Okay, so he commits, and now it's back to Becky, and Becky has 8 minutes left on her clock. She does have a high scoring response, something like Haven, going to give her 50 in the 50s, 51 points exactly. So that seems quite outstanding. Haven or Haver, but in this case, I think Haven TR probably slightly superior. Mm. Yeah, so some discussion in the chat about whether she should have played Whom or whether she should have played Bam. Yeah, and well, we see it. Bradley has also picked up, I think, and folded through the D of. Oh wait, that doesn't quite play. Okay,
That would be nice.
and
I was
it's an
like, oh,
almost,
that would be
it's an
great.
almost, yeah, just an almost. Well, but that's wow.
Yeah, definitely lots of chat about the two moves. I think for me personally, I like Vem a little bit more, but my personal playing style is while I do like points and I like variance, I don't necessarily like it just for the sake of it. I think after Jounce, when you consider what the board looked like uh, before playing that and why Brad would play it, I mean, he's not indicating a whole lot about his leave, but Vem just takes out a lot of the worst case scenarios for me. So I personally lean towards that, but I definitely understand the arguments for whom, and I think they're reasonable.
Well, I mean, one point is that if even if you play Bam now, you still have the who hook the next turn, right? You can still play that spot the next turn. So I mean, it's more of whether you think the immediate point sacrifice is just to control that spot is warranted. Um, yeah, and yeah, it's been pointed out that Bradley has enfold, um, but he's probably doing some calculations, thinking of trying to see what's left in the bag. It's probably he wants to avoid picking up the queue, I think, for sure. And he's also probably thinking about whether he wants to do something maybe to block the bingo line that's below Genie Eye. But I think in this case, Enfold, he has to take the points. Um, Pretty clear to me, I think.
Enfold, I think, is the standout for sure. From Brad's point of view, as he's working through things here, he sees that queue, like you said, there's quite a few O's and I's as far as vowels that are pullable. And then just some, yeah, there's higher scoring consonants that can possibly obscure and complicate his rack. So I think the more you look at what can be pulled, yes, there's lots of combinations of letters that don't necessarily work from the pool, but as long as you score enough, it becomes less relevant. And as you mentioned, it's really just the spot underneath ornate and genii as far as bingo possibilities at this point in time. And I think personally, it's just if Becky has one, so be it, is really the thoughts you have to go with. And just, yeah, you take the points and he's put down and folds. So very good, Brad.
Yeah, I think now Becky's not in the easiest position. She has to think about perhaps opening another line because she's basically about a bingo behind. Um, yeah, and it's not easy because well, maybe something like on the left of John's Doge or something. Not sure if that's gonna help her that much.
I don't think Doge leaves enough space. I think it would just be 6 above. I was looking
Right,
at
okay.
Org. I don't know if it's necessarily time for a play like that yet, but Org does accomplish that. Something shorter like Ode to the E in Jounces is also, I mean, like there's lots of interesting options. It depends on what you think you're going to pull from the pool. I think if you're playing in that bottom left area, but that would be the zone to create an opening, like you said. Uh, there is the A in Laura to make 8s, but based on what Becky's got on her rack and just me very quickly looking at the pool, I'm not sure there's anything obvious to draw on in her case as far as 8s are concerned. So I'm leaning towards creating a new lane, like you said. And I think, yeah, I'm not sure which thing I play in the bottom left, but it may well be that time. And the challenge here for Becky is she's low on time, and Brad, in Bradley fashion, has managed to play very quickly. So he has plenty of time to ponder. Becky's also going to be thinking about the potential to pull the queue, which would absolutely devastate her comeback efforts. She has to be thinking in the mindset of Brad pulling it and having to give up a turn essentially to deal with it. So there's lots to ponder here and not a lot of time on Becky's side.
Yeah, not much that goes very well on simulation as well. I think putting her probably around at best 15% to win. But Yeah, I think one interesting play, I mean, it's probably going to bomb in human play, is actually playing dog beneath genii, which actually sets up very well for her ing leaf because of Agon and TEGG.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably not going to work.
Hmm.
Yeah, so some suggestions in chat about playing something like doing, which sets up the S uh, and well basically threatens a high scoring play in that spot and perhaps distracts Bradley from blocking the bingo line available. So that's pretty worth I think it's worth thinking about. Um, some some kind of in a way a desperation move, but uh, opening another quite potentially quite scary threat. Um, doing or Organ suggested on chat. So Bradley with QI, he takes a more sensible spot to block the bingo lane. So I think, well, we're basically at 9 tiles unseen. Um, it's I guess it's possible for Becky to fish one and see what happens, but I think she's decided that it's not worth it. Yeah, and also pointed out in chat the potential of perhaps playing 2 tiles and picking up Signoria, and so something perhaps playing ON below dispute might set up 2 bingo spots for her. Yeah, but you just need the exact pool, and I think she decides to play Isogon, which, well, I guess gives up. Okay, so there's also a suggestion of ON and 10. Can't really see where that is. Oh, right, I see. Hmm. Oh, yeah, that's fine as well. So a few creative options, I think, that might create 2 spots. Yeah.
Prof Glitch has asked, can the stream put the players' ratings in their display? That's a decent question. We can pass that on as a question to our producer and just see if that can be a point of consideration. Thank you for raising the question. Another suggestion, would it be helpful to display the percentage to win chance for each player throughout the game? Possibly not, given it depends too heavily on the specific simulation. Yeah, that's a really good way to think out loud. I think it's because, at least with the tools that I can think of offhand, it depends on whether you simulate everything the same way. So with Quackle, the most popular tool that's been around for the longest, there is the ability to decide how many plies your simulation is, for example. Um, you can then manually stop it at any point in time. Macondo and Magpie go slightly differently in the sense that they do have an initial simulation that happens at a certain number of plies, and then the candidate moves are narrowed down, and then those are simulated further, perhaps with more plies. So it gets more complicated to show things quickly. Um, and I can see that our producers also mentioned in the chat, so has William Anderson, just some of the logistics that would be involved with that. But it's a very good suggestion. As Will has mentioned, there's a few more variables that make this slightly different from chess. I do understand the appeal in chess when you can see that bar where it like swings up and down depending on a chess player's move. I can see the value as far as viewers, just how that can be a fun point of drama. But yeah, it's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I think it does depend on the state of the board, and not just the score and what's left in the bag and all that. So it's quite a few variables, and the way we do it, we always simulate and get an estimate, and yeah, and so I think we're not quite there yet, but you know, never say never. We look forward to seeing it in a few years down the road, maybe.
Yes, and now let's just go to the mic on the table and see what they have to say.
Yeah, I was a little worried because I was gonna play Bailey's and Juliet's for a lot of points, and then when you started playing over there, I was like, oh, I hope she doesn't screw anything up.
Yeah,
And
no,
didn't.
you did a very nice job there. Oh, I guess we gotta get our scores pretty. That thing. I'm not good at that. There we go. So we're gonna say 415 for me, 474 for you.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure of Plumpy. I wasn't 100%, but I liked it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Oh, did you want to see that I put it in this?
No, it's fine.
Okay, we can both see it on each side. Okay. I squared it.
All right, so brief discussion we got to listen in on for the postmortem there. Becky wasn't 100% sure of Plumpy, she mentioned, but yeah, she went for it. It worked out in this case. Brad simply had not seen it, he said. I did not hear any mention of Glumpy, so that might just come up when they analyze the game later. But any other cogent points you would like to add, Weibin? All right, so I believe for our next matchup, I'm not sure. I think maybe my audio's cut off or yours
My
is.
audio's
So
cut off.
there we
Right.
go. I was like, where are you? I'm so sorry. I'm sure you had something incredibly insightful to say. Um, you can
No,
go ahead
basically,
and try again.
I was just saying that yeah, Bradley was also talking about how he held Bailey's, and he was expecting that he was thinking that might be blocked when that he played the tiles in that position. Yeah, but it's I think it's a feeling that all of us have when we hold a bingo that kind of only plays in one spot, right? We're always wondering, is my opponent going to block it? Uh, yeah, so that's uh, very familiar feeling for all of us.
So then we've gotten the indication of our next matchup. We're going to have Wellington, and then Wellington is taking on one of the Reinke twins, in this case Charles. And then they were amongst the 6-and-1ers after day one, so both playing very well. And we'll just take a quick break. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes before they're up to play in our next round, but we'll just sign off quickly. I'm going to sip some more of my coffee in the meantime. So just briefly signing off from the opposite ends of the world, Jesse Matthews here, along with the one, the only, the extraordinary, Weibin.
Yep, we'll be back. See you soon.
See you in a few. right, we are back for the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Coming to you with the next round of action, we have Wei Bin Do joining us from Singapore. I am in Vancouver in Canada. We are going to bring Wellington Giger, or Giger Wellington, depending on which way you prefer to say his name. Wei Bin, you can relate to this as far as listing your name one way on paper and
Yes.
perhaps using another one. I'll go with Wellington on this occasion for him. He'll be taking on one of the twins, Charles Reinke, for the next round of action. They're both at 7-1, so having a really good tournament so far, both of these players. I'm excited to see this, and we've got the standings on the board. In fact, both of the 7-1 players that we have in the tournament, and then several at 6-2, and Brad, who we just saw at 5-3.
All right, let's go to the matchup preview. We are looking at ourselves for a bit. But let's look at the matchup preview between the two players. We need a second for that. Okay. Yeah, so these are the round leaders, and I think the last tournament we had one. Yeah, I think. Okay, so they've played. Oh, they've played twice at Albany, and yeah, I think that the last tournament at Albany, both players also did really well. Went 1-1, so it's really a toss-up, I think, between the two of them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this for sure. Wellington, of course, the most prolific event I can think of was back in 2015 for the WESPA Championship. I ended up winning that one. Of course, he's quite storied and has a number of results, but I think that's the first time where a lot more people around the world got to know him and just how well he plays. And Charles just has been a fixture in the North American scene along with his brother for a long time, both exceptional players in their right and haven't traveled outside of North America so much to play. So I think that's what lends itself to the lack of rated games history with players like Wellington, but both Rankies exceptional players as well. So
Charles also a Twitch streamer on Ancient Cosmographer. So here we are, Wellington to start. And yeah, I mean, Wellington's rating is pretty much higher, but it doesn't really say very much. I think it's going to be quite a closely contested match, and we're hoping for one, I'm sure.
Yeah, for those who might be ratings geeks, as far as wondering in this case, Wellington, I believe, has a provisional rating, just given the lack of games specific to North American play. So that's part of it, because he's had obviously an excellent result in that tournament that we saw with Charles earlier in Albany. So yeah, doesn't mean he's obviously is an extremely good player. It's just because it's a provisional rating, it is able to swing up and swing down a little bit more easily, just as he gets more experience in this particular part of the world.
Yeah, and we see Wellington here with Waiver, and he's also considering Barek, which well, keeps W and B. Which do you prefer, actually, Jesse? Do you prefer playing the C and B off? Do you prefer?
I like Waiver a little bit more. I mean, neither combination is super ideal, but I think Waiver I just like a little bit more than Varric. I think Varric just really restricts the board, and unlike Varric, Waiver forks the board to me as far as like you can build it to the right and the left of the V. It just really just kind of splits the board in this way, but it doesn't necessarily close it in the same way. Varric, it just, other than hooking the C with an H, all you can really do is play through the letters, and I don't like what Varric does for the board early on. Those for me personally are the kinds of games that I hate having to play through. So I like Waiver.
Yeah, I think Varek also maybe a little bit too easy to overlap, on top of the ARE, so and below as well. So maybe That's something that he wants to avoid in this situation. So waiver has interesting Benjamin.
New waiver.
Yeah, and well, I wonder whether we'll see that this game. But at this juncture, Charles has a bingo. He has a high scoring bingo as well. As mentioned in the chat, Arcadius. Now, if he's seen that and if he's sure of it, he should have played it. But he might be a little unsure, just on making sure that he's seen it. And he has to make sure that he plays, obviously, as a double-double. Would be a mistake not to do so. Okay, he decides to play the safer option. I mean, what he's sure of, I guess, he's probably a little unsure of Arcadius. Slight point sacrifice there. Acarids, Cardias, Ascarid, and he decides to play Acarids for 77 points.
Yeah, maybe that he was somewhat unsure, like you were saying. As a trivia point, Arcadia is a city that's in the greater Los Angeles area in general, and as an American, that possibly might have crept into his thinking a little bit, just creating some of that doubt. It's hard to say for sure what's going on in there, but just as human factors, if you're not 100% sure, maybe you're thinking, oh, I'm inventing this because it's a city name, or oh, I'm inventing this because of insert reason here. But that could be one possibility given Charles is an American. But in this case, he should have no trouble with getting something down next turn, given his lovely draw. Over to Wellington.
Yeah, he has a few interesting choices here. I mean, he can play it looks like he's going to play Acetyl, which scores a nice 34 points, probably his highest scoring play right now. But he could also play short. He could also do something like BY on the right of Akarids, which scores 28 points, keeps elect. I think he's deciding to go a bit longer. Might be worth it, I think. Isidore also gives him a nice place for his B on top. And just take the points because he's behind at the moment. And we see that Charles has picked up the blank, and he's very likely going to play a bingo now. Do you see any great plays? I mean, I do see there is a double at least through the A. It's probably quite a few available. Well, there's two available actually. Yeah, what do you see, Jesse?
I'm just permuting through all the possibilities in my head at the moment. A is I will never be one of those people who does the blank bingos very quickly. For those who play on Aerolith, a lovely tool that was developed by Cesar del Solar, an expert player from the United States. I was never one of those people who finished the blank bingos quickly. So I'm just permuting through the options. I do see one that's also been mentioned in the chat. There is Undaring as the one that I've finally managed to to slowly get to. I haven't found a second one yet, but maybe you can reveal that for us.
So I spotted the other one and not Undaring. I spotted Riga Udon.
Oh yes, nice.
Yeah. And interesting. I mean, curious that there's no 4-timer with through the R, but yeah, we'll probably spend quite a bit of time on this turn, just making sure. And Wellington has Job arranged on his right, Job plays on the left of Akaritz. Um, he is also thinking of Jabot. Oh, is that right pronunciation? Habot?
For that particular word, if it's a French word, it'd be jabot.
Jabot. Okay.
The T is not pronounced, and then the J has more of the J sound. When I wasn't pronouncing the Turkish word correctly yesterday, that Rebecca so kindly fixed for me, I was pronouncing it in more of a French way, which in this case would apply, given this word is French. It is jabot, if you want to say it very nice in français.
Mhm. Well, would you play Job or Habot or however you pronounce it, Jabot?
In this case, if I do a quick little comparison, so job would be, let's see, 16, 32, 34. So it's it's 43, I think, for job. And then if you compare it to Jabot, you have 16, 17, 21. They're basically the same thing in score.
Yeah.
So I think it really comes down to your school of thought, just because both are similar as far as what they leave the rack. I think just by pure static value for what's left over, Job would have the slight edge, not considering the board, just because ESTS is so strong. I mean, ESS is certainly pretty nice by its own right, but ESTS, I think, considered on its own, is really good, and that would lean me slightly more to Job. I think in a different case where Acetyl hadn't already opened the board up, I would play Jabot. But I think Job for me, they're both really close plays though. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is that the fact that Acetyl is already open and there are spots around the board that that opponent can score, you can score. So Job, um, even though I think that the thing about Job is that it sets up potential high scoring plays for the opponent, especially with the BIZ available. So if the opponent pick up the Z from the 7th tile pick, which is possible, you're giving him an easy 60, 70 points. Um, but yeah, with Acetyl open, I think that's also a spot where Charles can score quite a lot of points. So you might not need to be that defensive minded in that position. And as you mentioned, keeping SETS slightly better than ESS. So my own personal thought is to play Job. But yeah, I think it's really close. And I think Wellington also um, keeping ESS is also pretty good lead. So I mean, it's really close between two options.
So Charles putting down fumed in the top right, scores really well. In the chat, there was mention of the consideration of puked in the exact same place as far as an alternative play. And I think maybe just while we're waiting for Wellington to make his next move, that's probably worth us diving in a little bit into, because I can immediately think of a few things as far as one versus the other. But I will turn the floor to you, Weibin. How do you feel when you consider, say, puked versus fumed?
Yeah, I mean, you have to look for the spots to play the tiles that you keep, right? So I think the K and the P, the obvious spot for the K is below Jabot, and yeah, so you can do okay and use the play parallel, but you can do the same if you have the F, right? So or the M. Yeah, it's so I think it's pretty in terms of the next move wise, it looks pretty similar. The F might be even better as well because there are actually two triple letter scores that he can put the F, he can use the F with. So beside Undaring and beside Akaritz. So maybe keeping the F is worth it. Yeah, that's just my thought about it. So I might pick Puked if I yeah, were in that position. He might also be thinking that, if he plays puked, there is an option of, the opponent can potentially underlap the KY, and get some score there as well. But I don't think that's a very major issue with that play, with that spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much covered everything I would have wanted to say, so I'm going to add nothing. Just say thank you. Well done. That is why you are the analyst here, good sir. Thank you for that insight. And Wellington going for, I mean, it's pretty hard to turn down this play. Pharaohs it balances pretty nicely, scores really well, doesn't restrict the board really in any major way other than the T and Jabot not being usable anymore. I think, for the points and just what it does, certainly a standout.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it just pointed out that Wellington's play of Pharaohs actually sets up pretty well for Charles, because especially because of there's no BOF and BOM, so but it's BOK and BOP, so keeping the K and P somehow the right choice for for him. He's going to play something like, I don't know, Pike, or yeah, Pike's going to score quite a lot of points for him. Just through the eye of accurates. Yeah, and it was pointed out that the best simulating play, FOO, by Wellington, and I think FOO is, yeah, I agree, FOO might be slightly better as well, hitting both S's, but also the A, which probably slightly preferred over the O. And I think what we see is that the choice of Pharaohs has also opened up a big scoring spot for Charles. So that's also a potential response that could come about with Pharaohs. So Fu would have been my preference. Suggestion of White in that same spot of, with Pike, which might do well because of it plays the W off. Yeah. So what would you play Pike, or would you play White in this position?
I think anything that allows me to unload the W is always going to be considerable. At the same time, it is hard to turn down Pike just purely for the point value. I have a hard time keeping the woo, as we like to call it, the WU combo. I have a really hard time keeping that if it's avoidable. Having said that, Pike just puts Charles up by a considerable number. So I mean, I'm waffling back and forth just thinking about it. But you can afford to keep something that's not necessarily the greatest when you already have a pretty decent sized lead. So yeah, I think I just like to remove. I think I'm a little more preventive in nature than I should be. That's why I'm not a table one playing. I probably would play an option involving the W so that I can get rid of the woo if it's avoidable, but I totally see Pike as a very strong, reasonable play. I just probably wouldn't myself.
Yeah, it is a 10-point difference, and I think the other thing that, now the tiles have been placed on the board, you do see that Japer is also playable. So if Charles were to pick up an E, he would have been able to play something like Wet and Japer, which continues his scoring streak, and extends his lead even further. So that might be a consideration. Yeah, but he's picked up the blank, so I think even better than the E.
And he's got the W for new waivers if he were to not get into a bingo land and instead pick up NE in some form. When I look at the board right now, I can see Charles can essentially kill the bottom left quadrant. PIU surely would not be the best play points wise necessarily next turn in most cases, but certainly makes Wellington's life quite difficult. But over to Wellington in the meantime, with no home for Hoolies, instead creating himself a little setup opportunity here, given he has the S.
Yeah, I'm looking at the simulation, and I mean, not the simulation, at least the static choice, and it is the top static play. So it seems like quite likely that it's going to sim pretty well as well. Um, he does need to give himself some more opportunities to get back into the game. 120 points, I think something like he's setting up his S for something that reaches the triple word score. Yeah, I think he's on the verge of desperation, I think, in this game. But you can see
Yeah,
that you can't see any expression on his face, right? I mean it's still you can't tell whether he's winning or losing really.
he has made an unfortunate pull after his setup play. That'll be challenging for him to navigate on the next turn. Over to Charles, who's got the clunky woo combination, but also the blank as mentioned, and is going to be thinking about how he can ideally obstruct the board in some way in that setup area, or at least restrict options if not completely obstruct it. So Wob he's got lined up. I would imagine that would be down, creating ow and ha, just to be like, okay, well, you at least have to use a B, if anything. It doesn't give up any triple in the process, so you can see his line of logic there.
Yeah, I mean he actually quite a few options to where to play Wob and maybe BAW as well ball. So I think the question is, does he want to restrict the S? I mean, I guess U telegraphs quite strongly telegraphs an S, so he will probably want to maximize his score and play Wob, I think. But of course, there is some danger with Wob as well because of the back hooks of OW.
And he doesn't have any reasonable plays down making a go or any 4 going down, so he has to consider options on the right side of U instead. And Wob you can understand, but as you've mentioned, the major downside is parallel plays immediately to the right of Wob as opposed to bingos. As it turns out, Wellington does have the ideal situation for his unideal rack in that he will be able to play alongside Wob to score a fair bit despite not having the best tiles. For pure length, Ali or Ilya or really any number of things can go there. Given the number of eyes in the pool, Ilya to me stands out as the options that he can play just to minimize the chances of unideal duplication. What do you think, Weyben?
I might differ. I mean, I might keep the IES. Yeah, I think there are also a lot of E's in the back, so yeah, I'm not sure. I might just keep EIS. I don't think it's yeah. I mean, but I think they're very close moves anyway. So you can see that he's picked up an eye. So I think he made the right choice. And wow, okay, so looking at Charles Rack, actually, he had quite pretty well, I would say then a pretty obvious choice of a pugilist through the eye. But now Wellington has actually given him a spot for a better play, and he seems to have spotted it. As he spotted that he found the spot for it. The front hook of Ilea, Pilea, which He spots it. That's his best play. Yeah, Pugilist scores 7 fewer points. Probably not worth it in my view.
So if you're Charles and you're aware going into this game, so if we talk about the human factors here as well, they are the two 7-1 players. They both have nice spreads, but Charles is behind by it looks like almost 300 in spread. Then running up the score in a way that you're certain of is a decent line of thought. So if he is not 100% sure of uplight and fears it coming off, and you see Pugilist and you're 100% sure of it, then you would play that to continue to run up the score and give yourself a chance to go up on Wellington by 1 game, but also go ahead of him as much as possible on spread. And this is when you're playing in these events that are longer, the spread management factor is also something to consider. And yeah, you can totally understand if you're even a little bit unsure why you would just play Pugilist instead.
Yeah, I think, yeah, just to note that I mentioned on the chat as well, uplight also blocks pike hooks, the pike hooks, so might be worth considering. But yeah, I mean, I think any bingo is gonna do well. So Wellington opens Vyman, which gives him a chance at the 9 timer, but pretty sure Charles is gonna do something to restrict that line right now.
I think if you look at this board, you know, you're always just thinking, what are the worst case scenarios given my chances of winning are extremely high in a static sense. What is really the only way I can lose? And realistically, just when you look at the pool, you see, okay, there are letters that combine well together that I don't have from my point of view. There's also the Z and the X still out there. So a worst case scenario involves either a triple triple and the high counting tiles in sequence, or multiple bingos that include the high counting tiles. So the thing to do is exactly what he's done, just any play that takes out the triple triple option, and yeah, make your opponent have multiple bingos that may or may not include the high counters. I think, yeah, you just got to play anything there basically and just make your opponent have what's improbable.
Okay, so Charles plays floater. Seems like the right choice to just close off that lane. Basically the only way he can lose, I guess, this juncture. Wellington with, yeah, I mean, he's trying to think what other creative plays he can make to score. And
Oh, Weibin, I have a fun little puzzle for you. There is a standout play for Charles. And I would think this is in your wheelhouse, this word. I'm not going to say anything about.
I see it.
Do you? Okay. Probably a little bit longer than people might be thinking. Other than
Well,
that, I will say nothing. I just figured I'd see you're extremely good, so I figured you probably spotted it right away. But Charles has a standout play that I don't see being blocked.
and well, I guess he will play it. I don't see him missing it as well. Wow, what a game.
This will be some content for
Yeah.
those of you out there who are here for the content. I think there's a pretty good chance that Charles finds the play that we are trying not to say out loud and leave for you to spot and perhaps write in the chat. Oh, I do see at least one person has written it. I'm still not going to say it out loud in case there are people who are not looking at the chat just yet. But nice spot. Yeah, we're here for the content, and hopefully it will come down. All right, at least one more person has spotted it and written it. Wellington has played Oxide, so let's see. Does Charles spot the 9? There we go. We'll give a nice little hint for those who aren't reading the chat yet. Still, there is a 9 that is playable.
Yeah, I think that if you spot the line, and you think about it, you would most definitely see it, I think. But the question is whether he has looked at the line or if he's thinking of, just maximizing his score. Like, he has.
Very
Okay.
nice. We're here for the content. Yes.
Amazing. And no change in Wellington's expression, whatever. He might be holding it, but
That's just too good. Nice play, Charles.
and he accepts it. So very, very nice play by Charles, taking this game, storming through this game, in fact. And high score for Wellington as well. Set, and he places the S as well. It's going to net him probably in the region of 60 points. 69 points, in fact. Nice. Yeah, fighting words on the board. Pugilist and Battalion. On that basis, I think, Pugilist is better than Uplight.
Yep.
Yeah.
The content play. He foresaw himself drawing Battalion. That's exactly what it was.
And Pike. Yeah. Quite a bit of battles going on. Yeah, so I guess, Charles can just do something like Nim just to pick up another 30 points, get in above 500. Something like him would also score more points than Nim, but him takes an S front hook, so he would want to avoid that. So Nim basically unduplicates his eyes and ends. Pretty standard choice in my view.
Also, I wanted to point out, while it is 140, give or take, spread points of difference here, all of the bingos on the board belong to Charles. And Wellington is still scoring decently well, despite not having a bingo in this game. So we have highlighted, Battalion, of course, as a great play from Charles. He's played Undaring as a double-double. But Wellington's created scoring opportunities. In fact, if you look at Jabot, Pharaohs, Pike, and Zeds, those are all Wellington's plays that stack on top of each other.
Yeah, well, Charles was the one who played Pike, but...
Oh, sorry, Pike, yes. Jabot, Pharaohs, and Zeds, yes.
Lots of scoring in this game, yeah.
Wellington is scoring well despite having no bingos.
Yeah, I mean, this move right now, it just seems it just plays the Y and pushes something. There's the maybe obscure hook of Ego that he can use. Question is, what does he play in that position? YO maybe sufficient. or GAY?
Yeah, I think either of those are perfectly fine. I think, yeah, basically just playing anything there that's a 2-tile play works out pretty well. The pool is more or less even on the vowel to consonant ratio. It looks like Wellington's considering playing longer, but with 4 in the bag, I'm not sure if playing off 4 is the way to go here.
Yeah.
The other point of consideration that was nicely brought up in the chat is besides fishing, anything played involving ego takes out an obvious cue spot. If you're looking to minimize your opponent's spread, but at this point, maybe he doesn't play there because he's hoping to get the cue and score and reduce the spread differential. But I think at this point he just needs to score and ideally fish, as you're saying, and just not worry too much about pulling the cue. He's already lost. He knows that. But he's going to try and minimize. And I think more often than not, minimizing spread here involves fishing and bingoing. So I would be surprised if he follows through and plays Yanni.
Yeah. I mean, I think now the question is for me is whether I want to play the A for 5 more points or play the O and have a slightly better lead. But I think in this case, the 5 points are just probably, yeah, probably worth it. And there is an A in the bag as well, so ION may work out if because there is an N open N at, behind the last tile of battalion, so it's not too bad. Yeah, but Charles has multiple spots for his queue. He has the U available, the U of pugilist. He has a few spots for QI. So I think I think his play is gonna be dependent on what's available right after Wellington's play. Yeah, he can also play something like OY beside Auli, but like beside OWL, but that kind of restricts one of his possible bingo lines. Yeah.
I think if you're ahead in this position, then that would be a great play to, say, to groom your rack and limit your opponent's options. But when you're behind like this, yeah, I think ego and yo is either that or gay would be the play. I think both are perfectly fine. Yeah, Owly and Oi, I think you would more likely consider if you happen to be ahead in this case. I like this.
Yep. And Charles now has, yeah, I think pretty much QI clear play for him, but he would probably want to pick the one above battalion to block off a few lines. Or, he could also be going for spread. Then in that case, he would play QI in the other position. Let's see what he decides. Doesn't make a difference to the result. It's just spread now they're talking about. But either of the Q plays would empty the bag, and I think he's thinking whether that's worth it. He does have the option of just playing the Q if he wants. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that he can maybe play just the Q and think about whether he can actually take a bingo in 2 spots. Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
I'm just counting the letters on the board. I think the unseen tiles may be slightly off from Charles' point of view. So let's see, how many G's do we have? 2.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an I instead of an E.
Okay.
Yeah. So quite a few possibilities, I think. For example, if he plays just a Q, he can potentially draw like Arshine and Seraphine, Heparins. If he just plays the Q, yeah. But I think doing this is fine as well. I mean, he actually still has the option of potentially picking IS. And yeah, yep. It pointed out that above battalion scores one more. Yeah, so it works both in terms of score and strategically as well. Yeah. And Wellington arranging his rag as AU, which interestingly enough seems to be one of his best options. Gives him two spots to go out at least. He has PNIE as well as AINEE and AENEI from the A that he opens with SAU. This is SAU hooking on to Pugilist, by the way. But he's playing PNIE first. Which is apparently a point worse. But still a very good option. Maybe because it opens something like Regna or Charles. Yeah, so there are a few 5-letter word plays that Charles can now play on the left of PNIE. He has Regna, Rager, and Rigar. All of them scored 31 points. It's basically academic at this stage. And Rager on the board now. Great play.
Wellington will put down Sow or Saw. I'm not sure how to say this. I think it's a coin, right? He'll put this down pretty quickly to end the game, and we'll cut to the mic once they wrap up the scores to see what they have to say.
Anything
We'll
before I start putting it away? No.
There we go. We'll cut back. I figured Murphy's Law. If I start talking, then they might start talking. And indeed, there was just the very brief words of anything you want to look at before put it away, and Wellington's immediate was nope. And I think that's completely fair, just given the game was fairly lopsided in the sense of, we talked about bingos versus non-bingos, and yeah, I think we've covered all of it during the game in terms of just a beautiful game for Charles in particular. Battalion, beautiful standout play. Anything else you wanted to highlight, perhaps, from earlier in the game?
Yeah, I think quite a few interesting choices. I mean, Habbo or Job, Pharaohs versus Fool, and on Charles' side, whether he plays Fumed or Puked. So playing Fumed worked out really well for him. Whether he plays Wipe or Pike, I mean, he took the 10 points with that and picked up the blank after that. So worked out well for him as well. I think, yeah, I mean, quite a few choices there, which I think influenced how the board shaped and how the scores went. But it's really hard to say, and I think players made pretty sensible choices throughout. And yeah, Battalion was really a beautiful find by Charles.
Before we announce our next matchup, we have up-to-date standings ready from our wonderful producer, so we'll just bring those in right now. With that, the convincing, commanding win, we have Charles Reinke in first place at 8-1 plus 687, and hey, we have some separation between the twins here now. Thomas Reinke at 6-2 plus 32, still very, very nice. And then Wellington, I believe that is, let's see, 7-2, 607. All right, so I think we're still waiting on a few results here potentially. But Charles in the lead, and Wellington not too far behind. For our next matchup, we have two players who have not been on stream yet for this tournament. We have Jason Ubika. He is from Toronto in Canada, and then he's taking on Erickson Smith, who is a frequent participant in our chats when he is not playing in a tournament himself. So should be nice to see both of them on board one here shortly. We will take a little break here before we come back with that match. So just signing off for a couple of minutes here. Jesse and Wabin will be right back.
We'll see you soon on Let's Play Scrabble.
Hello, hello. We are back at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Jesse and Wabin are here to give you hopefully insightful analysis into the next matchup here on board 1. As mentioned, it will be against 2 players who have not yet been on stream. That will be Jason Ubika and Erickson Smith. I mentioned earlier today the dreaded woo combination as far as WU and me not liking to have it together. Jason Ubika, I have nicknamed him Jason Woobika in the past just because I have encountered the dreaded U W combination, the woo, playing him often. So I call him Mr. Woobika whenever I see him. Just a fun little trivia point. Wabin, have you ever encountered either of these players in tournament play? Have you come over this way to North America and faced off against them?
I've played against Jason, I think, maybe once, maybe in Niagara Falls. I'm not too sure if I have. Yeah, definitely met him there. And well, Erickson, I met him when at one of the Westbacks. Yeah, but I know Erickson online for sure. He's in our chat as well. Hopefully not during the game.
Seeing all the suggestions in the chat, like, yes, very insightful indeed. A fun little stat that our producer has mentioned, amongst the high scores in the tournament so far, Erickson has number 3 with a 5.66. That's great. And then one of the twins, Charles, has 5.73, and Josh Castellano at 5.77. So there you go. Erickson's amongst some greats here as far as putting up points. We're still waiting on a 600. We've been close on stream here a few times, but not quite there yet. As far as our chat mentioning Mr. Uwubika, that's interesting. I haven't used that when talking to Mr. Wubika just yet. But yeah, Mr. Uwubika, I suppose, could be a possible variation in the future. And first to Uwu win, says Rob Brabinski. That's fun. I mean, we have, I don't know if you've ever heard of this variation, Wabin. We have a game called Burrito that we play. And instead of first to Burrito, I guess it could be first to Uwu, where as soon as you play Uwu, the game is over. that would be a fair bit of fun. But it looks like our producer has a preview set of stats for us for the actual match at hand. So I'll stop rambling and we'll go and look at that here instead. So we have 5-6 for the head-to-head. Looks like they played last at the Crescent City Cup in New Orleans early this year. Otherwise, they faced off a few more times in the state of New York in 2025 and 2024. And yeah, relatively even, we're seeing.
And we see that ratings-wise, there's about 100-point difference, and Erickson is ranked slightly higher, but at the same time, we see Jason way more experienced, 433 tournaments versus 40 for Erickson. And yeah, I mean, will the experience bear out in this game, or will we see Erickson's higher rating and higher ranking? Okay, the players are ready to start. We are back to Taos, and Jason to start this game. Will we see Uwu? Do you think in the first rack?
We'll see if Mr. Uwubika, I'm going to have a hard time saying it. I'm so used to calling him Mr. Wubika. We'll see if Mr. Uwubika can pull the woo out of the bag. I am very familiar with Jason in particular. Amongst those many tournaments he's played, some of them have been the Canadian National Scrabble Championship, back when both of us were still playing. The NWL Lexicon, we faced off there a number of times in other Canadian tournaments. So I can speak a lot to Jason's tendencies and how he likes to play in general. Erickson, I'm not as familiar with across the board, but of course I've seen him online. I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup to see how these players who's plays fair. In particular, Jason, if I had to highlight with a personal anecdote, I recall playing him in Calgary many, many years ago. And there was a point in the game, I would say it's about mid-game, where he just immediately slaps down Laburnum on the board, just doesn't even think about it and puts it down. So he's got pretty deep word knowledge in a number of areas. He has for a long time, and he hasn't always had a rating that's in the 1800s plus, and that speaks to his experience over time, and he's put in some effort to get even better. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the matchup between these two players.
Yeah, and we see Jason starting the game with Zines. He could also have played Signs, but that would have been a lot more open, both because of the vowel being exposed to the double letter score, as well as the front hooks of Zine, A-Zine, E-Zine. So Zane's very sensible choice to start the game. And now we see Ericsson, quite a few, well, he has many vowels. He's thinking of playing I. Probably that's going to be below Z, scoring him 21 points. What do you think about this playing I below Z?
I think that's perfectly fine. For me, what is perfectly not fine is the orientation of his tiles. It's driving me insane. But I bet that's probably him toying with us a little bit, because Ericsson Ericsson loves a little bit of chaos. I will say that, in a nice little neutral way. He likes a little bit of playful chaos, and I believe that's even reflected in the way his tiles are organized on his rack.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good leave, I guess, but it's all over the place. At the same time.
Quite literally.
And Jason's pulled the blank, so he has a few options, but he's going to be spending quite a bit of this time on this move, I think. And the thing is that he does not have a bingo through the E, either the E of I or E of Zanes. So he's going to have to play something through the I or the N, which, I think if I were in this position, I would probably spend a lot of time trying to think about the E because it just looks like you have to play it through the E. Yeah. Do you agree?
I would be taking my time on this rack to see if there is anything through the E with the tiles that I have, just because if there is, especially if it's double-double, it scores so much more than anything else if it exists. And then, as much as it might seem like there isn't anything with the S and Zanes, I'd still be taking time to make sure I'm not missing anything with the blank, going to a triple word score, assuming there isn't something to the E. So if I had to lock through the process, I'd be looking through the E for a bit first, and then to the S and Zanes, and then for anything else like Vitamers, which looks like will be the play that Jason opts for.
Yeah, I am running the plays on simulation, and it appears that playing something like Everts actually simming pretty well on this turn. Maybe because that spot that Ericsson has just opened up is just so volatile, just a little bit quite dangerous. ZE takes EAL, quite a lot of potential for high scores in the area. So Everts helps to control that a little bit, and I think keeping blank and M still keeps your bingo chances quite alive. So interesting. I mean, I would say bingo is probably not really an error per se, but it's actually could be quite justified to pass up the bingo in that turn.
And for the content, I will go back to calling him Mr. Woobika because he has pulled the dreaded woo after making a bingo here. So living up to his nickname, Mr. Wubika will have to navigate the Wu mess next turn. Erickson on his side, his letters actually look really nice, but it's one of those racks where I'd be staring for a long time and trying to find a 7 or an 8, but I don't think, I'm pretty sure there's nothing that actually plays in this board, but I don't think there's many options at all for 8s even.
No, there are a few creative things he can do, like he can actually extend ZE, play something like Emblaze or Emblazer, just keeping the Y. He also has, if he wants to play, because the previous turn he actually set up, and he spotted MELBA, Melba, for 41 points. That's gonna score, that's probably one of the highest scoring plays besides Emblazer. And he can also just do two tile fish, right? Something like NY. I probably would not do MY, but that's just me. I think MY is still perhaps a little bit, I don't know, because I think a lot of tiles go in front of YE, so I might be a bit worried about that. But at the same time, the leave of ABELR is also very strong. And there's an open S, right? So maybe even the fish MY. I'm not sure. So many different options that are all pretty close.
I think Melba's pretty appealing for the pure scoring value. Emblaze is, of course, quite nice as well to open up the top part of the board even more. The S in Zane's, of course, already lends to opportunities where you could open up that way, but it's really only going to happen if you have a bingo going that way. Emblaze, in the more immediate sense, keeps the top of the board usable and playable. So there's lots of good choices. I think for me personally, I don't think I would play it, but I do understand the appeal to it. I think Melba, I'd probably be strongly considering with Emblaze. I'm not sure which I'd pull the trigger on, but they're both really, really good, Melba and Emblaze.
Yeah, based on the simulation I'm running right now, I mean, MY is doing pretty well. Yeah, partially because it also sets up your own B.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I can see, strong reasons for the other options as well. So what will Jason do with Wu? What will he do? He has no U to go with it, so he can't play Wu. What will you do in this position?
I think if there's anyone who knows how to handle the Wu, it is Mr. Wubika. So he will teach us all what we should be doing in this case. I am looking just for giggles, Wurzel exists as an option to play the Wu, but I wouldn't play it. That is one way to deal with it. There are plays like Bao and and Wee, despite it setting up things that would remove the UW combination together while scoring. I'm just looking as I think out loud to see if anything is better. But I think you definitely have to uncouple the Wu, if not get rid of both on this turn. I'm going to look a little bit longer here. I mean, like even Ow and Wem accomplishes uncoupling the Wu and somewhat scores, and the leave is decent after that too.
Yeah, I think Bao is, probably as close he can get to balancing his rack. Just gets rid of one of the two of the WU combination. And I mean, there's still an open S, still a chance that he draws well and gets something in that line. So I think Bao is fine.
I like it. I'm perfectly happy with Bao for him here. It's a good play.
Yeah, and on to Ericsson, and Ericsson actually has a really nice 40-point play, but it's really requires quite creative play spotting. I'm pretty sure I would not see it myself. He has another like easier 37-point play, which is parry, hooking the R to bow, so BOWR and parry. But he has a 40-point play which has been spotted on chat. playware through the WE that was just open for him. He is also considering a pay, keeping 3 consonants. Yeah, and some discussion about playware versus parry, which playware would be quite a bit more open. He's thinking about a pay, he's put it down. Okay, he's played a pay.
I don't like Ape so much just because of the ratio in the pool and just the combination he's got left is not great, one, but two, when you think about what's available to play on the board for eights, there's essentially the two S's and the R as realistic options. So you need a lot to happen to be able to play any sort of bingo at this point. So I think I am more on the side of something like parry or playware. I think if you're behind like Ericsson is, playware is just the appealing option for the reason you mentioned, that it allows for more opportunity to develop the board and open up. And I think parry would be more considerable if you are already ahead. So I think I'd lean to playware, but what do you feel, Weibin?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, this is where I think the simulation tells me that Harry is doing better right now. I instinctively I think I would just play playware if I saw it. I mean, yeah, I would just want to open up a little bit more. But yeah, I think there are lines still available after parry, and yeah, it's hard. I think personally, I would still go for playware, but simulation's telling me otherwise. That's why I'm not Nigel. And yeah, so a pay, and you see Andy coming down, which still maintains a good lead. So Ericsson needs to think about. He's probably thinking that the S line is going to get blocked pretty soon. I think the number of spots on this board are quickly um, reducing, so he wants to. Yeah, but there isn't really that much he can do. You think? Don't you think, Jesse?
There's nothing really that obviously develops the board at this point in time, and we've already discussed some of that being a consequence following a pay. So it looks like he's considering bow underneath to create emo and yeah as a result. I can understand in the short term that gets him some points, but as you mentioned, it just doesn't do much to develop the board, which he really needs to happen just because Jason, he has the benefit of being able to, as long as he scores, shape the board in a certain way here. And the thing with Vitamers and just the nature of the board there is it forks the board for left and right. The left is currently unusable as far as bingos are concerned, and is really just that S. So if you're Jason in almost every world as a human player, you are obstructing that S next turn. So Ericsson really has to think about what he can do to open the board. There's nothing on top of M that really helps him that much. I mean, you can play OH and Hem, but playing 8s to an O, they technically exist, but certainly not with his rack. So I'd be looking for anything that could, open the board further to the right. I'm not sure if there's anything that can score that accomplishes that on this turn. There's not a whole lot. You can play something like the chat's mentioned Holp, as a play that just scores somewhat and balances the rack somewhat well. But if Jason plays on that S and Zanes, there's really not much happening. So I feel for him. There's not really an obvious answer that helps with the board shape. There's just choices that somewhat score. Bow one of them, Holp one of them, but as we're going to see, Jason should be able to obscure the last major spot very quickly here.
Yeah, I think against the human player, you really want to open up a little bit more, but the options are really, really limited. So bowl is, yeah, looks pretty much like, yeah, the only thing you can do. I think one of the only things you can do in that position. But yeah, it's just so unsatisfying. You could sacrifice a lot of points and play something like Hob, maybe, but that also closes your S and also easily blocked. So very difficult spot. And after Cades, continues to be quite challenging for Ericsson. What's he gonna do now? Not so maybe. Yeah, just plays off some of his duplicate letters and plays off the X. Yeah, I think he's probably. I mean, probably has to like hope for some kind of bingo from the R or the S of Vietnamese. This board is really getting very congested. But that's it. He's only 60 something points behind. Still quite a lot of game to go. If he continues to balance his tiles, and eventually I think he will get something. It's it's not over yet.
Yeah, I think with that R and the S and Vitamers, they're unlikely to get obstructed or used for any obvious reason. So as you're mentioning, it is to Ericsson's benefit now to continue to score reasonably. Noxel being one of the options that you mentioned that does that and somewhat balances. I just don't see Jason playing off the R or the S and Vitamers for the sake of it. There's not really many worlds in which that's the right thing to do at this point in the game. So Ericsson doesn't have to worry about those disappearing just yet. I can see axons being considered, and I think some of the thought behind that in the short term would be just to open up the right side of the board. It, of course, has lots of hooks. It is very, very volatile to play that, but that's likely why he's considering it briefly.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of positions require some creativity, I guess. I mean, he's probably thinking like, is there a way I can set up the X? Because something like Noxel, I mean, it's the balancing play, but is it really gonna win you the game? Yeah, it's gonna be quite hard, I think. And yeah, it doesn't give you a bingo line as well. So yeah, just unsatisfying. His last two turns, in fact. Well, I guess maybe linking back to one of his earlier plays as well, right? I mean, if he had played something like play where he would have kept more lines open. Yeah, so I don't know, against a human player, maybe something more open and keeping those lines available would have helped a little bit more. But it's a hard spot.
And we have some insight from part of the afternoon commentary team today and yesterday. Rob Rabinski mentioning in the chat, time is a consideration for Mr. Smith in this position on this particular board, as mentioned, just because it involves complexities involving potential setups and trying to avoid getting entirely locked in. It can take a lot of brain power to find ways to keep yourself in a game where it is realistically very against you at this point in time. So finding a reasonable play that still keeps the board usable to some degree and at the same time giving yourself enough time to crunch even more complicated positions that are likely to come up. That's a very human factor here to be considered. And I think for Ericsson, it's okay to spend a little bit of time more on finding ways to develop the board here, but if you find the perfect play in a position like this, assuming it exists, but you don't have any time to find any more, that doesn't really help you for the next couple of turns coming up here. So I think if he has found really only one reasonable option, it's time to do it for the sake of managing time. And he's doing that to give himself an X setup, I would say, is the most likely. It's interesting creativity here.
Very creative play. Yeah, I mean, not very much I can criticize about this play. I think, I mean, it's very, very something that I would probably not do myself, but very intentional, and I like that kind of idea. Um, yeah, I don't think it really works, but it's better than okay. So Jason playing Pave, which yeah, he's not deciding not to put an R or not to play Parev. So quite intentionally keeping the board a little bit more restricted, or at least not opening up the triple lane. But at the same time, Pave takes quite a few back hooks. And Ericsson is well about 80 down, still not over yet. Yeah, I think on the point that you mentioned just now about like time management, I think it's uh, I've been in quite a few situations myself where I've been behind by like a bingo score, and I've spent so much time trying to get back into the game, and quite often I do, and then I lose because I don't have enough time in the end game. So I think yeah, that's the kind of situation you want to avoid in this case. It's quite sad if you manage to catch up and lose just because you can't play an end game correctly.
It can be quite painful sometimes where you've worked so hard to get back in, but then, yeah, just not quite enough time in a end game or a pre-end game. Definitely hurts. So 8.5 minutes, more or less, for Ericsson here with a fair deficit. So he'll be looking to play as relatively quickly as possible here, just because there's not really an obvious major X scoring spot here. The longer he waits with the X on his rack, the more it becomes less helpful to score really highly with it, unless you're leaving a blatantly obvious, I don't know, 90 plus play with whatever you do here by not playing it. I think in the interest of time management and keeping up to be a bingo and some down, you just got to make a play that scores decently well here, ideally involving the X, I think, just to keep things balanced. But there's nothing super obvious other than what he has lined up here. He is looking to play, I believe, DOP and Docks just to balance and give himself bingo opportunities. I'm not sure what else there really is that's helpful to him at this point.
Yeah, I think Docs is simming pretty well, but one interesting option I would point out, which is not simming as well, but I think it's interesting, is playing something like Sorex, not hooking on Tarvex as been suggested on chat, but uh, Sorex through the E of Pave, and that is interesting to me because it actually, you have a chance. I mean, you keep ODE, and you have a chance of actually having a 5 parallel playing parallel to Sorex the next move, which will get quite a bit of points. But I think the chances are also that that gets blocked pretty often. So, just to point out that that's a pretty interesting choice. And he decides to play Oxo, pretty decent, one of the decent options as well. Either Oxo or Dogs, I think that turn would have done well. Do well on the sim, I think, right at the moment, actually. Dogs is performing slightly better. And yeah, Jason has a lot of time on his move right now, but his rack is very vowely. Would you exchange in this situation? Would you go ahead and bite the bullet and play something like IURE or even AURE? What would you do?
This one's pretty tough. An exchange obviously is appealing, at the surface level here. Certainly a point of consideration. It's really difficult to figure out what to play that's actually worth it as far as restricting the board. That also uses up enough of the tiles, that balances pretty well. I think, I would consider exchanging more than usual just because you're up by 70 here. If you exchange and your opponent bingos, the more likely place is going to be to the side of pave more often than not, and it'll be just to the side of the triple word scores, and give me a chance to fire back with something scoring high, if not a bingo after my exchange. And given the pool is heavy on consonants and lower on vowels, if he keeps something like, I'm just looking at what's available there, ER or IER, and you draw probably IER is a point of consideration, just given the ratio in the pool. He can neutralize any sort of bingo if it were to come down. So I think I would consider exchanging more than usual in this case, just because it's not devastating necessarily if my opponent bingos here, just because of what I have for opportunity after an exchange. So I think I'd probably ultimately exchange, but I can see why you just grin and bear it with Uri, which is what he's doing.
Yeah, it's also mentioned on the chat that Uri, I mean, you can play right beside paver. I mean, hooking onto paver, so that opens up two triple word score lanes, and yeah, it would be, I don't know, it's kind of a risk, right? A big risk when you do that. Your opponent might bingo back. Your opponent might play a very high scoring play beside, uh, from the top triple word score down to the double letter score. But at the same time, Ericsson has just played OXO. He might not have that many high scoring tiles, so might be worth it. I personally, I don't like this play of Uri that much because now there are plenty of options for Ericsson to come back. Like I mean, there's the front hook of quite a few front hooks of Uri available. Yeah, I think this is, and it scores a lot. Well, it scores like 7 fewer points than Uri in the other position. So yeah, it's a little bit too open now for my liking. Yeah, but Ericsson himself, not an easy rack, I think. What will you do in this position? I'm just going to throw it to you first.
This is a hard one, because as was mentioned in the chat already, it can certainly be very tilting. If you had the chance to play Docs versus this OXO play, and then see that after Docs you have playable bingo options, and instead here there isn't. First here I'd be like, what do I do? Just because the letters are so good, but nothing's here. I think if you're Ericsson, as hard as it is, I don't think blowing up the rack is the right thing to do here. I do think you just have to accept that some kind of short play is what you do here. And I'm just looking for something that's worth it on the board that does scream the rack in a way. The pool is a little bit more balanced from Ericsson's point of view as far as vowels and consonants. So I think maybe playing off 2 tiles, so a consonant and a vowel, I think is reasonable here. The S, as long as you have one, you don't really have to hold on to a second one. So I think S and some vowel somewhere to score. I think that's probably okay, but I don't know, what would you do?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think with a play like Uri, and well, Ericsson has like 3 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left. With a play like Uri that has, opened up such a high scoring spot there, you would be considering actually just playing off, getting a high scoring, making a high scoring play, right? And just playing off many tiles, in the hope of picking up the tiles that go there, right? So like the C, an L, a T, etc. And that's going to give you more score the next, like, more chances to catch up the next turn. So something like, that has been suggested in chat, like raised or reset, actually not too bad because of that chance of drawing something. You're playing 6 tiles off and you're just gunning for something in the triple lane the next turn. So I think that makes some sense. But it's just making the whole situation a lot more volatile. And yeah, I mean, he chose to play irate. I think decent choice as well. Also achieves what he wanted to do, which is turnover tiles. And yeah, uh, decent choice from my point of view.
Meanwhile, for Jason, there isn't anything playable as a hook off of Uri that he's just played, which will probably surprise Ericsson to not see it used on this turn in that fashion. Instead, Jason's struggling on the other end with more vowels than he would like, along with a couple of high counters. So he's looking here and thinking, well, what can I do to score and keep the gap as wide as possible in this situation? And I'm just
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, Webin.
no, I would say in this case actually, it's quite. I mean, you don't feel that your lead is secure at all. Actually, I mean, I think you actually you should feel very worried if you were in Jason's shoes, because my opponent has just played 5 tiles, and he's very. I mean, he's potentially having something that plays on in front of Auri. What am I gonna do? Like, I don't have anything that comes a lot of tiles. I don't have anything that uh, hooks there, or even my blocks there are not gonna do that well. I think he is gonna be quite worried. I mean, he's about 43 points ahead, but that's not a lot of points in this situation. And there's still a couple of bingo lines available, more than a couple of bingo lines available. So he's not feeling very secure. Um, there is a suggestion in the chat of hair riff, which kinds of even blows up the board even more. And it plays off. So it's through the R of Uri. Plays off 5 tiles. Might be what he needs in this situation, even though it only scores 16 points and opens up another triple lane. So just go crazy.
It does deal with the imbalance on his rack. It does put even more pressure on Ericsson to figure out what to do, where he's already under time pressure considerably here. It does make things very, very interesting. So I like that as a suggestion. It's certainly one of the ones that's considerable to me. And yeah, it basically allows for well, any hooks to Uri aside. It does take out the sevens lane with the I and irate that's just been created. You can play to the H and essentially kill the top quadrant on the, well, not the top quadrant, the top half, more or less, minus any hooks to Uri. So it's a pretty decent play in that sense, where it just allows for exhaustion of the board, as was mentioned in the chat, a little bit quicker. EO is interesting here, I think, because of his concern with the hooks on Uri. That just minimizes the impact it has scoring-wise. So you can certainly understand it, and it just somewhat balances the ratio on his rack for the next turn.
Yeah, I would say IO. I mean, I just added it to the list, but it is swimming pretty decently. It just restricts that spot and keeps. I think it keeps the F and the H, which actually do fairly well. In top of the I rate area. So he did have something like FAH as well, but he doesn't need to play that this turn. So he's just doing something defensive. Yeah, quite a good choice, and actually something that a lot of players will not think about, because most of the time you think of playing one of your 4-point tiles, and just playing the 2 tiles like that, quite an inspired option, I would say. And Ericsson playing GUR, very clearly setting up the S and putting even more pressure on Jason to do something to block that line. So very strategic game we're seeing. Yeah, I think GUR definitely, like, if you look at equity, or it's not going to be anywhere near the top, but very clear setup. And Jason kind of forced to address it in a way. Probably he's looking at playing HUE below, forming Guru, HUI, which keeps a slightly better leaf. So he's going to play Hui.
And that's quite sensible.
Yeah, but now you see Ericsson has the J, and he's going to play something like Jack, hooking the K onto I rate, quite possibly.
And shout out to Ericsson, just addressing us lovingly as jackasses.
I actually did not see that. I just saw Jack.
I saw the taunt right away.
Well, yeah, you expected. I think you expected, from the player. You expected the word from the player, maybe. Yeah. So just to point out that he also had casks, CASKS, hooking onto Kuri that turn, which would have scored 53 points. Jack is also quite a good choice, because it sets up his SS, that 2 S's that he's been holding. It's very clear to Jason now that Ericsson has S's, and he's trying to make great use of them. He has something like Tafia, I guess, and Turi, which will get rid of a lot of his tiles, and I think he needs something like that.
I think he's just got to play Tafia, as much as you're looking at the top, and actually even Tafia on top of Irate and Oxo works just fine as well.
Yeah, that's
not
pretty good. Yeah. Fate, same idea, I think. Slightly more, because I think he can actually parallel on top, like something like FA something, or he has, Fado is good. Fado also good.
Yeah, I think he's actually making the right decision to hold back one more vowel here, just because from his point of view, the ratio in the pool is horrific as far as 6 vowels and 12 consonants, and he's inferring his opponent has S at minimum, if not blank, and just seeing lots of poor potential in terms of what could be on his rack in the future. So I think holding back 1 is good. He's actually pulled Saponine at the bottom on the next turn, and that seems very unlikely to be taken from him.
Not quite Saponine. I think
Oh,
he has.
R, I'm sorry. I was looking
Yeah.
at the wrong thing here. There we go. It's loaded. I saw a P. Sorry. That would have. There we go. Makes more sense. He has other non-playable things through the S instead, but we'll come back to that in a minute.
Yeah. Ericsson plays SIF, which again sets up his S. And wow, it's actually pretty hard to block. If you don't have the T, which somehow, even though there are 4 T's unseen, Jason does not hold 1. So what's he gonna be doing this turn? I think at this stage, do you think he should just give up on the block and just try to set up himself for another bingo? I mean, try to get another bingo himself.
I think he needs to consider that. Having said that, Sif has just the T hook. Ericsson's S does not go under. Sif is an adjective. So in this case, he's not assuming he has the perfect word knowledge here. He's not so concerned about that.
Right.
His main things to consider will be for Ericsson in terms of bingos, playing down from the A possibly, or using the RAS at the bottom. Any hooks to Uri, including that C, of course, and the chat's been mentioning high scoring plays for Ericsson. For Kuri the next turn, this gets challenging for Jason just because there's still no way to use anything to the left of Uri. There's not much of any scoring play that he has here, really, so it does lean towards some kind of fissure. I think when you look at the pool, there's still lots left. Ericsson has basically no time, 30 seconds really, so Jason's going to realistically get at least 10 points in his favor, if not more. And I think that lends itself well to taking at least 1 turn to fish here and just induce errors from his opponent. So I'm not sure what fish I go for here, but I think in this particular situation, a machine's not going to capture the high probability that Ericsson loses at least 10 points. So I'm leaning towards a fish, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think he has to know that Ericsson has very good rack, and the question is if he decides to play off many tiles, like something like Aeonian. I don't know. I think he's at the mercy of the bag. I'm not sure whether he wants to do that, because he knows that still quite a lot of continent in the bag. So I think a fish is well warranted. Not sure if I would play the NI as he has done. I might play NO instead. But I think it's everything is not great for him.
Yeah, I think the O would have been my preference slightly here as well, but overall the right idea to fish certainly in his position. Over to Ericsson. He has also gone for a fish with GI. So some rack grooming for both.
Yeah. So it's more fishing that we're seeing. Jason, Acridus, okay.
Acridus coming very quickly. Jason has fished scoring reasonably well with Geo at an at, and let's just see what he pulls as Ericsson pulls into the lead.
Stone Raw, not quite fitting. So Acridus being played.
Unfortunately for Jason, it's one turn too late. He would have had Stone Raw off the S and Vitamers had it been one turn before. That's unfortunate. If he had played NO in some way instead of NIP, could have been a very different conversation, just because Stearine would have gone down instead on that S and Vitamers. There's a lot of what if here, but I think unfortunately just not quite, for my preference, the choice to make on that previous turn.
Yeah, it's still very winnable for
Yeah.
Jason, I think. I mean, he's 27 points behind, but Ericsson has 2 seconds left. He has 6 tiles. He has an out at least, but that seems blockable. Yeah, he has a couple of outs, in fact. I think so. Yeah, he might be able to pull this out, or do you think not? I mean, Ericsson has 2 seconds left. I think that's an important factor.
I'm just looking at Nout along the right side of Acridist and just trying to see options for Ericsson. I haven't played out everything because I'm not looking at the machine, but Nout just kind of intuitively seems like something that's decent for Jason to play.
Yeah, so he has to block Gantlet as well as Elegant. Both of them go out for Ericsson, but that's pretty easily blocked. Yeah, but he has to decide and do it quickly and put time pressure on. Oh, he's thinking of Raw Stone. Oh, that's well, he might take it back. Okay, he's gone for it. And Ericsson is challenging. Yeah. Oh no.
How was, while they're going for a walk, how was Nout doing? Because I think that did take care of both options, right? That you had mentioned?
Yes, yes. So now actually the best endgame does not win if Ericsson plays the best endgame in 0 second, in 1 second or 2 seconds, but I think could very well win if Ericsson had gone over
And not played optimally, but
yeah.
this case.
So, well, in fact, actually, Ericsson could have gone over if he had found the right play as well, which is he has angle and he's seen it. I mean, if the correct response to Nout, but I think if Jason plays Raw Stone, and it makes sense for Ericsson to go out instead. So Jason has one more attempt at the bingo if he wants to try. Go for the win, man. Yeah, but his plays are just things like worsen, water, worsen, reason. Yeah. So interesting. I mean, yeah, just to talk about the scores. If Jason had played Nout and Ericsson had found angle but gone 1 minute overtime, Ericsson would have won by 1 point. So that's how close it would have been. So not a winnable end game, I guess, for Jason that turn.
There we go. So he has found the play that would have, if he had played it before, as you mentioned, lose by 1 in a perfectly played endgame, which it looks like it would have been given we saw Angle come down. Jason's made the good play here. So Ericsson will go out, and once they have tallied up their final scores, we'll have our producer cut to the audio and get some insight from both of these players on what turned out to be quite the interesting swing.
And the final scores 3-4-8 to Jason Lubika and 3-8
Messed it up
3.
quite badly.
Well,
That was
I did too.
bad blown game on stream.
Oh my god. It's like
Yeah.
one.
I mean, just, tower or whatever. Turi, I think, is good, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too. There might be others.
Stone raw. I thought
Right.
I thought it went both ways. Stone raw stone, but I'm thinking of something
There's
else.
rose stone, ore stone. There's like,
Yeah.
there's some that go. Yeah.
An Aquidus blocked stone raw there.
Oh my god. Just in time.
Yeah.
I just had so many tough wrecks that didn't really. I mean, I might have missed a bingo, like a high prob. When I played that, I kept 2 S's. It might have been no word in that.
Yeah.
I just was like, can't see anything. A ton of hard racks, and it took forever, like, to figure out what to do. Anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, this rack I kept SS blank, so I had
Okay.
jackass.
Oh wow.
Didn't.
Okay.
That would have been good to play, but couldn't believe the draw after. I played this keeping KSS blank and drew JAC.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was just desperately blocking
I don't
as
know.
best as I could. I couldn't quite find any plays that I liked. Like, I didn't like playing Uri there.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, went with it anyways.
I'm supposed
Kept
to.
on. Oh wait, yeah, it's -10 too, so like 383,
383 actually.
Yeah. I wanted to save my F for Fado up here, but ended up using it.
Anything else? Yeah, I had the X here. I was like,
Oh wow.
I got such bad. I can't make any words. Let me just set up the X and hope I draw. I did draw a D, so XED.
Okay.
So you blocked it, but it might have been a terrible play. I just had no clue what to do most turns.
All right, so we'll come back to the studio here. Got a little bit of insight from both these players on that game. I think Ericsson summarized the middle of the game for him at least pretty well. He was just like, when he was talking about Yano, like, I'm not sure if it could have been a terrible play. I just wasn't really sure what to do for, for a number of turns there. And well, we can attest to that. Even we were talking about what do you even do, with some of the moves that he had in the middle there. But credit to him, he managed to pull it out with a big swing there at the end. Yeah, definitely good for the content. Some of the things that came up here, as was mentioned,
Yeah.
including the allusion to Jackass. If it had been playable, would have been nice for content. But Weibin, any other thoughts you have for this game?
Yeah, I think for me the very interesting thing that I saw was how Ericsson used, he had both S's at the blank, and I think he really used that to create a lot of tension on the board, make things interesting, force Jason to do things that he wouldn't have really have done if not for the openings, and I think that over time I think Jason gave up more and more score, and Ericsson was eventually able to fire back with a bingo and take the lead. So I think that's a uh, very positional game, and yeah, a great game.
All right, so with that, we will take a quick break before our next matchup here. We are going to feature both of the twins on board one for a determination of, on at least this day, which twin reigns supreme. Before we do that, both of them are near the top. Charles Reinke at 8-2, Wellington Giguère, the leading player at 7-3, but Thomas Reinke is at 7-3 as well. So well within range, and playing for a battle to determine who may end up in first place before our break. Unless Wellington decides to win by a large number. We shall see. But we'll be back and we'll see the twins on board one shortly. Jesse and Weibin, we'll see you again soon in a few minutes.
We'll be back.
We are back for the next round of coverage at the Scrabble Players Championship here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Jesse Matthews coming to you from Vancouver, and I'm going to hand the floor over for some opening thoughts to our amazing analyst. Drum roll, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Weibin here from Singapore. It's 1 a.m. here, so my brain is analyzing and more slowly. But I'm thankful to be joined here by Jesse. I mean, who's well, he's just waking up, so I think two of us put together, hopefully give you some entertainment. I think some thoughts, something to think about when you watch the streams. Yeah, and I think we're gonna have quite a bit to look at and quite a bit to think about when we have the two twins gonna be playing, Charles and Thomas Rinke. Uh, what are your thoughts about this game, upcoming match?
I actually haven't gotten to watch them play each other, certainly not as a commentator. So it should be quite fun, actually. Definitely great for the content. Our producer is going to put up a head-to-head preview involving these players in just a few moments here, so let's take a look. And you can be sure that despite the number of rated games they've played officially, they must have even more unofficially off the table unrated as far as where they've played. 56 versus 60 as far as wins and losses. So yeah, there actually is a little bit of separation. It's relatively even, but a little more separation than I'd expect. Looking for that twin, like flat out even 50-50 kind of thing. It's not quite there. There is a slight edge we're seeing.
Yeah, especially the average scores, right? Charles with a 17-point advantage on average. Yeah, but we I guess if you look at the more recent games, it seems quite balanced, with Charles winning the three of the last 5 games.
Anyone's game between the two of them, records wise. The rating is more disparate, which I'm surprised by here, but I suspect that should balance out before too long. Career records, both very similar. They have identical win percentage over their careers. This is a little bit more twinning. Other than the rating difference, they're a little bit more twinning as far as what they've got here.
And even the most recent tournament win is pretty close. One of them won the main event, and the other one won the late bird. Yeah, that's twinning for you, right there.
All right, so we're going to cut into the board and get this lovely twin action. Okay, they're ready to draw.
So Rinky to start and Rinky to respond.
I was just going to
How will
say,
you do
Ranky
it?
to start. Who? In the chat, I see Charles went to one tournament without Thomas. It's like, apparently that's a thing. We'll have to ask for some insight from the future. What on earth were they thinking? How dare they not twin just once in their lives?
And Thomas starting with well, yes, something like Whammo, which he spots pretty quickly. Whammoed, don't think that's a word.
That would be quite creative.
Yeah. I guess if he wants to play a bit longer, there's also Hawmed, Hawmed, but I don't think I think the ED is valuable in this case. Whammo is fine.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with Whammo here. And something that, Scrabble's just fun this way. Whammo in this particular form does not take an S hook, but Whammo with the 2 M's does.
Mm-hmm.
Fun little things we memorize. Sometimes, as is in my case, you learn the hard way. So this one does not take the S.
And now, yeah, well, Charles has the blank, but you know, surprisingly, his only 2 bingos are through the vowel, one of the vowels available to him. That's not always obvious. And like if I were in his shoes, I would probably be thinking quite deeply about the M and the H, but there's nothing. There's just bingos through the O.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive to look through yet another vowel when you already have 5 vowels to 1 consonant on your rack. But in this case, that is the thing to do. There are 2 options. They're both essentially the same word. They are both French. So aboiseau or aboiteau, depending on which one you choose, are the 2 options through the O.
Yeah, I was gonna leave you to do the pronunciation, so yeah, I just mentioned that there's a bingo, and
That's
so
fine.
he has missed them. Oh, he's okay. So exactly, I mean, this is the problem, right? I mean, when you have that kind of like when you have 4 vowels on your rack and you see a 5th vowel, you would probably be thinking that there's nothing there. But yeah, I'm sure he knows both of the words, just didn't look closely enough.
Yeah, that's a blank vision thing as well, and for the reasons we discussed, it's just not the most intuitive to combine yet another vowel and then have the exact right letter for the blank. It's certainly easy for us watching, definitely much harder to do in the moment. Meanwhile, Thomas playing basically really realistically his only doable option involving the Q, and back we go to Charles, who has drawn nicely after that last play.
Yeah. Will we see Wamos? Do you think?
Well, hopefully not, because he'll likely find out, like I do, that I did at one point, that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Interesting option just now for Thomas was actually playing Wens, Wens, keeping the Q. Yeah, sometimes when you have the Q and you have a bunch of other tiles that don't go well with the Q, you play them first. And then yeah, I think the good thing about Wens is that you have the potential of drawing something like an A for Kadi, which would play to the eye of Fuya. So that's something worth considering. Of course, if you pick a U, even better. Sometimes you have QUA and other options that you can choose. So Wens might be a better play in that position. And Charles has spotted his highest scoring bingo of Betaine, blank being a T. And basically, all of his options, Betaine, Beanies, Beania, they all involve like opening up vowel to the double letter score, the one that leads to the triple word score. So everything is gonna give back some points, most likely. But this scores 6 points more than the other options available. So I think he's just biting the bullet and playing the bingo.
And then, as you've mentioned, just the ability to score back using the double letter score, triple word score combo, likely being a factor. That would make you briefly consider not playing, but he's ultimately played it, and Thomas should be using it here pretty shortly, I believe, with something like Wide or Wade, given that there are no playable bonuses with what he has.
Yeah, he does have Sinead, which is a double, but Wide and Wade actually score more. So it's definitely a stronger choice. Yeah, interesting choice. I mean, I personally I might have considered Wade because I like giving myself the I when I keep ED, like DES. But I think it's very close between the two of them. So yeah. And Charles with the Z, something like zones and Fuyas. It's gonna be big score for him. I think he's also thinking, does he want to play something a little bit more defensive? The zones is gonna open the Z to the triple word score. Something like SOZ also possible. Yeah, but I think at this juncture, there is no need to play too defensive. There are still other spots for scoring. I would personally do zones. What would you do, Jesse?
I am very much proponent of taking points in this situation. Zones is just so many points to turn down where the only way you would turn it down is if there's just something that scores even comparably well that isn't as volatile, because yes, I mean zones is technically volatile in the sense that your opponent can get a pretty decent score back more often than not, but at this level they are expecting each other to score in the mid to high 30s each turn on average, and after zones when you're playing with a Z and something else, it's maybe low to mid 40s if you have clunky tiles a lot of the time. And yes, it could be more in a worst case scenario, but I think you just have to assume your opponent's going to score anyway. So you might as well just score something that is higher than the average expected for you. In this case with zones, that's going to be 50 plus points, so that's certainly well above the average. And your opponent is, only in a handful of cases, I think, going to score comparably, but you can see why something like saws would come down instead if you are concerned about the high um, scoring response. As it turns out, it wouldn't have been a thing, as we will see soon, just given that there are multiple bingo options for Thomas that didn't involve the Z.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's interesting because the SOZ also blocks or kind of restricts the triple letter score on top of detain, which could be used to devastating effect if Thomas had the right tiles. So and he does retain the S for 4 years again, the next turn if he doesn't use it now. So there is some benefit to playing something a little bit more restrictive. And if you look at it on simulation, they're actually pretty close. And I think I actually don't have a clear winner between the two right now. So I think it's really close, even though the difference is 18 points. That's what happens you know when you play defense versus offense, and when you open up the set and the triple word lane. Yeah, I think the average response also of your opponent goes up so much. And Thomas seems to be considering relisted. Yeah, well, I guess maybe when I talked about weight and white just now, uh, I also did not remember that there was already an eye open. But I think this eye and the other eye, they are also. I mean, the eye of weight, if it had been played, would also be quite different in quality. So he's playing this for face value right now.
Relisted, leaving lots of opportunities for the board to further grow for both players. So yeah, perfectly nice. We're not going to see this one necessarily locked down anytime soon, just given plays like this. Nice to see.
Mm-hmm. And Charles, his good plays, I think his high scoring plays once again burn the S. He has Jutes, hooking onto Puyas, but that once again gives a potential response um, from the J to the triple word score. And the other option being Duos, which is a little bit more defensive, I think. I mean, it's harder to play a word from the triple word score down to the J that way. What would you choose in that position? In this position, actually, Jesse, would you decide to score 8 more points with Jutes, or score 40 points with Duos? 48 for Jutes and 40 for Duos.
I wasn't immediately sold on either option, so like I can see the appeal for say Jutes or Jewers in the bottom left. It does give a little more opportunity for the opponent to score back afterwards. Jewers through the R and relisted, it technically allows for possibilities of things like, I don't know, say banjo is just one example. I think what I would do without exhausting it too much in the mind, I would probably go with Jewers personally in this case, just because I think it's quite viable. Zones and saws, I think there was just a bit more of a spread, if I recall, between the two plays as far as points. But I'd probably personally go Jewers, but Jutes is also perfectly good. I have nothing against it. I think I'd probably just go with Jewers instead. As it turns out, it will be a good thing for Charles to have that to play through, depending on what he pulls, just because Recooked is a massive score that should be coming down here pretty quickly.
Oh, but Jock is very tempting, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something to play for a lot of points and forego the bingo, certainly.
But Recooked is 102 points, so Jock is 51 points. I think it makes sense to play the bingo in this case. 51 points is quite a lot to give up. Tempo-wise, I think. And yeah, Jock, even though it scores 51 and retains the blank, and it blocks the J spot that your opponent is also likely to use. I just think it's too many points to pass up.
Yeah, I think it's overcooked. Sorry, not overcooked, recooked for me here for sure. Overcooking is something that I do because I'm not a great cook, but recooked, that's something I actually do, and happens to be the play here that I would go with, I think, although Jock is tempting, like you said.
Yeah. Charles he hasn't quite set up anything on his rack yet, but he has stuff like Jinx. If he had an open T, he would have Pontifex. But let's see what he does in response. So Recooked takes a P in front as well. So Charles is sitting on a P right now. And we see Recooked being played for 102 points. Very well spotted by Thomas. But game's still within 80 points, 88 points. So Jinx is going to close up the gap quite a bit.
The nice thing with Jinx too is it keeps the P, like you said, for decent scores with Recooked. I think just double checking here with the challenge, because why not, given when it scores that much.
Yeah, just making sure. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure Charles knows like Thomas style inside out, and his tendency of playing wrong words, or so he might, maybe he gave some tells that he wasn't that sure when he was thinking about whether to play Jock or Recook.
I was gonna say the whole metagame of tells is already something that's quite considerable and complex for players in general. But when you have twins who just know each other at a very different level, you can only imagine what it's like to try and figure out tells. And yeah, that's got to be a fun. I'd love to be a fly on the wall to hear them discussing things like that. Yeah, the tell game must be insane for these guys. So Jinx coming down. And oddly enough, both players have a P for pre-cooked as potential.
Mm-hmm. So interesting. I mean, whether Thomas decides to play something like Grip, or if he doesn't see pre-cooked, then he does think something like Pingo as well, which also a decent choice. Both of them keeping 3 consonants, but 3 rather synergistic consonants. But I mean, would you think that in this case, since Charles challenged Recooked, that he might not see pre-cooked? Would you hope for that, or would you think that that's the case?
I mean, it becomes a possibility when you think about points of consideration. That's another element of the metagame here is, was this really him just being unsure of the word, to a degree where they wouldn't know pre-cooked, or a frustration challenge where you're just checking to ensure? Like, I think there's a few human factors to think about, but these are both, quite exceptionally skilled players. So I think pre-cooked, I'm not sure that they'd miss it necessarily. I think it would be played, when spotted in this case. If I recall correctly, I forget when pre-cook was added, but I think it's been good in both books for some time now. And there you go. So Grip comes down.
Yep. And Charles might have been hoping to play some like Hoped in that same spot, but he does have a nice overlap on top of the K of pre-cooked, something like Poured, PURED. But that keeps 2 clunky letters in the F and H, so maybe not what he wants to play straight away. He's probably looking for better options. He also has stuff like FEH below Y, which gets rid of both the F and H and keeps Port for the next move, maybe. So yeah, it's quite a few choices that he has in this case. I think he's going to play Port, which scores 36 points. Yep, it's a decent option.
And Thomas, in the meantime, gonna have a bit of a challenge here to unload what's on the rack. There is the ability to play Cub as one example on top of Port. That's just come down, so that's one possibility as far as a decently scoring option that's somewhat balances what's inequitable on his rack right now. Just looking for anything else that might stand out, but to me that's definitely one of the higher points of consideration would be Cub and Bach and Upo. What do you think, Waitman?
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, he has to play cup. I don't think there's really anything else that's worth considering. ING is, just it's not. Well, I guess it's something that will help his rack a little bit. It's not always the most uh, fruitful thing to keep in your rack, but uh, at least there's some synergy in it in ING. But yeah, the V and U is something that he has to break up right now. So playing cup gets him 30 points, extends his lead further, and yeah, he has to hope for a good draw, which he might get. He ING quite a few bingos that might play not the best, but yeah. Mm, in the same position, he also has like GUB, but yeah, keeping the C and V not as good as the ING leave.
Looks like he's briefly pondering incubi. I'm assuming off of the I in wide.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking a bit of about defense, like because that closes off the D and well both Ds. Okay, he's going for it, and you can't hook an S behind it. Yeah, but I think VG is just not as strong, and it's a big point sacrifice as well.
And this lends itself to something like Hefty alongside relisted as an option. I don't see anything involving CH going downward that would work. Otherwise, I'd say that Hefty actually alongside Incubi is an interesting point of consideration. It is somewhat volatile, but maybe not as volatile as one would think. On the bottom of the board, it has the Y in the second to last position on the bottom row, but not an obvious response for your opponent most of the time after that. But what other options might you consider right now, Weipin?
Yeah, there's actually a high scoring option of Flutie, right, through the U of Jutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that scores 50 points. It opens up, which is also in line with Charles' intentions. Opens up the left triple word score and keeps the H. Well, the H is well, I guess the CH line is open, but it's not that. I guess there not that many options that you can play in that place. He is looking at Hefty though, which I think I mean it would be a decent play as well. Scores close to 40 points or maybe even more than 40 points depending on where he plays it. So he's picking the highest scoring option, 42 points for this. Opens up the triple. Yeah, I mean I can see why he chooses this. Not sure if he's seen Flutie or whether he missed it. I think when you have lots of clunky letters, I think something like hefty jumps out at you quite quickly. Yeah, but Flutie does require a bit of thought and concentration to see.
And then gravely would be the response that I can immediately see there. Thomas willing gravenly into existence, but that is not a valid play in this case.
Yeah, gravely is pretty clear, I think.
What would you be considering other than Gravely at this point? I think Gravely is it for me, but is there anything else even comparable, you think?
I would say nothing really comparable. I mean, I guess the other thing is something like Angerly, if you're afraid of putting a vowel, like, um, below a triple letter score. But yeah, I think you have to play the V. The V is not the great tile, so I think Bravely is right. Um, Scores 45 points, blocks that line, and yeah, I think it does everything you want it to do.
Charles has got Gurley lined up, looking at the top of pre-cooked. Definitely accomplishes scoring, using up some of the most clunky of the letters as far as how they combine in his rack. From his point of view, it's vowel heavy, so keeping 2 consonants is fine. And the board isn't completely closed down yet, although it is certainly, for him, an uphill battle to get to use the board in a meaningful way just for now. Grip, that G in particular, and the R, well, it's a little more difficult to do an 8 using the R and grip and Apo. Possible, technically. There's Aged with the Ged that's just been created as a lane for 7, so there's one major focal point that Thomas has to consider on his next turn, and that's to limit options for his opponent when feasible, while also scoring as much as he can. But with all his 1-point tiles he's got right now, that is no easy feat.
Yeah, Thomas actually has a bingo. Not the easiest to spot because it's through a second U. So some of the players on the chat have spotted it. Auto-tune. It's pretty easy to miss, I think. I mean,
it is in the fluty spot as well that you had mentioned earlier. So yeah, definitely missable, to quote one person in the chat. Yeah, autotune's a nice spot.
all right, so he plays Noyao. Unfortunate miss, but he's still ahead. So Noyao is one of the better plays available if you don't see Auto-tune. Another option could have been Out Jinx, but yeah, I think Bingo is the clear best play.
So we return to Charles.
And Charles has lined up FAV on his rack. Seems like he's going to put it on top of Horde and Gurley. Oh no, he's putting it beside Resisted, which is also decent scoring spot. In fact, scoring one more point, then playing it on top. So I think, yeah, playing the F and D always a good option. Yeah. Sorry guys, we were just trying to troubleshoot some of the sound, the ambient sound, but so Thomas is 32 points ahead now. After Noyao, after Fab. Not too sure what they would do in this position actually. He should probably maybe just play. I mean, he has a high scoring play, I guess, of Tela, but the problem is that that empties the bag. Tela goes under grip to form grit and hooks Kaba as well. It's quite a nice overlap. But given that there are just 4 letters left in the bag, he might want to do something else instead. He might think about just playing 3 tiles. He might also think about blocking the N or the G. Yeah, I think the N looks somewhat dangerous, I think, and the G itself, I I don't think. Well, I think that there might be more thing goes to the N, just from my very preliminary scan. There's also the front hook of GED if Charles has an A. So I'm not sure, like he might do something like TA just to block that line, the 2 lines, both the N and GED. But yeah, if he plays 2 letters, there's a chance that Charles just plays 1 tile and opens up the board again. So not an easy position. Yeah.
Very challenging position for sure. With 4 in the bag, I certainly would be leaning try and play 3 whenever possible here, just to remove any chance at my opponent being able to fish in a lot of situations. And I would agree with your assessment that I think the 7s involving hooking GED with an A and 8s involving the N and Oyao, my instinct is to take out both of those spots with a 3-letter play on this turn. So realistically, to me, I'm looking at some sort of 3-letter word on top, and then at the same time something that doesn't give anything back. The hard thing here is though, like if you play aged, then you have raged as one example that your opponent can come back with. So then maybe it's not so straightforward to play something 3 letters on top of that, at least making aged. So is there 3 letters somewhere else that you can do possibly? And then that also gets complicated very quickly. So I would, yeah, totally agree with you that this is a really challenging position here as far as what to do that's effective. I don't think you can play 2 necessarily here, as tempting as it is. So what do you do instead, really? I mean, you could sacrifice a lot and play 3 to the end, but I don't think that's feasible either. There's just so many things that can happen where maybe even Charles doesn't necessarily have to play a bingo if you mess up the pre-end game play here. So I would be very curious to see how the options sim. I think it's worth noting just for point value and placement, vibe is a possibility with that I that Thomas has at some point. So I'd be thinking about if there was a better play keeping it, but Ita I can see is the 3-letter play that takes out the obvious lane involving Ged. or at least, actually no, it does take it out because there's no G left for Gapo. So I think it just really forces 8s to the N. It makes it quite challenging to make 8s through the G. No, again, Gapo is not a word that can be playable here. So yeah, it's basically just to the N, essentially, for No Yao.
Yeah, and well, I mean, actually possible from Thomas' point of view now is something like transute through the U of Jutes. But I think uh, Charles, well, at least, well, I'm getting confused now. At least, well, Thomas would have, just thought that if that happens, then that happens. He can't do anything about it. But now there is an option of, potentially Charles fishing an O and picking an A, right? So, and having transute to play. If he spots that, then he can play something like OR, or even something like GO.
I think Geo is the one I would do for the pure chaos, because then you would have 2 spots that can't be obstructed both
Yeah,
at the same time. It's ballsy being able to play that and permute possibilities, because you basically have an 8 tile endgame to play here. If you play off the O, you figure out everything you can possibly draw, and what my opponent is going to play here based on what I draw every time. So he does have 8 minutes of time, so he could go through every one of those endgames and figure out he should do accordingly.
yeah. This is one of the situations that, simulations might not tell you what's the best play because they tend to have some assumptions about what your opponent plays based on like the best equity play, and they may not block everything. But in this case, if you have a perfect opponent, um, they tend to know what you have, and I mean they will block um, your bingos. So in this case, you pretty much have to set up something that's unblockable. So I think something like GO or something like OR will do. Not sure if there are other suggestions in the chat. Uh, yeah, well, nothing yet. I mean, I'm running a simulation and it's saying things like playing the D off, but it's not correct in this situation. I don't think it doesn't give you 2 spots.
I'm trying to play through all the possible endgames manually on my side. This is the fun thing with watching, is there's always things to learn. There's always things you can do and see, okay, well, I happen to have a bit more omniscience looking at the pool, but I still want to play through all the endgames just to learn here. Because part of what we see sometimes when we as players look, at, say, Quackle or Macondo or what have you, is sometimes, you can look and say, okay, it says this is correct, but why? And then often when it's earlier in the game, you can't really see all the ways a game might play out to figure out why. But in this case, when it's an 8-tile endgame where there's only 8 permutations of possible sequences, after this play, as far as bingos versus not, you can really figure out why any of the analysis engines will say a move is better than the other one. So I am looking to learn here and play through all of them, but yeah, go or in one of the 2 spots, certainly ballsy, but what stands out to me as far as just pure possibilities.
Yeah, just to highlight that as well, that if you do assume that the A is in the bag, um, you probably would save more spread if you play OR. Um, I mean, if you're gonna get transute and Starn or something, you're gonna it's probably better to play OR because if you play GO, your opponent's gonna play a 6-letter play or something, using the M on top of the double letter score. So that's gonna give your opponent a 40-point response. even if you have transute to win the game. So it makes sense to play OR instead. But I think he's also running through like, what happens if I pick the I, what happens if I pick the E? Do I have other possibilities? And he plays the O.
Nice play. Very nice play.
Very nice. And Thomas, yeah, yeah, I guess he can't really do very much about this position now. His best play is a 6-tile play, but that's not going to win him the game.
No, but as a general rule, and this is again a human factor that we'll put out there for those who are looking to continue to level up their game, a good rule of thumb when there are two options, as far as bingos in this case, is you want to take away the more obvious one of the two, assuming you spot both, and force your opponent to find the nicer play. That's maybe a little bit more obscure. So in this case, just because of the board vision element that's involved with seeing transute or the U and jutes, I would be taking out the 7 lane that's just been created at the top and forcing my opponent to find the harder one. It may not simulate better necessarily to take out the top spot. I think when counting in the human factor, you got to take out the 7 and then just make your opponent find that 8.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, very clearly he's setting up for his own bingo, right? When he plays OR, and if you know the rec, you know that he has starred. So definitely just block that first. Hope he didn't see transute, and just pray for the best. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Charles has seen it, transute as well. So the best play for Thomas is Tomial, Tomial. It's a pure 6, so if he doesn't see it, I think it's understandable as well. I mean, by pure 6, I mean it doesn't take an S, but yeah, Tomia is good. So he's probably thinking. I mean, I think the scores would be pretty close after the bingo. So he's thinking like, do I have a big play that somehow negates his bingo score, or puts me ahead by enough? He's playing Oilman to block. Okay, that's
Tomiel
not gonna
has a
win.
fun anagram as well.
Mhm.
It's an unusual pluralization. Maloti is the anagram, and that's a plural of loti, which is a monetary unit of Lesotho. Charles coming down with transute immediately, so again, well done to us to figure out that sequence. We'll go to the mic and we'll listen on the insight from the twins on their matchup.
Yep. 440 to 410. Yep. Not bad. That was a nice play. Thanks. I didn't come up with it right away. Then I realized I was obsessed with OUS bingos, and then I'm like, maybe I have something other than OUS, and then I saw transute was possible. And there were 2 A's unseen, so I'm like, okay, just go for it, and it worked. The downside of this play is if you have oatmeal, you just bingo out.
Oh, well, you're gonna lose anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose anyway. It just would feel worse.
Yeah, I didn't see transute as a possibility until I looked at my track, and I'm like, oh, dang it. I was just chilling out. I was just like,
yeah, it's so comfortable.
I was so comfortable. I'm like, I can't lose. Apparently, I can lose.
Yeah.
Was I even trying?
No, I don't think you
I
were
don't feel
trying.
like
That's why you lost. It's because you weren't trying.
Yeah,
And I was trying extra hard.
If I thought I was trying, I would have won. I'm pretty sure.
So the reason it took you like 4 minutes to play the easiest double ever is because you wanted me to challenge, right?
No, it's because I wanted to play over Jock.
Oh, okay. Because I did challenge.
It worked. No, I was considering just Jock,
Okay.
but that's really stupid and not worth it at all.
I think super jock is a word. I don't know if that would have
Affected
come
my
into
decision.
play, right, if you had thought of that.
Yeah, maybe Ito was wrong. I don't know.
Well, you have to block aged. You have to block the G probably.
I was worried about this end too, and it didn't affect the end. Yeah, and I was looking at one tile fishes you could do, and like nothing works at all. Oh, sad. Gravenly.
Did you have an N?
I did.
Oh, I don't like
There's no
Cravenly.
way it's good.
Cravenly, maybe.
Yeah, Cravenly and Gravely.
Yeah, it's like I almost played hefty here. And like, because I didn't like giving up the spot. It's like you have to have 6, and maybe you'll like sacrifice points to make a short play, and I'll catch up that way without bingoing. But then you had 45, going all the way
I was
across,
pretty
using
lucky.
up a lot of tiles, and I was like, man, it's so over. But it wasn't over.
It was just getting started.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your unearned,
Undefeated on stream.
unearned victory.
Angrily.
Squaring your tiles.
I almost had Bohemia on my first turn. I had Bohemia with a blank. H. What's this?
Yeah, you missed it. No, it's pretty good.
No, I made a good play, I think, in the end game to out bingo. Man, I am so good at this. I out bingoed. I fished off one tile up here, OR, fishing for Darnest and Transsuit, and I hit the A.
It's kind of brutal.
So
Pretty good.
I was just sitting here chilling
Yeah,
because I thought there was no way he could win, and then I look at my tracking and I'm like, he has fucking Transsuit.
sorry, everybody.
So we're not on.
No,
there's
they
way-
certainly cut us
they
off for
certainly
now.
cut us off for now.
All right, well, I'm doing good. Sorry you had to lose, but one of us had to win.
That was gonna be-
Yeah, that's kind of brutal to like, because yeah, I mean, I thought you were gonna win too. I almost gave up. Like, I almost just played like chins and snort, and like I'll just go out and lose by 30 or whatever.
Resign.
All right, so we are back in studio at that very spirited post-game discussion between both of the twins. At the end, they're assuming that they were cut off. No, boys, you were not. When you go and watch this later, you were not cut off. Definitely very insightful, and a little bit of underplaying his pre-end game play there when analyst Josh Sokol came over from the other stream in person there to look at their game. Yeah, I unfortunately missed the first part of their end game discussion there because I've been having some sound issues here. My apologies, folks. But Wavin, maybe you can recap a bit of that since you were able to hear.
Yeah, the most entertaining banter, I think, after the game. So basically, I think Charles was saying like, oh, I mean, yeah, you waited 4 minutes to play Recooked, like so that I would challenge, right? And then Thomas was like, no, I was thinking of whether to play Overchalk. And then it's like, no, I was thinking of whether to play Chalk. Yeah. I think also Charles mentioned that he thought he was close to Bohemia, on the first turn, like when he missed the a boy two and a boy do, right? So he didn't see the words, didn't see the bingos, and yeah, auto tune was also not mentioned. So yeah, but I think overall very close game between the two, and actually, yeah, towards the end we would not have expected that Charles would have pulled it out because he I think he managed to overcome when he played hefty and when Thomas played gravely, it was quite a lead that Thomas had, and I think it felt almost insurmountable. But he somehow managed to do it. So very exciting game.
Yes, so we will jump over to this updated standings on screen that our producer has ready here for us. That win that we just saw, that puts Charles Reinke at 9-2 plus 599. Wellington is just one game back with essentially the same spread. And then there's a number of 7 and 4s led by Josh Castellano at 663 for spread. And then Thomas, who we just saw, is the next of the 7 and 4s at plus 377. So certainly a number of players in the running here. There's a few games left that haven't finished with some of the 6 and 4s. We'll likely see a few of them in the mix. So quite a few people who will be in the mix there for the third place spot, more or less. And we'll see more of them this afternoon, see if there is any sort of widening. But there's just an early slight edge for Charles as far as the standings, but still lots of games to go. For me and for Weibin, however, this is the end of our journey for today as far as providing the commentary. And I can't recall, but I think I can speak for me, at least, in saying that this is my last for this tournament. I sadly have other things I'll be attending to for the rest of the week, so you will not be seeing me on stream anymore. Weibin, are you here anymore?
Not for this tournament. So this is the last game I'll be commentating today. It's been a pleasure to talk with you, Jesse. It's been a pleasure to. I mean, we're like 12 hours apart, right? So it's more than 12 hours apart right now. Yeah,
it's quite the spread. Really, I believe you're 2 a.m., aren't you?
I'm 2 a.m. right now, and you are like 10 or something?
It's 11 a.m. in Vancouver. So I will be signing off along with Weibin. We have had a wonderful time getting to commentate and banter a bit with each other. We're not twins with the ability to have that lovely humorous banter, but we have worked together quite a number of times over the years. So it's been a pleasure. Yeah. We're going to take a lunch break here before your next commentary team comes in. Make sure you show some love for Sean Abbasi and Rob Rabinski as they take in the commentator roles for the afternoon. And that will be starting at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. That'll be 8:40 p.m. in the UK. But yeah, we're going to head off and perhaps join you at some point. Weibin probably sleeping first, but we'll perhaps join you in watching in the chat for some of the matches coming up. Until the next round, signing off. This is Jesse Matthews and Weibin To, and we will see you another time.
So remember to like and subscribe. Like this video and subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. And yeah, we'll see you in the chat at some point. Yeah.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm Sean Abassi, joined by Rob Rabinski. I'm going to bring you some great Scrabble this afternoon. Rob, what are you thinking about as we get ready for this critical portion of the tournament?
I'm looking forward to seeing some good games. We had some good ones this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon, and this morning as well. I'm pleased to see as many people as there are in the chat who are willing to forsake the World Cup or, multitask here and there and join us for some great Scrabble.
Yeah, the World Cup's at halftime, so now everybody who's joining can give us your full attention, and we'll be sure to sprinkle in a few football references for your enjoyment over the course of this afternoon or for your annoyance. But whichever way, we're going to get some coverage of our Scrabble action first, which will be really exciting when the players take the pitch. In the meantime, let's take a look at the standings and catch up on what's been happening. So in first place with a 9-2 record is none other than Charles Reinke. Now, I have to say, Charles is starting to show consistently at the top of the standings from tournament to tournament, and I'm starting to think that this could be a breakout event for Charles. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, I'd say so. Both Charles and Thomas have had quite a bit of success in Midwestern tournaments over the past number of years. I lived in Minnesota for a number of years, and I'm quite familiar with both of them, and they've always been excellent opponents, not just challenging to play, but fun to play as well. And I know that they've both kind of had that, house advantage, if you want to go along those lines, of having just excellent competition in one another. So the development in their games over the years has been apparent. And like you said, it looks like Charles is really starting to come out with consistent tournament to tournament, just strong results.
Yeah, so that's fantastic to see new players kind of emerge into the top of the standings. And we've got nipping at his heels Wellington with 8-3 record, and then not far behind there's a trail of players all chomping at the bit to get into that first place position here on this Sunday of this big tournament. So we're going to get underway with our first game of the afternoon. And can you tell us a little bit about who we have on cue?
Yeah, you mentioned getting some players onto the pitch earlier, and who's more appropriate than that than Mr. Austino Giorgi himself, Austin Shen. Austin and Becky Dyer are playing up in this round. You can see their career head-to-head stats are listed on the screen for you, and you can see that Austin has had some good luck recently against Becky and has an advantage in the career head-to-head. But having played Becky as often as I have, she's someone you can never, ever count out in a game. As it turns out, the very first time she was ever streamed on a broadcast, she beat Austin himself. So I'm looking forward to seeing how their game shakes out today.
So this is a bit of a rubber match, and we're going to be seeing if Becky can pull off another. I wouldn't necessarily call it an upset. I'd say Austin is a bit of a favorite based on their record head to head, but I think that both of these players are really strong, and they're always consistently scoring over 400 points in a game. Let's see if that can be replicated today. So let's go to the board as these players are ready to get underway. Give Becky a green light to get her tiles, and we'll get this one all rolling. We're really excited for the kickoff of our afternoon. So I think what we're seeing here is that Becky has a 3-8 record, and she's definitely want to pull in a little closer. But there's lots of games to be played still, with 31 games out of this entire event. So this is gonna be really great. And she pulls out of the bag EIILRUV, a little bit of that ultraviolet warning that we've been getting the last few days here in the heat waves. So what do you think she should do, Rob?
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty, a word that jumps kind of right out at you is a virile, slotting the V on the double letter score to give yourself some points, but that U being held in reserve is really tough. So in this case, another viable option here would be to exchange for example, IU, or as it looks like Becky has decided, IUV, leaving herself a really promising rack to be ready for when Austin's scoring starts, because as we know, it never stops.
Yeah, it was a very quick decision from Becky to go for the exchange. I think looking at some of those tiles, she said, you know what? Why give a strong player like Austin some letters to play through? I'd rather balance my rack, let him make the first move and see if I can pounce on that. So definitely a very decisive play. And I think though there might have been some options for her to play, just like as you suggested, Virile seems like a strong potential opening. She went for a little bit more conservatism around presenting letters for Austin to use, which might have been, in this case, the right call.
Yeah, as it turns out, Austin had a somewhat similar rack situation there where he had promising tiles and some others that just didn't quite work as well. You can see that Austin here is deciding, despite Becky's exchange, to open with a short word, Deb, for 12 points, but leaving a really powerful ENST leave to try to get the first bingo on his rack.
Yeah, and had he Becky play like Virile, putting an I down, for example, Austin would have been able to play a word like Bendiest, and he would have been out in front just to start the game off. So looks like Becky's prudence has paid off for her. So good choice there. And now she's going to look to reply to this Deb play. She's got some low point letters. What does she do, and how does she approach this turn?
Well, her exchange worked out for her. She does actually have a choice of bingos here. She has a relatively common word in, normal everyday life parlance of rebuild through the B, but she also has an adjectival word delier that can play in a couple of spots on this board. We'll see if Becky comes up with that play, because then at that point, with what she decides to do, she can try to play more defensively, or she can throw the board open with rebuild.
It looks like she's playing 6 tiles with LIEDER.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, because especially with the double L's there, double L's are not super conducive to great racks much of the time. So it can be kind of tough to kind of short circuit that train of thought sometimes, where you draw a double L. I had an L, I drew another one. This isn't fair. I just have to get rid of it because these are terrible. But every once in a while, sometimes it will actually work out. So unfortunately, it looks like Becky has decided to blow up her rack and kind of start over.
Yeah, that might be a case partly of just looking at the rack and making the assumption a little too soon that there's nothing there, or that light bulb moment of, oh, I think I might have a bingo here, didn't happen, and therefore she didn't spend the time to fully look at that. But nevertheless, she was able to pick up a few points here, and hopefully she'll be able to stay active here. And, well, she put down 6 tiles and pulled a blank out, so she'll still be in a strong position in the next couple of turns. But it's back to Austin now, who has added to his early nice leave of Nest Fix, F-I-X. So this seems like a scoring rack. What would you do here?
Yeah, this one's interesting. I would probably look to play off the F and the X once I convinced myself laughingly that Netflix is not valid as a double-double. Looks like Austin here is cruising along. I don't even have a chance to think about what he's doing before he's made his decisions. But I would certainly myself be looking to try to get rid of those letters again. The FIX, which he drew and has now played, looking for possibilities again into that ENST leave.
Yeah, another option for Austin there was to play Fix, forming XED and IDE. Would have scored a couple more points, but it would have just had a different board shape. So it's possible that he didn't want to give, the overlap response on top there, but it's going to maybe give an opportunity for Becky to play an overlap on the left side of Flicks and see if she can clean up her heavy consonants.
Yeah, I imagine that the overlap potential there was a major part of Austin's calculus there. That XED spot takes an A in front, takes an E in front, and it's just likely going to inflate the score of Becky's next play. So Flicks here is much more defensive. You could conceivably have some high-scoring plays coming down to the F or a bingo hooking onto the F, but this board is already starting to look a little bit congested. So I think Austin is looking to kind of control the shape of the board, knowing Austin and knowing his word knowledge. I imagine there may also have been a consideration on his fix versus flicks play to really target that ED on the center of the board. There's a great line for nines here, and I know Austin knows quite a few of them.
That's a great point about the 9-letter lane. In the last turn, he also had the option of holding back the X and just scoring with the F on the triple forming if and coming across with a play like fist. So there was definitely some choices to consider there, but Austin going with the more conventional, let's keep the leave risk clean as possible and go for the bingo, and he's going to have an answer with a bingo no matter what Becky does on this turn. So what should she really look to unload here?
Yeah, she's got some awkward letters here. I would be looking to get rid of at least one of either the K or the G and try to score some points. She has the option of core, K-O-R, alongside of flicks, which would have maximized her score quite a bit more. The G is not a great bingo tile. The K can be a little bit tough without vowels, but we'll have to see what she draws after she sheds the G with got.
Yeah, as it turns out, if she had played core, that would have possibly been met with a response of something like Nestler overlapping forming ski and Lux and her. So got being another candidate play seems to work out a little bit better for her in terms of how hard Austin will be able to respond. But he does have a number of bonuses to choose from. Where do you think he's going to play his bingo?
That's a good question. And I don't know if we're going to get a quick answer here. I imagine Austin is looking through that ED again for the possibility of some really high-scoring nines to the triple word score. Otherwise, he's likely going to be looking to see what kind of underlaps he can make. The D-E-B, E-D-E-R, those are reasonable lines for underlaps there on that row beneath them, but it does kind of force some very particular letter choices. That E or the R, can only take the E after it. So that kind of forces the shape of Austin's play into, as you can see, as he has put on his rack here, sternal. He can fit S-T-E, but he can't put any other vowels there. So the other options in his rack right now are kind of restricted by that if he's looking to maximize his score, as leader does not take the S.
Yeah, given that none of the there are no available nines to play through the ED, and that means that he'd be looking to score some points, but also not create as many floaters for Becky as he can. And so in this case, there will be a few letters out there, and with her strong tiles, will she be able to respond now with a bingo of her own?
Yeah, Austin there did maximize his score with the highest scoring bingo. And I see one comment in the chat that's a good discussion point here. Would it have been worth it to sacrifice 3 points there to play Stern Lee instead of Sternal? You would then be putting the blank on the triple letter score, but you're restricting some floaters for Becky, especially that vowel. With her last play of got, maybe you can start to wonder, does she have a bit of a consonant heavy rack? Is it a bad idea to float this vowel, this A for her? Looks like Austin has decided that, he'd rather score, and he has plenty of faith in himself to be able to respond to any play and score himself continuing.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's interesting in this scenario, Austin being a very strong player, perhaps he would like a board that is a little bit more open, because he feels that on average over the course of the game, if the board is open, his strong word knowledge will come to his aid and be able to keep him scoring, as he's with the scoring never stops. So that might be also a factor, that having the board a little open is not actually a bad thing when you have a bit of a disparity in terms of your opponent may not be at the same exact vocab tier as you are. So that's something that might be going through his mind. But nevertheless, Becky comes up with rankles and has now brought the game back to almost even keel.
Yeah, and again, we're continuing to see some defensive choices made by Becky. She did have options playing down column D, hooking an E in front of the F in flicks. She had Crankle or Prankle as options that scored a few more points. But with this Rankles play now, there's really, you have to be very, very particular in how you use any of these floaters if you're going to try to get an 8 on the board.
Yeah, and we'll get to wonder if at some point we'll see a disconnected 9-letter word. Those are just for fun. But it's back to Austin now, who has drawn into poopage, which is not a valid word. But there are some short plays that he could make that would clean up his rack a little bit and would get him some points. Where does he go from here?
And so let's see here. He's shifting his tiles around here. Double P, double O. I'm still getting myself situated here.
Yeah, one of the options the engine is proposing is to play Gapo, G-A-P-O, forming Gox. That's a scoring play, but a lot of his plays kind of score in this mid 20 to 30 range, and there's variances on just how strong a lead you can keep, but few of them really score well and keep very strong leaves. They're mostly options that require sacrificing several points in order to keep your most optimal lead. For example, if you say his most optimal lead is AGE, then a play like OPPO is available, but you'd have to score 20 points instead of a little bit on the higher 20s. So this is going to be a turn for Austin to really think, where his strategic experience is really going to come in handy, kind of feeling out what's an acceptable mid-ground.
Yeah, he's got some pretty comparable choices here, and part of it is going to kind of come down to just how defensive does he want to continue to be. We've got a basically evenly scored game. We've got a relatively tight board. So if he plays something like Gapo, as you suggested, as an option here, that really closes off options to reopen towards the left and upper parts of the board, except for that F. But other options there too are still relatively defensive. At one point, he had Peppo lined up on his rack, which would score a little bit more and take a pretty esoteric M front hook in front of Pox. But what he really is considering here, I would assume, is does he want to leave hooks? Where does he want to leave hooks? If he plays short with Gap versus Gapo, as an example, he would leave more vowels on his rack, but the hook line would be a little bit less dangerous. Then again, other letters are available to Becky as options.
Yeah, this is definitely a strong play from Austin. He's aware that, okay, I've opened a spot where an S could come down, but both players had come off their bingos with completely fresh racks, so they haven't had a chance to improve their rack. So if you're going to open up a triple word line, this is kind of the most optimal time to do it, when you know that your opponent hasn't been able to hold on to any particular letters. So this seems like a very good choice from Austin, although his post Gapo pickup has only made his challenges harder, and Becky, meanwhile, is able to score big with this Z play.
Yeah, it looks like Gapo was most likely Austin's strongest option on that last turn. EOP is, it's a vowel-heavy leave, but the P is a letter that can occasionally absorb some of those vowels a bit better than some others. Unfortunately for Austin, it looks like he had a couple of additional vowels and a V come to join the party on his rack. I want to call out that Becky did, again, save some time here with a very strong score, but also left herself about the best leave she could. And I wonder now if it will become relevant in this game, as we're still pretty close in score. Does somebody eventually utilize the front hook to whiz?
That could be a factor. Another fun front hook on this board is Gapo becoming eGapo, but it's less likely to be utilized, although it might be a clever way to unload a couple tiles if a player like Rigid or something comes down later. But right now, it's Austin dealing with vowel problems. He's got the U and the V. We remember the first turn of the game, Becky had a U and a V and an I, and she quickly unloaded those. So now Austin mid-game has a harder decision here. Does he play through these letters? And if he does, which option does he go with? Most of these plays are, again, similar to last turn, going to score in the mid-20s and maybe not even leave him with a really strong leave anyway.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest types of racks you can have in a Scrabble game, where you have the ability to score somewhat reasonably. You can score mid-20s, roughly 20 to 25, but none of the options that let you do so really leave you set up well for your next turn. It's really tough to score that much while shedding the V. It's also really tough to shed enough vowels to make it feel like your play is worthwhile. But at the same time, it's tough to turn down points in this game.
Yeah, one of the candidate plays is Oop overlapping Gapo, forming Ot, Op, and Po, Po. But it does open another risky lane to the triple worst score, and he's not holding anything useful. But exchanges are becoming increasingly unlikely because both blanks are on the board already. So there's not as much incentive to go deep into the bag. So this is definitely going to be a tricky one for Austin, and he's taking his time to try to think if there's some other way that he can kind of manage this situation. But this is kind of an example of one of those turns where there's really no good answer. There's only the best option out of some bad ones. So I'm very interested to see how what Austin ultimately selects. We know that he has a lot of experience, so he will probably choose something that will at least give him a shot to clean this up over the next turn or two.
Yeah, you can see Austin keeps kind of vacillating here between Oop and Poo as his option plays here alongside, and he has to make the decision here. What risk does he want to take here? If he plays Poo, it scores a little bit less, but it only really takes one letter in front, which would be the S, which of course a player is going to hold on to in the hopes of getting an opening just like that. Here with Oop, he's getting rid of the same letters for a bit more points, but suddenly there are a lot more letters that can go in front of Oat. So what may not have been quite as dangerous on the rack could be amplified here if Becky has something like an M, for example, that can go there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, very quickly, we finally see that S hook that you were mentioning earlier come down with Unreals, which is a nice spot by Becky here. There were other options that she could consider, a few plays that are less common, that score better, some that keep better leave. But she's chosen to take a few points while also opening up the board more. So if that might work in Austin's favor a little bit, given that he needs a little bit of room to navigate through some of these bad racks.
Yeah, I mean, Unreal scores really, really well. So I'm not surprised that Becky decided to cash in the hook there, knowing that, she doesn't have the greatest of leaves otherwise. But like you said, there were some kind of more Scrabbly words available there. One in particular, Senryu, hooking Gapo, would have scored an extra few points here. Still opening the board a little bit, but not quite to the extent of throwing all those 1-point floaters out. But now the question will become, how quickly can Austin get his rack into shape to try to utilize some of those?
Yeah, for Austin, some of the candidate plays really do involve blowing up the rack, unloading tiles, and getting just beyond this point. And perhaps after you go through a couple of turns where we've had the frustration of lousy letters, that becomes more appealing to just get through it, not worry so much about keeping strong letters, but just simply get rid of letters as much as you can, and also stay close. The score, fortunately for Austin, is a close game, so he can just take some points and basically have a fresh start. So Avour, Avoure, is an available option. It plays in a couple of spots. Forming one option is to play forming EF in the top left quadrant. Another option is to play in the top right quadrant, where the V would land on the triple letter score and the whole word would be doubled. So if he is looking at Avour, which he's lined up on his rack, then it's also a choice of not just the word, but where to play it.
Yeah, and in this situation, Avour coming down column D scores 8 fewer points, but that I versus IU leave is most likely worth a fair bit more than 8 points here on this board. So I'm not surprised at all that Austin is selecting to sacrifice a few points to give himself the best flexibility for his next turn. With his previous, or with that rack, with that option of Avour through the U and Unreals, he's setting up openings that can hook on either the top or the bottom of A, but he's not setting himself up to take advantage of them very effectively with that IU leave.
That's right. And if this was a little later in the game and the same choice was made, then maybe the factor of, if I hang on to a U, I might draw the Q, might come into effect. But it's given that there's still a lot of tiles in the bag, that's not really an important factor. So it's back to Becky to now see if she can score with some of her big, heavy letters that she's drawn here. Words like wife and wifey and wifed come to mind when you just look at her rack. But what does the board offer her now?
Yeah, she drew one of those key hooks to oat that we were talking about earlier, the D. This allows her to play wifed, getting rid of some pretty heavy firepower letters, the F and the W, doubling the score of the D on offer as well. So this is giving her 49 points here for some relatively not ideal letters. If you can ever turn FWD into 50 points, you take that opportunity.
Yeah, that was definitely an astute play by Becky. She took advantage. She scored some points, but it looks like Austin's approach of cleaning up the rack is going to work in his favor, as he has now drawn into a bingo rack if he can locate one of his playable bingos.
Yeah, it looks like he's already lined up shingled on his rack through the E and Unreals. I imagine he's probably giving a bit of consideration to its anagram as well, hind legs. He also had the option of holdings through the O and Avour. And I think here Austin is just really kind of trying to take advantage of some positional advantages here. With shingled, he's able to take a small lead that, 20 points can be overcome in Scrabble pretty quickly. But if Becky doesn't have an excellent answer right now, then Austin has just established himself with a tempo advantage on a board that can become pretty complicated pretty quickly.
Yeah, great job by Austin. And for those of you in the chat, you can work on what was the anagram of shingled. Somebody's already found it and revealed that. But if you don't take a look, you can try to think for yourself. There's an anagram for shingled. What is it? It's a little tricky to locate. And there was also a bingo through the O of holdings. So, but they all scored the same. So shingled looks like a very good one in terms of what positioning it puts that I in, so that it's kind of slotted below the triple word score. So making that spot a little less dangerous. Now he takes a slim but important lead at this halfway point of the game.
And you can see Becky here has drawn the J, and she's going to be looking to maximize her score with that as best she can. So she'll be looking at hotspots on the board like the A and Avour or that U and Unreals. Can she play through them find a way to get the J both letters, or to really use that triple letter double word combination to her advantage.
Yeah, she's considering playing Jeune in the top right corner, and that looks like a pretty promising option, given how much it scores. Doesn't really create anything for Austin to use, so I'll expect her to put that down in a moment.
Yeah, it's. I saw some comments in the chat talking about the possibility of utilizing her Y on the FY hotspot next to wifed. But with Joan, she scores 56 points, is it? 56 points, and she still has that TY combination. So she actually has a lot of synergy over there. So if Austin doesn't hit, like, for example, a 7-letter word in that location, she can close it down for plenty of points here too.
And that's going to be a big factor now. The bottom half, especially the bottom right quadrant, is still really open. So that will present, some opportunity for Austin later to be able to cut into the lead. But right now he's working with some rough tiles again. How can he approach this? Is it about prioritizing the leave at this point, or is he going to be looking more around score?
Yeah, this is starting to resemble that kind of classic standoff in Scrabble where there is one case letter that could most likely swing the outcome of the game. And in this case, there is one S unseen to both players. And as you can see, neither one of them has drawn it. And that Gappo hook on the triple line down at the bottom left of the board is really going to start looking like a bit of a danger spot for both players. Right now, Becky might be thinking to herself, I have a lead, but if that S comes down, I'm in trouble. And then with Austin too, he might be starting to think to himself, I'm down 37 points. I need to get that S. So that could change some of his his decision making here, where he'll look to prioritize maybe losing more letters to try to draw. So like in the case of this rack, he has options like Uva hooking the A underneath the J that was just played by Becky, that would leave potentially his best bingo-like tiles here, his best leave, but it doesn't have as many opportunities to draw the S that he could use compared to something like Vacua, which I think he's looking at now through the A and Avor.
Yeah, this is really difficult, and especially when you look at the unseen pool and you think, well, there's only one S. There is a Q sitting there, which, combined with the U, maybe could be helpful if you can get a Q and a U together. But otherwise, what are you going for? There's only one last E remaining unseen to him. So this is something of great significance in terms of the number of possible available bingos, even when you balance your rack. So the lanes that he's going to be looking at are challenging. The lane in the left-hand side, where the W is unwifed, well, you're going to need an E or an O to play alongside that. So that's going to be a very tricky one to be able to utilize until you have that E sitting on your rack. So I think this is a strong play by Austin. He's got his leave balanced again. He's going to have to hope for a really strong draw here, or perhaps open a lane in the bottom right quadrant and see what he can do there.
Yeah, that looks like that comment you made about having the U for the Q was pretty prescient, because it's now found its way out of the bag onto Austin's rack. It looks like, as has been mentioned in the chat, one of the strongest options available to Austin on that last turn was actually a 6, a Tavik through the A and Avor. It's kind of sacrificing a bunch of the letters that he would most likely want to bingo with. But if you look at the tile pool there at the top left of your screen, there's still a lot of T's unseen. So actually playing the T there, getting a few more points, may have been a little bit more advantageous to his bingo chances. And as it turns out, would have not only retained the U in this instance where he drew the Q, but it would have set up a pretty difficult to immediately block without sacrificing points kind of escape hatch for the Q, because that I would have been sitting right beneath the triple letter score and between the V and the C.
Yeah, and now at this point, there's a lot of difficulty for Austin. His path to success is going to be difficult to map out because although he's not that far behind, he's quickly running out of scoring tiles. He has the Q, but right now it's kind of hampering his rack. He's considering playing QUAI through Avour, and that might be one way to unload the Q. But it also means limited scoring, and the left-hand quadrant would essentially be almost nullified as an opportunity to create a bingo lane. So these are difficult decisions. He's also considering the option of a quit or a quite, and I think that could be better in terms of bringing the score into a closer connection, so that he wouldn't have as far to go, and then it becomes sort of a battle for fist fight till the end.
Yeah, that floating U in Avour is actually really nicely situated to bail Austin out of this Q draw. Personally speaking, I think I would have put a bit of thought here into maybe retaining that E. Leaving 2 vowels is generally not preferable to leaving 1 vowel on your rack, but that was the last E to be played in this game. So depending on what Becky comes back with on a score here, he may actually end up needing that E to have some additional flexibility and firepower if he needs to try to chase a bingo towards the end.
That's an interesting point, and in this case, he is drawn closer. He's down 14. It's now Becky's turn without the E. How much is she able to score to kind of maintain her cushion? That's going to be a big question. And this could just be a matter of what happens with the remaining firepower as they exchange a few moves. Scoring is definitely not stopping, but it is challenging on this board.
Yeah, and I imagine Becky has probably had the thought process until this last play by Austin of kind of valuing that U as a defense against drawing the Q herself. And now that it's been played, that U is not going to be her friend. As it turns out, the placement of a quit or a quite, depending on how you'd like to pronounce it, does actually open a really nice option for Becky here if she's able to generate it.
Yeah, it's a 6-letter word starting with Y. A number of people in the chat have pointed it out as well. Reaching the triple word score. So that would definitely be strong. A Y lane in the top left corner, especially without any E's in the bag or anything, is very unlikely to provide create any threats in the opposite direction. So I think if she can find that, that would give her perhaps the cushion she needs to stay one step ahead of Austin for the remainder of the game. But it is a pretty close game, and even without that play, she may be able to use the Y in a couple of other ways. And she's looking at now playing Gata, which is really interesting and a little unconventional. She's keeping that Y, but she's also essentially taking out the bottom row and saying, hey, if he was hoping for an S to be able to use that spot on Gapos and make that part of his comeback, that's not happening. So she's shutting that down. She says something she's just got to do.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play that I don't know that anyone in the chat, I certainly didn't generate it. Like you said, that's really just shutting down that threat there, which prior to her playing that, I was all ready to start talking about how that S that has now made its way onto Austin's rack may not actually be needed for a bingo per se, based on the score in the score differential right now. An SH word, an SCH, even a 6-letter word that gets the right tiles on the right squares could score enough. But now the value of that S has been impacted here. And now Austin is going to have to figure out how to address this board and how to overcome this 30-point deficit while, at least for right now, not having any clear bingo opportunities available.
Well, given that Becky didn't play Yatia on top left corner, now Austin does have some plays of his own in that section. So that could be, enough to give Austin a bit of a margin. And this is going punch for punch. It's almost like we're in penalty kicks because we're coming closer to the end of the game. and it's really going to be about which strikes will be potted into the back of the net with each of these plays. And I'm expecting we're going to have a very close final result, regardless of who comes out on top.
Yeah, Matthew O'Connor made a really interesting point in the chat talking about the score differential maybe not being large enough for Becky to have been so concerned about that S hook on the bottom row. She did leave a fair bit of points on the board here by not playing Yaoxia, and as it turns out, leaving that space open for Austin to potentially take advantage of himself. He has a couple of high-scoring opportunities there, and it looks as though, based on where he's putting his tiles, he's seen his highest scoring option.
Yeah, it sounds like Becky might have had a bit of a case of scaranoia. That's Scrabble paranoia. And I don't know that it was absolutely necessary to block the S spot that was there, but I got to give her credit for finding a creative way to do that. I mean, not everybody would even notice that Gotha was there. So, yeah, had we been looking at a bingo rack for Austin with the S sitting on it, and him about poised to play a bingo, we might have thought differently and felt, oh yeah, it's got to be stopped. So really a creative play by Becky. Although for Austin, he's able to score big with Ischia over here, and now it's going to be a very interesting thing about what does he draw and how does he play his last couple of racks, and will he be able to now withstand Becky's push?
Yeah, I just want to give some kudos here to Austin for coming up with a not super easy to find word there, Ischia. It's just not quite the normal arrangement of letters that your brain wants to put those letters in. And he found it under some increasing time pressure here. So he's now able to, having done so, he's taken the lead. He has left one tile in the bag, which is about the perfect opportunity because now he's minimized Becky's ability to create any mischief by fishing, creating lines, creating hooks. So we're basically coming down to where like Becky's options are now very linear in some ways. She doesn't have the ability to do more creative type of setup plays. She needs to find points enough to overcome. And then also from her perspective, looking in that pool, she has to consider whatever she plays here, can she go out first? Because that may be the difference in this game.
Yeah, and in that point, she does have a bit of an advantage as she completes her tile tracking and realizes what the 8 tiles are in the pool. She may realize that there's only a certain path through which Austin could potentially go out in 2, and that's if a nice, long play like Obama were made available, the anagram of Obama, which is also plural. So that without that, Austin may have to kind of struggle with multiple plays in order to try to go out. She might be able to get out before he does. So this is going to be really interesting. But for her to play tiles without opening spots for big score for Austin is a big factor as well. As it is, Ischia is a bone of the pelvis, or it's plural of the bone of the pelvis, and it has thrust him into a lead.
Yeah, one of the new considerations from Becky's perspective here as she deliberates with one tile unseen is with the letters that are out there, there's 3 A's, 2 O's, the B and the M. This has become a situation where on a board that's pretty constricted like this one of the factors she needs to think about is what can she do to limit Austin's ability to score with the B or the M. And you can see she's set MY aside on her rack. She could be looking at that in a couple of locations to try to maximize her score while also taking away hotspots for Austin to score with a B, an M, multiple vowels.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Becky's taken a little more time here. But now she's put down NYM, which is a high-scoring play, one of her strongest options for sure. And again, now she takes a bit of a lead, throws it back to Austin, see what he can come up with. How is he going to navigate the fact that he's got a AAA rack? We've had some tournaments where 3As can even form bingos and stuff like that, but that's not happening on this board and not with these letters. So how does he exactly address what he needs to do to overcome this 15-point deficit and to kind of put himself in a good position for the next couple of turns?
Yeah, there was a bit of a hidden trap there with a play like Nim, is that with the letters unseen to Becky, unfortunately with Nim, there are still plays that play above them, which Austin may have already been looking at. If you were watching how he arranged the letters on his rack, at one point he was looking at Oba, he was looking at Oma. Now there are plays that he has set aside here, like Ama, and both of those other threes, they still play, or at least Oma does. They play where he was already looking for more points. And it looks as though that boost there is probably going to be just enough to take him over the finish line if he plays a good endgame.
Right, but he is very short on time, and that's going to be a factor too. Got to make some quick decisions, and he has to make sure that he doesn't lose those 10 points by crossing the next 45 seconds, but he's making a decision now, and that's going to probably give him the margin that he needs. Throws back to Becky. What can she do to kind of maybe try to fluster Austin with the last turn or two?
Yeah, at this point, with those vowels left on Austin's rack, he's still going to have to use the last 42 seconds on his clock very effectively just to make sure that he's not overlooking anything here. It looks as though Becky can get close, but not quite there with optimal play. But with the clock in play here on Austin's side, you can't always assume that optimal play can happen. He does have the advantage here in one regard, that Becky actually has a decent amount of time on her clock. And now in this complicated endgame, she has to use her own time to try to come up with her winning plays, which is all time that Austin can use without losing the last seconds on his clock.
Yeah, the options for Becky are at this point mostly related to being able to set up a threat. And this is going to take some creativity. She does have a few minutes, so it also depends on whether she's thinking optimistically that there is a path to victory. You can see her shaking her head, so it seems like maybe she's getting a bit discouraged or feeling like, okay, Austin's made his decision. He's got 42 seconds. He probably has already figured out what he needs to do. So all of that can go through your mind, but this is important for Becky to keep thinking and be able to put something down. One of the options, for example, is to play LOU off of Sternal for just 3 points, but then, creating a threat of an outplay there that Austin might need to deal with.
Yeah, what's interesting there is that any play that Austin makes there would basically use the O to hook onto OU, which still allows an R to be played after it. So this endgame, which is pretty counterintuitive here to utilize both of those vowels, but with the 4 in Collins, RITT available, it does give Becky a chance here to minimize the spread loss after this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I can't quite keep up with him right now, but Matthew O'Connor in the chat is kind of running through some permutations here of, hypothetical, entirely reasonable plays that Becky could make that by the engine's assessment might not be optimal, but they do things and they change the board in ways that Austin has to be able to adapt to on the fly. So she could make plays that suddenly take away what he's been thinking about. And if he doesn't have backup plans upon backup plans figured out in advance, which I know he's looking to do, he's taking notes now to be able to do so. What could be a key factor here is how quickly can Austin adapt on the fly? Having played him a number of times myself, I know he's very capable of doing so. It's just how surprising can any individual play end up being?
Yeah, and she can't put a T out into space that gives him taboo. So she has to think creatively to come up with something. She is going to play Curat, which is, a good play in terms of what it does scoring-wise, but probably won't do enough in terms of creating problems for Austin. So this is an interesting choice. But we'll see how Austin responds. He's now back on his clock, so he's got to make up his mind fairly quickly.
Yeah, this is, he's got a few winning options here according to the engine, but like you said, he's got to find it quickly. I see some conversation in the chat of people's strategies in situations like this where they will identify candidate plays, they'll write them down on their score sheets, they'll write the scores down, and do all of that in advance as much as possible in order to not have to think about numbers. They don't have to do math. They don't have to make any addition. They're just ready with the play.
Well, with that, it looks like Becky will come up just short if she's able to find one of her high-scoring outplays. She'll lose this game by a slim margin. So that's a tough one for Becky. Sometimes these things come down to just the numbers, number crunching at the very end of the game. She's got a couple outplays through the R, external as well as the L, but the R ones are the ones that score more. And if she chooses not to go out and score more points, then Austin, of course, will be able to go again and go out with his own plays. So unfortunately for Becky, she came up short just by a slimmest of margins.
Yeah, there's a couple of outplays available for Austin here. He's got his tiles upside down, so he doesn't even have to waste time on the on turning the board here. One kind of hypothetical bit of strategic consideration here, which I don't think comes into play here with Austin having almost 10 seconds left on his clock, but if he were a little bit lower on time, you start to wonder on certain types of pathways forward where you have an outplay that you know loses by just a touch. Maybe you don't go out and see if your opponent is ready to go out before their clock goes over time, where that 10-point penalty can be impactful and swing the course of the game. I'm really curious if anyone in the chat has any thoughts here on, is that considered ethical? Is that unethical? It's part of the strategic aspects of the game. And you see here, Becky is not going out.
Yeah, and as it turned out, 9 seconds was plenty for Austin to put down his tiles. He knew he just had to go out and that would be enough to win this game. But what a fantastic game we had here.
I'm excited to hear their conversation.
Yeah, 410, 417. Yeah, good job.
Thanks. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, kind of thought I had the game, but that Ishia play, that was pretty awesome. And then
Yeah,
AMA, that took my spot there that I was going to use, so.
Yeah, I had to port or something. Yeah.
Sealed the deal. I was going to play, I don't know, I forgot.
I think it's ORT, right? I think it just...
Yeah, ORT. I was going to play ORT, which would have worked out better for me. But that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I did the best I could.
Yeah.
I was trying to block your S here.
Yeah, I just picked it up as well, but I didn't have anything that fits down there.
Oh, I mean, just didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know. I thought you might have been developing a real good play with it.
Yeah,
so.
just to try and threaten something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess Curat was probably a mistake, but I couldn't figure out what else to do.
Oh, have a look. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I had that, and yeah, that was the scenario.
Oh, so you're 15 behind, is that right? 13 behind?
Yeah, so, yeah, at that point it was 13 behind.
Wow. There's no way to score anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to keep this because in case you open up the eye for blue eye or the taboo, So like you can't just like
Yeah,
play
yeah.
openly here.
Yeah, I was definitely worried about taboo.
Yeah.
Well, nice job.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Go back the way it was.
Okay, well, it
Saying-
looks like
Oh, it's 4:10, 4:17.
we've
Yep.
wrapped it up. Great game.
Yeah.
Fantastic, close finish. Tough loss for Becky there, who played very strongly through the game. But Austin's experience seemed to be able to pay out to really well, especially with that great find of Ishia late in the game. Really, not an easy word. It's a 6-letter plural, and then to be able to play that and then play the end game just correctly, to do that under low time. And he didn't need any extra time. The football game might go to extra time, but he didn't need it.
Yeah, for sure. I was really impressed with Becky, the way that she played. Again, especially having a bit of a tough tournament to start so far. I don't think she's in her head about it. She played a strong game. She tried to play to her strengths. She took advantage of the opportunities that she had when they were available. And you talked about what was your term for the Scrabble paranoia? The
Scaranoia.
Scaranoia. There might have been a bit of that on that play of Gata, but it's an entirely reasonable thing. It's an entirely reasonable choice to make. Whether it was the right choice or not, in this case, it didn't work out. But for all she knew, maybe Austin did have a bingo there. So I can't fault her for that play. And even though in the end it worked out in Austin's favor by a few points, I can't fault her in any way. I might have made the same decision myself.
Yeah, and it was a creative way to actually block the spot too. So that's something of some credit. And there were other highlights in this game. The nice play of Unreals by Becky to hook Wiz with Swizz. It was cool. She also had the big J play with Jean. But Austin also, he bingo with Shingled, and he hit a quite. And he had a very tactical game. He was working through some racks where, he wasn't able to score a lot of points, and he had to just kind of stick with the process. And eventually he was able to make the decision to play a 6-letter play of Avour, clean up the rack, and he was rewarded for it after that. And these are the things that make great players what they are. It's not how they play when they have good tiles. It's how they play when they have the tiles that the rest of us would complain about and say, hey, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where, this is kind of the butterfly effect game that can come up in Scrabble so often, where minor choices, what feel like minor hairs to split when you're deliberating on your choices here, can actually have a big impact on the rest of the game. If Becky had, in this case, not played Gata, if she had played Yaucha instead, what would Austin have found? What would he have had to do? He would have been down more points. So what kind of openings would he have been forced to make there? What would he have drawn there? It's an entirely different game and an entirely different kind of assessment of it just from one play. And what's crazy about this game that we just watched is there were plenty of plays like that. There were several. Fix versus Flicks, Got versus Cog, or using the K instead of the G, Gapo versus Peppo. Everything could have branched off into completely different games. And this is the one that we ended up seeing. It was really
even with the bingo racks, to your point, they weren't racks where there was only one possible bingo. They were all choices to be made. So no easy decisions, no automatic plays in this entire game the whole way through. So, two players with the same letters take a different direction, so credit to Austin for making the choices he made. They paid off. And credit to Becky. She could have just as easily won this game. This game was a really close one. And that's what we love to see on the channel, when we never know what the final outcome is going to be until the final turn. So that was a really good one. I also loved how the players kind of took time on those turns, and then you could kind of see their thought process. They were putting some of their letters together on their rack, and they often didn't just go with their first instinct. They had to go to their second or third choice, and ultimately they played a pretty solid game, and we ended up not seeing the bottom right quadrant of that board being utilized, which was really fascinating in and of itself, because after that crafty block by Becky, it seemed like, hey, is this bottom portion going to be used? But with a dearth of ease, it became a game not about bingoing, but of scoring in the tight corners. So let's get ready for our next game. Can you tell us a little bit about who we've got lined up and what to expect from them, Rob?
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a couple of heavyweights here on the stream in this next round. We're going to have another game with Wellington coming up against Thomas Reinke. So we've been told by our producers that at least one of them is approaching the board. So looking at the standings here, you can see Charles has now opened up a 2-game lead on the rest of the field after 12 rounds. You can see Austin here is still in that kind of peloton chasing him, and Wellington is just a couple of spaces above him as well. Josh Castellano, Kevin Fraley. There's a lot of good players and a lot of good Scrabble still to come here.
Yeah, and with Thomas kind of chomping at the bit to kind of get right back into the top of the standings with the rest of that crop, there's a lot of momentum kind of riding on this game, and this could be a game that allows Wellington to kind of start getting closer to the number one spot, or it could be a game where it kind of propels Thomas back into that contention for one of the main spots. And there's still lots of Scrabble to be played, but I think this is going to be a really excellent match. We're also going to have more Wellington after that, so it's going to be pretty exciting. And we've got for our last game of the day another treat lined up for everybody, which is going to be Wellington versus Wapnick, world champ versus world champ. So you're gonna have to stick around here. We're in the 80th minute of this World Cup final, but we're going to bring you our own mini worlds here in the round following this one. So lots coming. So let's take a look at the head-to-head matchup here. Thomas versus Wellington.
Yeah, it looks like they have not had the opportunity to play each other super frequently. Their most recent was at an Albany tournament last year over the 4th of July. That looks like Wellington kind of had the luck of the draw to have a pretty big win here against Thomas. But as we know from seeing Thomas and Charles on streams here and previously, they're both excellent, very capable players. You can see here that Thomas does have quite strong stats over the course of his career. 60% winning percentage, high score, decent defensive average here, actually stronger defensive average than many players you frequently see, especially when you start considering Collins scoring.
Yeah, it's always tough to beat a player like the Wellington's caliber. It does require, getting some good tiles and so on. But I think, Thomas is in that class of players who can give him a very good challenge and be able to have a very credible chance of being able to win this game. So this is going to be a good one. Let's get to the board, take to the pitch and see what's going to happen. Wellington is starting this game, and we're going to get this underway. Good warm-up handshake to show some sportsmanship. We'd love to see that. And it's off to Wellington to draw his tiles.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, maybe you could do like the ceremonial exchange of racks instead of flags or jerseys. Although I imagine our producers might be a little bit upset about those racks getting moved around too much.
I think they're taped down, so fortunately that won't be an issue. But we've got Wellington drawing his tiles. He pulled, a few letters out here that he can use to get some points. He's not hesitating at all. He's going to put his play down so fast. I think we know what it is. FRIG coming down to clean up his rack. Can you explain that play a little bit for the audience, why Wellington did that so instantly?
Yeah, I mean, as you duplicate tiles, you've got 2 I's, 2 R's. That kind of cuts down on just the ways that your tiles can be arranged and the way that you can use them to make words. And your immediate instinct is always going to be to unduplicate those letters, especially those I's, because they're not friends when you have more than one on your rack. So yeah, just you looking at that rack, you just immediately start to generate, get rid of an R, get rid of an I. Oh, hey, frig, this works. Oh, hey, that takes an S. I have an S. Let me set it up here, play it here, play defensively, not to give extra points with that I, and let's just go.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, you might think, okay, hey, wait, if you can just put an S on that and make a 5-letter word, wouldn't you score a lot more points? Yeah, that would be 26 points versus 16. But the S, keeping it, keeps strong bingo tiles, and that has a transformative impact on his rack, increasing the likelihood that he's going to be able to bingo. He has actually drawn an H and a T, so he'll bingo with this rack, but he could also have made an extension of frig to fright, or other versions of that. So that's kind of interesting. But it looks like his initial automatic play of frig there is going to pay off for him. Meanwhile, Thomas has a tough decision. I'm seeing a couple options, but not too much. What do you think he's going to do here?
Yeah, this is another one again. You don't have as many options to generate here because you have so many of the same letters. 3 A's and 2 I's, that's never going to give you a whole lot of options here. You can see that Thomas is considering Naiad, leaving AI just to get out of some of these duplicate letters as best he can. With the Collins Lexicon, he also has the option to play AIA, but it looks like, do we have a bit of a rack? I see Naiad on the board and I see Naiad on the rack.
Need to refresh the rack a little bit there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's coming down with Naiad. He's come down with Naiad, and Wellington hasn't taken too much time to put down his bingo of hitters. So this is going to be a fierce battle now. It depends now, what does Thomas draw instead?
Look at that blank.
A blank. So
we've got fireworks.
Wellington is not going to be able to run away here.
Yeah, this is the type of game we want. This kind of comes back just real quick on revisiting what you were describing on that first play of frig versus frigs. It's like you said, you can score an extra 12 points, is it? Roughly that, by adding the S on that first play. But look at how much more Wellington scored by leaving the S on his rack. He now drew favorably, got a bingo down, scored a bunch of points. And that IR leave without the S looks a lot more challenging than IRS. So this is kind of where a lot of players do end up playing relatively short instead of immediately burning their points or their firepower, in this case, the S, for an extra 10 points or so, just banking on that return on investment being much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this case, the S pluralizing frig made up that same difference. So really, even without that bingo, the ability to just use the S in a plural is so much more valuable than taking an extra 10 points in that first instance. So good standard choice by Wellington there, but he does get that to pay off. And now it's back to Thomas, who has some great letters, but he does not have a playable bingo. So what do you think he's going to be thinking about? What are some options for him to weigh through?
Yeah, in this case, you're going to want to get some points. You don't want to just drop the J for 9 points with JA, of course. And you have some opportunities on this board. You have some options where you can score a decent amount with the J while retaining the blank. And the fact that you're able to retain the blank here makes you really start to think about more aggressive options. Something like Haji from the H allows you to get rid of that J, leave a really favorable NT blank leave, and potentially, as Wellington just did with frig, scoring points for frigs when it was pluralized. Thomas would be in position to potentially pluralize Haji for an extra boost to his next score if he can hit a bingo or draw an S that lets him come down.
Yeah, Haji is the word meaning somebody who's completed the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, and it's would score 32 points. So it's definitely a clear front runner over some of the other plays. A lot of interesting J words do originate in the Middle East and the Arab world, and he's considering another one of those words with jinn, which of course has a lot of variant spellings as well, and he's considering that. It looks like he's lining that up instead. So that's a few point sacrifice, but it is a little bit more defensive. It's not opening that top right triple. Instead, it's going to create a little bit of options for bingoing without an S. So that's a very interesting approach. And it also might have something to do with the fact that he has an A. So, he might be able to use the J if he ends up drawing some direct and needing to unload letters. And he is getting some direct, so that's a little unfortunate. But very interesting choice by Thomas to play Jin instead of Haji. What do you think of that comparison straight up?
Yeah, I think in this case, the difference between the two plays that Thomas elected to focus on was the fact that AT blank is a bit closer to an actual bingo than NT blank. NT blank does require drawing some vowels, whereas AT blank already has that balance. So there are already hooks on the board. Hitters takes a front S in Scrabble, which has already been called out in the chat. So with that in mind, perhaps Thomas, rather than creating S hooks that he can't, having a second S hook is an interesting kind of strategical position where you're looking to really hit one of them as soon as possible. But in the case of the board shape now, if he were to hit a bingo ending in S, then suddenly there are no S hooks readily available for a 7 to end in that S. So rather than really throw the barn doors open and have a race, it looks like Thomas just didn't want to quite have it be that uncontrollable of a board.
Yeah. And although Jin was a bit safer overall, I think, than Haji in terms of what it creates, Wellington was, holding a K for a big K score, and he makes a play that I think was mostly straightforward for him with Filk, because it's keeping MBOE, which has some synergy with each other, and at the same time scoring a boatload of points, 43 points for Filk. So that comes down fairly quickly, and it's back to Thomas to deal with bad tiles.
Yeah, he drew the Q and a couple more A's to go along with his AT blank leave. He's pretty quickly here settled on Cot for 22, shedding that Q and one of the A's to really try to get back to his bingo chances as quickly as he can. Which kind of took away the opportunity for us to have a bit more of a discussion about whether he should consider burning that blank. With the I in hitters there next to a double letter score, he could have scored about 30 more points with a couple of options like Qua or Aqua.
Yeah. Aqua and Quay and Qua, all high-scoring plays, burning the blank. Now, traditionally, you might get told if you go to a Scrabble club, don't waste your blank if you're not getting a bingo. But it's actually really about the net difference between your top play with the blanks and your top play without the blank. And when you actually compare them, you say, hey, wait, I could gain 25, 30 more points by burning my blank. And it's kind of really the same thing as being able to play a bingo. So the impressive thing here is that he made the decision quickly and moved on from there. On the other hand, it was definitely something he could have considered. And now Wellington has actually benefited from the fact that Aqua didn't come down because it didn't ruin his spot for Mbao. So I wonder if that's a play that'll be thought about later, but for sure it was a very interesting choice.
Yeah, we see here that Thomas is taking the walk up to the computer challenge just to confirm the validity of this Witter's hook. It's one of those words that you could pretty easily consider it valid in common parlance, but is it in the Scrabble dictionary? In this case, it is. It's not always the case. There's a bit of an interesting choice there for Wellington as well. He could have scored a few more points by playing N-Woom there, getting an M on the double letter score. I think it was 11 more points, roughly. But that also sets up extensions to the triple, as N-Woom, is a verb.
Yeah, I do think for Wellington, who's a tremendous player, that might be considered a little bit of a miss because of the fact that although Enwoom does come with that slight risk of the extension at the end, Mbao also comes with the risk of maybe a big X play coming back. So I think taking the additional 12 points for Enwoom would have definitely been worthwhile. But nevertheless, he got the 5 points for the challenge as well. So you might say, hey, if this play might have actually worked out better in any case.
Yeah, although in this case with the W hook in front of hitters being what was challenged, that +5 might have come either way. But I imagine part of Wellington's consideration there is also the fact that if you are a strong Scrabble player and you're playing someone who, although a strong player themselves, you might view that you have a bit of an advantage in your, whether it's strategy or your word knowledge or just whatever it is, looking at the ratings here, even with Wellington's rating being as stratospheric as it is, generally speaking, as a stronger player, or if you view yourself to be the stronger player, you tend to try to minimize some of those really easy plays for your opponent to score 40, 50, 60 points simply by dropping an ED in this case. Mbao, as you can see, is still relatively volatile with that triple letter word or triple letter double word setup there. But it's not quite as universally threatening.
Right. And now, after unloading cut, he was able to draw some good tiles, and Thomas is able to play Cyanate. Great find from him. He also had the option of playing Analyte, though Analyte would have plunked to the A right underneath the triple word score, which would have super dangerous and probably would have been answered with a very strong, harsh play as well, perhaps like something like Zany. So good choice by Thomas and good find with Cyanate to bring him right back into the game.
Yeah, you can see here that Wellington has set up his tiles in such a way as to play through that C that Thomas just played with Cyanate. Really nice kind of way to clear some letters out, but I wonder if Wellington is just not quite getting around to looking at the rest of the board here, because there is a lot of scoring available. And of course, as I say that, he proves me completely wrong. I should never have wondered in the first place. Zinke with Za both ways is a massive, massive score.
Yeah, that's going to hurt, because whenever you see your opponent with the Z and know that there's potential for them to score more easily, but to be able to hit you with a 79-point play, that's painful, and it also unloads a lot of other heavy consonants and brings Wellington into a position to maybe even pull more common letters and bingo again. So that is really harsh for Thomas to have to eat that right after bingoing. Meanwhile, had he drawn a little differently, he might have had his own play through that C and the triple line. But unfortunately, he does not have that, and he's going to have to struggle through a vowel heavy rack.
Yeah, we're coming again on that bit of a butterfly effect that I was talking about in our first game of the afternoon session, where if Thomas had elected to burn his blank for Aqua or Quay as was available to him, this entire situation, at least with Zinke, doesn't happen. Mbao most likely comes down, but well, actually it doesn't, because if he had selected Aqua versus Quay, which of course both of them are defensible plays, he would have had to make a decision between the two. But if he had chosen Aqua, that butterfly's wings would have been very impactful right now.
Yeah. The what-if scenarios of some earlier plays will definitely be a factor in this game. But right now, he has to look at how he can unload some of those vowels. He's looking at coop. He's kind of laying that down. He's got a couple options to even add a sixth letter or a fifth tile to play coupé or cooped. Those are something to consider. But now he's pulled the tiles back. He's got to give some other thought. There is the option of playing Evoi, EUOI, hooking on Jin to make Ginny. which would be kind of throwing caution to the wind and saying, hey, let's open up the triple line. Let me find a way to kind of make this board even more volatile and see if I can catch up that way. But I don't expect he'll go quite that far. He is choosing Coop in the end and pressing his time.
Yeah, I really like this play from Thomas's perspective because he's down by a very significant margin and he wants to bingo as soon as possible. But he has to shed some vowels here. And as it turns out, DEI, it's vowel heavy, but it has definite bingo potential depending on what comes out of the bag. But he's also setting up his D here. Cood is a word that he can hook his D onto and then come across the triple letter or the triple word score so that even if he doesn't hit his bingo immediately, he has the ability to potentially get a 40-point play and try to start chipping away at this deficit.
Yeah, it very much is about chipping away. He's, in quite a deficit right now. It's over 100 points, and Wellington's on turn to score more. So, there's the ability to kind of keep within range, then also at the same time get work toward hitting a bingo before Wellington does. And that will be challenging. But right now, Wellington doesn't have a bingo on his rack, and he'll have quite a few number of choices to pick from. The C line in the triple word line in the left side, where cyanate is, certainly presents him with some options. What kind of options does he have, Rob?
Yeah, he has the ability to get through a bunch of these vowels and maximize the value of his P here. He has a few options here, copulae or copular or even copular, leaving either an R or an E on his rack seem like really strong options, and they take away kind of the worst disaster scenarios of Thomas coming down through that C with a triple. He also has some really interesting plays as well he could fit, depending on whether he's feeling a little risk friendly or risk averse. There's a really, really nice play here, hooking between multiple words on this board for almost, or actually it is the same score.
Yeah, it looks like Wellington is considering cupola right now, and that scores 33 points. Some of those alternatives, as you mentioned, are also in the same territory, around 33 points. So he's comparing and kind of looking to say, well, what does he actually want to hold on to? But it doesn't seem like there's really that much doubt that he'll play there. As far as what else is possible, I think it's really interesting that he could consider a play like Roop. If he considers that Coop might be a setup, he could play ROUP forming Cooper and also keep a nice lead that way. It'd be a very minor point sacrifice because it's also a big score, but it creates a different sort of shape to the board. At this point, with a lead over 100 points, do you focus more on shutting down a triple lane, or do you focus more on creating the most optimal lead for yourself? What do you think, Rob?
I think in a position like this, my instinct is generally to keep trying to put some scoring pressure on. You don't want to be incognizant of the really heavy risks of a triple coming down for 100+ points. But if you can keep scoring 30 points or so each turn, even while eliminating some of those threats of like the triple in this case, you're generally willing to accept, a 10 or a 20 point trade-off here if your opponent scores really well with something they've just opened. The other thing here too that is probably part of Wellington's consideration here is he has a 2 bingo lead. He wants to hasten the end of the game. So he doesn't want to play 2 or 3 tile plays that are available, like that cute little fit of areola there that would have put the O next to the J. He wants to accelerate to the end of the game as quickly as he can because he has such an advantage.
Yeah, and after looking at cupolar and copular, he decided to play coupler, which is a sacrifice of about 6 points there. And I wonder if that was just maybe not being 100% sure that they were valid, because it seems as though it would have been worth it to take the 6 points. But he also might be thinking a little bit about other aspects of letters that he could use and the advantage of E over A and that kind of thing. So now it's back to Thomas. Had he had these tiles the previous turn where before Coop was on the board, he would have had a big score with Ixtle, Ixtle, Worming, Chi, and Zax. But he still has a big score. What is it that he can do, Rob, that's going to give him get him to close this gap?
Yeah, he's looking at potentially using his D. It looks like he's deliberating on a choice between two plays. He can cash in that D hook that he set himself up with for the maximum amount of points with Dixie, D-I-X-I. But he's also having right now, looks like he's considering just playing the XI, not scoring quite as many points, but still being a bit closer to one of those bingos that he needs to get down on this board to come back. I think the point differential is, well, I guess I might be speaking too quickly. I think ultimately what Thomas's thought process is here is, I have the D, it didn't get blocked, I can score with the X and maybe still use the D myself.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wellington with his 6-tile draw is pulled a high probability bingo rack. It is an ideal rack, not an unideal one, and he plays Aliunde with haste. So that has definitely made this margin even more, although Thomas now has done well himself to put himself in a position of bingo.
Yeah, sometimes, especially when you're already down by a bunch of points and you see a high probability rack coming off a really strong player's rack, you're wondering to yourself, you don't need these words. Why can't you do something more exciting? But they're high probability for a reason. They come up and, everyone's going to play the tiles that if they get them. Like you said, Thomas does have a couple of strong responses here, but he really, really needs Wellington's draws to start falling apart quickly if he's going to be able to come back.
Yeah. Now, Thomas's highest scoring bingo, and he has 2 to choose from, 74 points, and it will form IS off of the I in XI. So the one thing that he doesn't know at this point is that Wellington has drawn an H, which means that there's a good chance that after silage comes down, Wellington will have another big score and be able to get out of his trouble that he's in right now. So this is looking pretty grim for Thomas, who, although he's going to bingo and make the margin a little bit smaller now for him to be able to kind of stay within range, Wellington is going to have an answer.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where you really need a lot of good luck to come back from in a game like this. We are already down 169 points. But those types of really volatile openings, putting the IS next to the triple word score, that's exactly the type of play that you want to have if you are still looking to win the game instead of try to minimize how bad the spread differential gets. It's a really high risk, high reward kind of approach because, as you said, with Wellington having drawn the H, that's about the worst case scenario from Thomas's perspective. But in that alternate universe where he draws the H or an M, maybe even getting a bingo down, that could suddenly get him to within shouting distance, within less than 100 points.
Yeah, now Thomas is going to play the other bingo option that he has, which is Adelgids. So that doesn't create a dangerous H spot. In this case, he might be able to be a little bit better off, even though this particular bingo is 11 points fewer than silaged would have been. So good find there for Thomas to see Adelgids, because it's not an easiest word to see. And in this case, it'll at least prevent Wellington from scoring more. It seemed as though the kind of flow of this game was that Wellington always seemed to have the right thing at the right time. Like after Frigg, he immediately drawed an intrusive bingo. He got the W hook on it. Then he had a big Z play for a huge score. He had a big K play where there was a spot. So having the right stuff at the right time has been the story so far for Wellington, who is now quickly laying down Hoove in the open spot. So this is actually great for him, given that it allows for him to score some big points, but also clean up his rack.
Yeah, and it doesn't really leave very viable lines for Thomas here. That V prevents Thomas from playing a bingo down to the bottom right corner. He would need to basically have A, E, I, O vowel in front of an N here, or have a really lucky draw of an vowel N, S kind of play to be able to take advantage of what's now open on that column O. But I think with Thomas's play of Adelgids, I think that was recognition of just the risk of getting hit hard on the IS opening was too great with 5 O's unseen to him. We were kind of fixating on and talking about the H as a high scoring hurt, like painful play in response from Wellington, but that ISO would have allowed him to score quite a bit even without the H.
Yeah, given that he has an N, which can be used in ion or exon, I wonder if holding it has any value, given that it's the last N. He's now looking for plays. None of his plays are really all-star plays. The best he can score is 33 points.
Yeah, it's a little bit, again, I think there may also be that aspect, like I was talking about before, of like, this game is so lopsided so far. It's a reasonably low probability that anything's going to work out enough to where Thomas is going to have appreciable chances to win. So I would be a little bit surprised if he came up with anything especially volatile right now. He might just be looking to play the game straight up. There's still some good tiles unseen to him, so there could be some kind of really, really painful play to come from Wellington. See, the chat here is calling out the possibility of an additional hook Hoover on the play that was just made. We see here Thomas is selecting Vodun, leaving EEG. That looks like a pretty reasonable play. He had other options there to potentially play maybe Vendu there as well. But this, despite having the G on his rack, again, this might be one of those situations where you just kind of step back, stop really racking your brain, save some energy for your next round, because everything is just tilted against you right now. You see that Wellington here has drawn the blank, second blank here, so he's got some pretty nice options here. He has one particularly high-scoring play, which does take advantage of the hook that has been called out in chat, that Hoover play. We'll just have to see how Wellington kind of generates his options going through the alphabet with that blank. Haven't seen anyone calling out the biggest score in the chat so far, so I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that the knowledge of the hook onto Hoove evokes any ideas from our audience. The one thing is that Wellington, through most of this game, has had, the satisfaction of having good stuff at the right time, and sort of the right match for what was on the board, and where he would have otherwise maybe struggled, it just seemed to be the case that it was good for the board. And often, as is case, is a good problem to have is if you have some heavy consonants, because with heavy consonants as opposed to having too many vowels, you can still score points, and that's kind of what had happened in the early goings of this game before it's opened up with a few bingos. So I think this is something that has been to the advantage of Wellington, and why he's already beyond 400 points and looking to add to that. So he's definitely on pace for a 500 plus game, and so it's one of those things where I think Thomas has played well. Very small decisions have kind of mapped out this game, but you just kind of have to take it on the chin that your opponent is having a good scoring game, and you're not really going to be able to slow down a player like Wellington when he's on his track for a 500 plus game.
Yeah, I guess that kind of rough rule of thumb about somewhere around 25% of games against an equally skilled player are just generally going to be unwinnable. Sometimes those happen, and sometimes they're on stream. You can see that Wellington here has found and is contemplating relatively self-descriptive play here. Once we'll get some confirmation on the blank cam once it pops up. But
good find.
There's Wellington throwing the curveball at the commentators here. He had never actually indicated that he had seen his highest scoring bingo here, Evocator, on his rack. He set up his tiles to play outscore, which was what I was trying to be a little bit cheeky about. But then Wellington just comes back with his best play. He's such a world-class player, and it's just so enjoyable to watch him manipulate the boards in his favor.
Although it didn't play, that chat can also reflect on what's the anagram of evocator. Not that you would need it in the heat, which we've been facing in Iowa and most of North America at this time. He gets an extra 5 points for it. Why not? This game is well at hand. If you had any doubts about evocator, may as well check to make sure that no phonies get past you. So Thomas is trying to imagine a better rack. Not that he can play imagine, but he's some of those letters right now.
Yeah, it looks like the chat is correcting me that Wellington had demonstrated he had seen the play and was just looking for other options as well. I looked away at the wrong moment to look between a couple of different windows here and just making a fool of myself as the commentator here.
I do wonder if there's a worthwhileness with the unseen pool for Thomas to, even though he cannot not change the outcome of the game, to play off a couple of vowels and try to go for one more bingo, because there are lanes where that might become possible. In particular, the end lane in the bottom. What do you think? Is it worthwhile to take a small score for playing vowels off, or how would you approach this kind of turn?
Well, when you look at the pool unseen to Thomas right now, he's got 5 vowels on his rack, and there's only 2 unseen. So there's a big consonant vowel disparity from his perspective. And even in a game like this, where it's just so one-sided, you still want to make your best plays. And we're looking at a situation here where Thomas could potentially look to get rid of a couple of those excess vowels and see maybe he can draw something through the N. And from his perspective, maybe Wellington just doesn't have tiles available to block it off. You can see Wellington's rack, as it turns out, doesn't have any vowels on it, which it's a bit of a weird situation in that Thomas is kind of hoping for Wellington to have that kind of rack so that the bingo line available might not get blocked. But if that's the type of rack that Wellington has, he's unlikely to draw what he wants for that bingo. He might draw vowels again, which is improbable, but Scrabble is about the improbable coming true.
Yeah, with Wellington's tiles. Oh, there you go. He's doing exactly that, dropping a couple of tiles, vowels down to keep his rack somewhat bingo prone. Maybe hoping to draw one of those common letters like an R or an S or T, which are all sitting on Wellington's rack. So I don't believe this is going to work out for Thomas at this point in actuality. And he actually pulls 2 more vowels in, so sadly. And so Wellington doesn't actually have anything to worry about to block. And he's able to use his R and T to score well with Riot and Cooper. So that's pretty much the story of this game. I mean, he really just didn't have great tiles, Thomas, at any point to make things a real big threat. The best rack he had in the game was when, after playing Kat, he was able to play Cyanate. But from then on, it seemed to be tilted in Wellington's favor.
Yeah, you can see here Thomas is kind of just keying in on what might be one of the highest scoring plays available to him. He may have reached a bit of that point, which is so natural for players to fall into, of just, I only have a limited amount of energy to think about these games. I've still got another game to play today. I don't want to go through an exhaustive end game right now. This hasn't been fun. I'm ready for my next game, and let's just move on. There's nobody quite like Nigel who can kind of compute an entirely perfect end game every time in such limited amounts of time. But you can see here, Wellington is now playing through the O and Evocator, which Thomas's best end game sequence would have blocked.
Right. And it's true that you can't really expend so much energy on a game that's already, a number of turns ago, been a write-off in terms of the outcome. However, in the one solace you can take is by drawing all these vowels at the end of the game, it's prevented Wellington from being able to score quite so much. And he's correcting a little Italian version there, which is good. But like overall, like if Wellington had one vowel, he might have been hooking that onto Evocator and playing Straw or something like that. And that would have, perhaps pushed Wellington into the territory of scoring close to 600 in this game. So really just was one of those games where you're a bit of a spectator. Your opponent is constantly scoring and their scoring never really slows down. And even if your tiles were a little better and your score had turned into a 400 plus game, wasn't really in question that Wellington was going to be able to own this game with the way that he had the right tiles at the right time.
Yeah, it's hard to know what to say when you've got these types of games. It's just when it's so evident that Thomas did not have kind of the firepower he needed, despite playing ultimately quite a good game. He played his tiles very well. They just didn't afford the opportunities that he needed to keep up with what Wellington was generating and coming up with.
Yeah, there's really not a turn where you can point to Thomas and say, hey, that was the wrong decision. I think, the only questionable one was, whether or not it would have been worthwhile for him to burn the blank and spend more time on that. But even that choice, ultimately, while it definitely shaped the rest of the game, he did end up bingoing the next turn. So I don't know. I think that one is a toss-up. But other than that, I mean, the game has been played well by both players, and it was just one where Wellington had the right stuff, and Wellington being in that very top of the top skill set, you kind of need him to not have good tiles in order to be able to beat him on any given Sunday. So this game is not going to go into extra time or penalty kicks. It's a dominant victory by over 200 points for Wellington. So let's hear if there's any chit-chat.
Yeah, I chickened out. I'm silenced here. I was just like, I don't know. I know this one, so I'm going to play it. And I chickened out on putting a D here, cooped, which is from my old dictionary. I should know it. I was over by that point, I think, anyway.
Well, not much to say. A little bit of analysis from Thomas about words that he was not 100% sure of. In the end, I don't think, as he said, the game was over at that point, and neither of the plays that he chose not to make would have made much difference to be able to do any better than he did. So I don't think he needs to worry about that. But congrats to Wellington for a big win that propels him right there now chasing Thomas's brother Charles for first place in the standings, and will be able to get things going for a really great last round of our day.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear Thomas's descriptions of, just having those little bits of momentary doubt, talking about silaged, which, I mean, with our advantage here in the booth, having our engines that can generate plays and make sure that we're not missing anything, that we're not doubting anything. Players at the board don't have that advantage. So I'm thinking here to myself about how I have this strategic narrative that I ascribed to Thomas about choosing between adulged and silaged. How those O's unseen, the H, the M, just how he potentially judged that play to be just too risky to make, which ultimately may have been his decision anyway. But I kind of fell into that little bit of commentator trap of, well, the Quackle says it's good. It's right in front of me. So why would anybody doubt it? And it's just, and having played on stream myself, there's so many doubts that you can't quite capture just from a commentary perspective. And it's always valuable to hear players just kind of describe where those little doubts come up, because like none of us, with possibly the exception of Nigel or Adam Logan, are mistake proof.
Yeah, and then one of the things is when you're playing past world champion like Wellington, you also know that the margin of error is so slim. If you make a mistake, it's most likely going to be caught and you're going to be penalized so severely for it. So you go, okay, well, do I play something that I'm confident of, or do I go with something that I'm maybe 99% sure of, but that little bit of doubt creeps in and you go, well, I got to play this the safer way. And that's not the wrong thing to do. In a lot of cases, that's actually right, just to go play safe, because getting to the point of having 100% certainty on so many words, when so many of them look so similar, and some of them look like, oh yeah, they should be good, and then they're not. That's definitely one. So I think we're going to go here to a quick break. As Spain has scored their goal in extra time, and it seems like everybody wants to cheer and watch the instant replay. So we'll let you take a look at that. So we'll go to a quick break, but stick around because we're going to have a really big firecracker game for you in the next round between Wapnick and Wellington.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it, Sean.
Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We're here for our final round of the day. And Rob, we're going to take a look at the standings. So what are you looking forward to for the rest of this tournament?
Well, we've got a bit of a situation like we had in recent Albany tournament with Charles stretching out a bit of a lead on the field and just looking to maintain it with some pretty strong competition chasing him. I saw on the display between rounds here that Kevin Fraley has been taking off like a rocket so far. I think he's on a 7-game winning streak. So he and Wellington are still absolutely within shouting distance, because it only takes one loss and one win, and suddenly you're right back into a situation where anyone can win in any one game. You can still see some pretty heavy hitters there as well. Austin Shin, 4th place. Josh Castellano, Brad Whitmarsh at 8 wins. Alex Seaholm having a really strong comeback on day 2 after a tough day yesterday. So any one of these players is still absolutely in it with a chance, and it's going to be an excellent couple more days of Scrabble to determine who makes the finals.
Yeah, nice to see Alec kind of recovering back into this fold here with a big string of players who have a shot, and I think we're waiting still for results for Austin's game as well. So our head-to-head matchup for the final round here is, as we promised, some heavy hitters. Wellington had played hitters in his last game. These are heavy hitters. Joel Wapnick, Canadian world champion, now lives in the United States, versus Wellington Jigare, who also lives in the United States, but hails from Nigeria. They have a 5 versus 5 head-to-head record. So we're going to see who breaks the tiebreak here.
Yeah, you can see that even with a rating disparity, when you've got world champions, you expect some close games. So we've got, just look at this legendary career, 250 tournaments, 62% winning percentage for Joel Wapnick. He's a legend of the game just as much as Wellington is. And even though the saying might be, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, Joel Wapnick is still innovating, coming up with new strategies for studying, new programs for studying, as he's been kind of letting people in on, and stuff that he's been working on for the last couple of years. It's really fascinating.
Yep, so let's get to the game here. We're going to see who can also play any Spanish words, and Spain has now won the World Cup. It's an exciting final, but it was definitely a dominant experience, and we've got these 2 dominating players, so we'll see if either one of them can, take a significant commanding edge in this game, the way the Team Spain did in the World Cup final. But it's Joel playing first, and let's see what he's pulled out of the bag. It starts with T, P, C, I, J. Looking a little constant heavy here. Another D here. And the 7th tile is a O. Okay, so he's going to have some choices here. Rob, what do you think Joel's going to think about here first?
Yeah, I think especially, you get a power tile on your opening rack, you're immediately starting to think, can I get this onto that double letter score and score a good 40 points to start off with? It doesn't look as though he's got those particular options here. So now one thing that might come into play here is that C being such a defensive tile when it comes to overlaps. It's possible here with the C and the O that Joel may attempt to come up with some kind of J setup that's really a bit more challenging to block with the obstruction of the C. Something where you place an O beneath one of the double letter scores and make it a lot more difficult for Wellington to obstruct it.
That's right. And, it is an interesting thing when you're looking at your opening turn and maybe holding back a big tile like the J. He's considering picot, which kind of puts the C in the middle of the word, which makes it a little harder to do, direct overlap over many tiles. But it does also put an O in the vowel position. So he's actually setting up his J. So do you think that will seem obvious to Wellington that that's a setup? Or what do you think his read is?
No, I would say this is one of the situations where you can kind of camouflage the attempt to maximize your J that he's holding in hand, because he's maximized the score for Picot, and it's an eminently reasonable play. There aren't really any dramatic advantages to playing its anagram optic for the same kind of score, and it even has extensions like optician that to a player trying to sniff out these types of setups, there's not really any red flags that immediately jump to mind here. So we'll just have to see what comes out of the bag and what Wellington comes up with here. He's quickly making his play here of Eve.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play, and one of the things that works in Joel's favor is the fact that, you know, the first turn of the game, even if your opponent thinks that you're doing some kind of setup, you might not have the tiles to do anything much about it. And in this case, Wellington did not have great tiles, but he did make a good play to undouble or untriple, in this case, his E's and undouble his A's and improve his leave himself with a good thing after Eve. But unfortunately, he's not drawn anything good to go along with it. And now it's up to Joel to see how he can score well and capitalize on the fact that he has J and now an X.
Yeah, he was potentially looking to get some good points with his J, but the tile gods have given him another gift in that X, and it plays for a lot of points here alongside of Wellington's last play. And this also, well, now that I look at it, it's a little bit more difficult to set up additional overlaps here himself.
That's right. Wellington is quick to respond with his play of Chi. It's clearly the most optimal Q dump. It gives him some reasonably strong tiles, and with the T and C floating out there, there's a good chance that Wellington could draw into a bingo after this. So I think this was a straightforward play for Wellington. It was a lot less straightforward for Joel about what to do next.
Yeah, the excuse me. The tile bag giveth and tile bag taketh away, giving Joel 3 T's on his play here. And also, the way this board has shaken out, it's a bit of a little tease here in that Joel can make a strong play retaining all of those T's.
Yeah, that's fascinating. He has a play hooking the D onto Picketed with an ordinary common 4-letter word, but would you do it knowing that you're keeping all these T's? And what would be your alternative options?
Yeah, you do have some additional options here. You could potentially play Jot alongside of Lax, shedding one of those T's and creating a bit of an overlap that you are already in position to take advantage of, holding an O back as well. And it looks like that's what Joel has decided. I don't know. I didn't really notice whether or not he arranged Dojo on his rack at all. But that 3T leave that's a challenge. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to kind of disregard or discard Dojo as a candidate play despite the additional 12 points.
Yeah, both players making pretty quick decisions as well. So they seem to be pretty confident about these being the right moves. But at this point, with a strong rack with the Z to score with, but no playable bingos, what does Wellington need to do?
Wellington needs to decide how aggressively does he want to play this, and how much strength does he think Joel has on his rack after a play like Jot. You can see at one point he was looking at Izar and potentially is still looking at it. That plays alongside of Joel's last play of Jot, but it floats an I in a really useful spot when it comes to making 8-letter words. So the question here, does Wellington want to play alongside of Jot? Does he want to burn his S to play the same word or to play its plural down, making seat, which gets rid of some of his scoring potential next turn, but is a lot less volatile, takes a smaller risk than what he's laying on the board now with Izar.
Yeah, this is really interesting and impressive because there's so many different words that can even be formed. So to even identify the plays that are available take some time. And the fact that Wellington was able to quickly determine that Izar is his optimal play, I think that's really goes to show just what skill he has. He looked at Izar briefly as kind of maybe hooking onto Eat to make seat and scoring over there. That would have been a sort of mid-range option where you give up, the powerful S tile and then score just a tiny bit more. It comes with a different types of risks where the I floating in space might be powerful letter, can even be useful for triples. But really is going to matter here is now what happens with that Z and what happens with that JA. Unfortunately for Joel, he doesn't have a letter that goes next to JA. So what does he actually do? Does he approach this as a threat that needs to be kind of dealt with, or does he just look at playing somewhere else and just balancing his rack?
I imagine he might be getting into the Spanish spirit here after the World Cup final. He has a playable bingo on his rack if he can generate it.
Ooh, and that's a rack where it's not obvious that it would have a bingo in it, but you do have to kind of take a look because it's sort of mid-range level where there's obviously possibilities of having a bingo. There is a vowel, consonant, balance. He's alphagrammed his tiles. I don't know do we know if Joel is somebody who would have lined up his bingo? And clearly the bingo's a cut above the next best play by far. So if he finds it, he would probably lay it down right away, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't know that there's really any really strong plays that obstruct the threat of that triple that come from Izar. So assuming that he generates his play, I don't know whether he would have a good kind of justification to pass it up. As far as I can tell, let me see here. I have no wonder I was wondering why Quackle was giving me such strange options. It's because I missed a play. Give me one moment.
Well, that's okay. While you figure that out. So the play that we're looking at is a 7 with a T. Starting with T, it's Tostado. And he can play that in just one spot, forming pit. And, it will definitely leave potent options in the top right corner for plays. But once if he realizes that, he's going to just have to take that risk that he might get hit over there and play his bingo. But it doesn't seem as though Joel has recognized that, although it's very difficult to tell. But the high probability rack at alphagrammed, it's possible that Joel saw it immediately and just is now looking at it through all the other possibilities. So no way to really know that for sure. But he is Joel Wapnick after all. So you give him the benefit of the doubt here. It's also a rack where because of those O's, you might not necessarily think of the word unless it's like specifically pops out at you, like toast coming out of the toaster. But this is Tostado, and he's going to go with Zoot, which balances the rack, takes away the dangerous spot, and it's going to be interesting afterward to find out if there's any possibility that he actually saw his bingo and chose not to play it.
Yeah, I think there may be the possibility that I don't remember for sure, but I feel like Tostado might be a slightly newer word, slightly added in one of the more recent dictionary updates. So it's possible that Joel just might not have had that automatic recognition of the rack that he would for other high probability plays.
Oh, that's a very interesting point. And it works well for Wellington, who didn't necessarily have, a significantly important play in that overlapped position, although he had a few letters that would fit there. But he can definitely benefit from that T, and he bingos right away with Triegs. And it's back to Joel, who now has some tiles that he can use. But what does he do here?
And it's already spilled out in the chat. I guess Joel must be getting hungry here. He has another, in this case, Mexican food option available to him through the O in Picote, or Picot. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that.
Right. In both cases, there's an O and a T in two places to play Triegs. And then now that Wellington took the one in the triple line on the right side, it leaves the O open in Picote. So in this bingo that we're going to see from Joel, most likely would have gone down in either case, no matter which one Wellington had chosen. Although it seems clear that choosing the one on the right side, more defensive, takes out a triple line, doesn't really open other lines, and was the more defensive option. So this will mean that if Joel plays his bingo now, that it creates all sorts of lines that will benefit Wellington.
Yeah, the difference between those two plays that were available to Wellington, he took a 3-point sacrifice to block the triple line that was available after Zoot. And like you said, Triegs creates a lot less opportunity for Joel to play through and score 8-letter bingos onto the board. So he's kind of now put himself in a position where Joel, when he finds and plays Gorditas, most likely, sorry to spoil it, but I know it's already hit the chat a couple of times. What is Joel doing here?
This is actually really interesting. In terms of valuation, his choice to play dog is really not that far behind Gorditas. It's a huge point sacrifice, but it actually probably is going to work out better because if Wellington had the free reins, he could have bingoed in that triple line up there. Now he's going to have to take a smaller bingo, and he's found alveoli as one of the options. So this is really interesting, but it could backfire on Joel if he's not able to answer with his own bingo after all.
Yeah, like you said, that was a lot of points, and it also Joel used a D and a G, but something like an M coming down for jam could, or even the K. That was a really volatile hotspot there, and stare generally is such a strong bingo leave that I can easily see the case that this wasn't a miss. That was a choice. That Joel is comfortable on the board as it is, with less really easy, cheap, low-hanging fruit for Wellington to pick for a bunch of points, and just respond to whatever it is that Wellington chooses to do here.
Yeah, and so alveoli does come down, so you can breathe in and breathe out. Deal with your stress. Those alveoli are, of course, in your lungs. And you're looking at a game where Wellington has now got 2 bingos down, and the score is starting to get a little bit of separation, and it's going to get tougher on Joel. He has letters that are close to a bingo, but does he have anything that he can play?
Yeah, and we're seeing that kind of just instinctive board constriction that Wellington is so good at. His positioning here with this choice of alveoli, he could have played hooking alongside of Triegs for the same score, but a much more volatile and dangerous opening, which Wellington has no desire to do when he's taking the bingo lead. So looking at what this placement of alveoli does, it not only blocks many of the floaters for bingoing with 8s, it also takes away some of the other scoring opportunities on the board. Looking at Joel's rack here, where he drew a U to his stared leave, he potentially might have been looking to play something like Quare to get rid of the U and his duplicated R for some points, still leaving RST as a really strong leave. And now that's been taken away. So Joel is starting to run out of really potentially high scoring options to keep this board open so that he can hit a bingo onto his hopefully strong leaves.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early and there's lots of territory, but Rob, as I'm trying to think through some of the options for Joel, there is a six-letter play in the top center of the board available of Aurist, Aurist. That's 35 points. He also has the middle center triple word at the bottom, where he could play Orari, which would open the board wide. So, and of course you could play short and just play a couple of tiles and essentially fish for bingos. What's the approach that he has to take at this point? Is he, so far behind that he should be starting to focus on fishing for a bingo, or should he be trying to score points while he opens the board up?
Yeah, I think with this deficit, the shape of this board, the scoring plays available to him, I think this is what I ultimately might play as well, looking at Orari to force open this board. You said at one point just now, talking about how it's still pretty early in the game, and I just know that I've thought that it was still pretty early in a game against Wellington before, and then suddenly I had no options available to me. And I think Joel will have that kind of respect and kind of understanding of Wellington's strengths as a defensive player, to not fall into a trap where Forrest, coming down from the top of the board, scores 14 more, and you think to yourself, there's still a line here alongside Triegs, but there's really only two areas of the board that are viable bingo pathways after Orist. That's still the case here to some extent, but it becomes more difficult to really complicate things after Orari compared to Orist. It's close. I don't think that either one is necessarily an absolute slam dunk, but I think the fact that Joel potentially can get some scoring plays down without using an S to hook onto EAT might have swung the decision here for him.
I see, yeah. And when after Orari, lots of lanes are open, but Wellington is taking some points with a yeah. Meanwhile, slowly but surely, it's like if you don't hit your bingo very quickly, the board starts to shrink and shrink as space, gets taken away from little plays. So it really comes down to, I think, Joel being able to balance his rack and score here, and hopefully, for him, get a bingo down in probably the following turn. Because if not, it might be the case where the board starts to really get small.
Yeah, I mean, you can very easily make the case that Orist would have set him up a little bit better compared to Orari, but it looks as though he has the possibility now to throw that S out into space where he needs it to create volatility to keep fighting in this game. Yeah, that the play that Wellington made does have some drawbacks, some defensive liabilities. There's still a bingo line available. There's still scoring available there. But the thing about Wellington as a defensive player is that he's not limiting himself to only thinking about the next turn. He's looking at a play like, yeah, and thinking, what'll this look like 2 turns from now, 3 turns from now? And he's so good at comprehending how the shape of the board will look like in the future, because plays coming down from yeah to score some points even automatically start to get in the way of some of the plays that might go through the R and the A in Orari.
Yeah, but Joel at this point, if he sees it, has a very strong play, a 40-point play to the top center triple of Snift, S-N-I-F-T, which scores 40 points, creates an S lane, uses one T but not both, because there are a few T's and there's lots of ends to potentially draw. So that seems far and away like his top play. There might be a couple other options to choose from, but to me, if he's able to spot that, he's going to do well for himself.
Yeah, there is one play available that I find really kind of intriguing, which would play through the I and L on the board, hooking an N onto key Finlit gives a pretty cleaned up rack, still relatively tough with the 3 consonant leave, but 30 points retaining the S is always an appealing option. But that's a really tough spot to see.
Yeah, it would take a lot of vision, and then of course the word knowledge of Finlit. That is something else altogether. He chooses Tift, which is an interesting option. It scores a bit and keeps some letters open. Definitely, he's trying to do things, but as I said, now with these stacking plays, Wellington is making this board get a little bit smaller, inch by inch, taking rows away. And now that bottom right quadrant is not looking very promising for bingos for sure.
Yeah, it's what looked like a really helpful board opening play of Orari 2 turns ago. Suddenly now it looks a lot harder to start a bingo with the R or the A. You still have the I, of course, and you can end in those letters or use them later in words, but Wellington is just kind of slowly turning the screws on the board shape and just scoring tons of points while starting to eliminate just the breadth of options available to Joel. And I just said now that he was slowly turning the screws, but that's not even true. He's also starting to apply some time pressure onto Joel. Joel is already under 9 minutes left on his clock, and he's still struggling to get that bingo off of his rack.
Yeah, it goes to show that the window to actually land the bingo when you're, trying to balance your rack and get to the bingo can really become really brief and narrow, because in this case, not only is the space being taken away and it's getting harder to bingo, but in that time, Wellington has been able to get some points and also now, gotten to the next blank before he did. So, even after all is said and done, it may be the case that Wellington bingos first.
Yeah, for sure. And as it's been noted in the chat, Yurta, besides scoring 39 points, also conveniently blocked the bingo that Joel had drawn through that A. He had Madison's to get himself right back into contention in the game, and now he's potentially looking at a fish. Maybe he plays off one of his S's for about 20 points, but just the options that looked so plentiful last turn 2 turns ago are already starting to dissipate.
Oh, yes. And with the 2 S's, it does seem like that might be a way to go. It's a bit of a fish. It's kind of counting on, a good draw the following turn, but there's lots of E's to draw, and there might be a few other letters that will bingo if he jumps an S. I do think that with the deficit starting to get pretty significant, that might be a good option to consider, because we also don't want to run through so many tiles and get to the end of the game so fast. And that is a big factor now, because the margin is getting greater for him to come back.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It looks like Joel at one point was looking at the possibility of playing Odism, hooking the S onto Yurta for a pretty strong score. It scores 30 points or so, but again, that's just further complicating the geometry of the board down towards the bottom 5 rows. And especially now, not that Joel is able to know this, but from the booth here, with our knowledge of Wellington having drawn a blank, the second blank, things are looking pretty grim for Joel, and I don't know if he has a really good way to escape it.
Yes, it does appear a bit grim because of what we know. That being said, one of the things that is challenging, in general, is being able to deal with playing from behind. Your opponent has that advantage. There is always that pressure to on the leader to make sure that the board isn't open and not give away anything for free. But the odds are that if Joel plays a longer play, getting good stuff is hard to do, especially when there's some stopper tiles in there that could really muck it up, like a W's and K's and F's unseen. One of them could be all it takes to take his bingo odds down. Now he's giving up some significantly high-scoring tiles, and he's played misdo instead of Otism, scoring a little less. Maybe he's trying to see if he can also leave a high-scoring play option in the corner, because he's not necessarily going to be in a place where he can score instantly. But this is going to be interesting to see what he's able to recover from after this third bingo from Wellington.
Yeah. What do we have here? What's on that blank cam? This is not quite coming to me. Federale. I'm not sure that that's a valid play.
It appears not.
There were some plays through that A, like D fleed and B fleed. But doesn't look as though Joel held the play at all, which could be an additional factor of the time pressure that he's now under.
That's fascinating. These two big time players, perhaps a little confusion and with this bingo rack. Wellington plays a word that's not valid, and yet Joel doesn't notice. And this game is now, if he had noticed and blocked it or blocked the lane and did something else, then there might have been an outside chance that Joel works his way back in. But that could be, a critical mistake for Joel to miss that one. He does score well with you now, though.
Yeah, it would have been a bit more of a challenge for Wellington to find. He had a bingo available up to the T in Tift, Deep Felt, which is a deeper dive into the book to come up with. Had Joel blocked bingos through the A. But what's really frustrating from Joel's perspective in a situation like that is, even if you challenge off the phony bingo and know your opponent's rack, you try to block their bingos, you're also blocking off what you need if you're going to have any chance to win yourself.
That's right. And so what happens now? I mean, Wellington's got a commanding lead. He's got some Trekkie letters. Does he have some ways to score well now?
Oh, he sure does. His Trekkie letters, as we've seen even in the last game, just always seem to work with what's available to him. He's got some pretty straightforward plays through the O in misdo if he were to choose to take them. Things like no for 48 points. But he also, as he had set up on his rack, he had could hooking underneath me now for 54 points. Just no matter how badly he draws, he's just a magician finding just maximalized points on this board.
Yeah, what a timing to have those heavy letters where you've got actually a embarrassment of riches with them, with both corners in play. And now, finally, there's, bingo letters, sitting on Joel's rack, but, he doesn't have any bingos to play because there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, this is just, it's always so tough. And I think I might have alluded to this a bit during one of the games yesterday, where just observing and experiencing the type of defense that Wellington is able to play. And it's actually a skill set that a lot of really strong Nigerian players that I've encountered come up with. Is just such an instinctive flowing defense and constriction of the board, and just recognizing what the board is going to look like in the next, like 2 turns from now, depending on what the game situation demands of their opponent. Like, they'll know what you need to try to open up, and they're preparing for it. And it forces kind of an evolution for me as personally as a player. How do I counter that? How do I adjust my own instinctive, like, defensive play to account for that? And learning to kind of play your opponents, or learning what your opponent's tendencies and strengths are, is one of the really critical aspects of tournament Scrabble as you get higher and higher up in the ratings.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing Wellington in top form. Yeah, he's drawing fairly well, and that is evidenced by the 2 blank bingos, even though he did play a phony here. But it's just that ability to control the board and consistently pick up points and sort of put the asphyxiation on his opponents who run out of room to do anything. And then, as they fall into their frustration, really cannot mount much of a comeback. So this could be a very good sign for Wellington going forward in this tournament as we get into the next couple of days, because he's not just winning, but he's winning soundly, and he's making his opponents feel like they're in an uphill climb most of the way.
Oh, for sure. Like, there's always going to be that randomness element of luck and what you draw, and even more importantly, when you draw it in Scrabble. But at least from the games that we've had the privilege to observe of Wellington, his strategic thinking is so on point so far this weekend that, sure, there will be games that just no one can win, and sometimes you'll have a really closely contested game that doesn't go your way. But by and large, he is in excellent playing shape, as he's shown us this afternoon in this game and the previous one.
Yeah, now he's sitting with a 6-consonant rack. He's looking at the option of playing SNIB, forming ST on Yurtas, and scoring a few points at the same time. It would allow him to hold on to his E. There's, fewer vowels. It's not a big discrepancy between vowels and consonants I'm seeing, but that might be something he's considering. The only real place where a comeback can be mounted of any kind is in the top left quadrant, where there's opportunity to play some bingos there potentially. So is he going to look to try to do something about the top left quadrant, or does he just keep taking points wherever he can find them and just sort of cruise to victory?
Yeah, that's a really good point and a good question. Because like you said, the most reasonable bingo line is most likely to that T in Tift, or possibly with the unseen eyes to the C in Picot. So yeah, there is the potential here that Wellington could look to sacrifice some scoring here to just remove those possibilities. With 12 tiles left in the bag, I'll admit I'm a little bit surprised that he looks like he wants to empty the bag with his play here of binges. I'm a little bit surprised in that there was kind of a game situation optimal type of blocking play above of Benni, Benni, to the I in Tift, which would really complicate any possibility of a bingo coming down right now and forcing Joel to fish off one tile, empty the bag, and most likely leave a blockable bingo opportunity.
Yeah, it is always a little strange to see an intentional emptying of the bag, especially in this situation. I mean, not that the game was in doubt, so perhaps this has something to do with just wanting to get the game over with at the end of a long day of Scrabble, knowing that the outcome is already kind of determined. But nevertheless, a very unconventional move to play binges and do that, and he won't be any worse for wear on it, because Joel didn't have anything after all. But Joel makes a nice play to turn it into period.
Yeah, it's one of his top plays going into this end game. I'm really interested and intrigued to find out what might be discussed after this game. Some of the choices and strategies employed. Certainly, if either or both players are feeling chatty, like the resume on display in this game would be wonderful to be able to listen to.
Yeah, I suspect we may not get as much dialogue as we would want, given that it's again at the end of the day, the margin is going to be quite significant, looking like Wellington will win by over 100. But you're right. I mean, it's absolutely true that like understanding a little bit about what they were thinking in different times will be important, and some of it might have to do with setups that were unseen to us, or possible words that are uncommon. Especially when you're playing these long games and you get into the end and you know that you got the game well in hand. Sometimes you start focusing a little bit on what would be a cute play or a fun word to play. Not that Wellington is someone who gives himself to trivialities, but different players have different, thoughts about how they want to play those last few turns and how they'll approach it. So it would be good to get into their minds, but I'm not anticipating these two will end up having a long conversation unless there's some, thought about discovering the fact that phony got on the board after they plug things in.
Yeah, I agree. Not getting any super clear indications of what Wellington might be contemplating here with his pretty clunky rack here. With the game being as out of hand as it is when it comes to who wins and who loses, I'm interested to see what he decides to kind of get through. Does he look to find a place to get rid of as many of his scoring tiles as he can, knowing that Joel is certainly going out next turn? Does he look instinctively to get rid of the W and the M? Does he try to maximize his score? Does he do both? I think he may have just spotted what looks to be one of his best plays right now of women. It's a score 18.
Yep, he's seen it, and the thing is that he doesn't have a floating in space for Mbao or and Woom, as he did play Mbao in an earlier game. And he does find this nice play, especially hard to see through that blank E. So kudos to Wellington for seeing that, because that's, to have that sharp eye even at this late stage at the end of a long day of intense Scrabble. Wow, I got a good credit to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like, I imagine Joel, well, I don't know. We'll see how diligent is Joel feeling right now. Does he want to try to maximize his spread here? It looks like his best option is simply to go out. He has a 19-point play available to him if he sees it.
Yeah, and he only has 30 seconds remaining on his clock, so I expect it's going to come down quite readily. Oh, he's going to play it somewhere else. Maybe he's not 100% sure if Ya takes the S, which it does, but he's going to play I's and Pia's. I, of course, being the sloth, or not artificial intelligence for those watching up there. But that's your game, and it was another crushing win for Wellington. Joel really at no point was able to get that synergy going to put a real threat to Wellington in this one. A few decisions early on that were interesting, and the choice to play dog. I'm not sure if Joel had missed any of the bingos. Might be interesting to find out. Let's go to the mic and see if we hear them. They're just plugging in the score, it appears.
Sorry, 348.
Sorry?
I did 340. I gave you 378 instead.
No, 348.
Yeah.
So let's change that. Okay. I felt like I was. The problem with playing here is I don't know. I just don't play as well.
Okay.
I may have missed a whole bunch of bingos.
At what point in time?
Well, throughout the entire game. I don't know. I just.
I saw that you didn't pick an E until E now, so maybe it was rough for you. Because E now, this was the first E you dropped on board, so.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just felt like I was really close to bingo after I played Jot.
Okay.
Zoot was somewhat questionable, but it left me with a decent rack. I had Miss I had domains plus an S.
Domains plus an S.
Yeah.
Okay.
AIODM. No, yeah. Domains did not play, I don't think, and there was another. Oh, wait a second. I may be confusing it with something. I'm not sure, but.
Okay.
I just did not feel like I played well. Tiffed. I don't know. Actually, Tiffed, I'm not. If I didn't miss a bingo, I'm not.
It's possible that it was just a bad draws.
Hmm?
I say it's possible that it was just bad draws for you.
I had decent draws, though. I just. And you played beautifully. I mean.
Yeah, I struggled at the beginning, but then it's.
Everything looked really great.
Yeah.
Even plays like this were
I
really
almost
nice.
regretted this because I wanted to change, but I'm playing this leaving AIE. So I said, okay, AIE is not such a bad leave.
It's not so bad.
It's not such a bad leave. But then when you responded with this,
well,
I was not beating myself up. Said, why would I do that? But I just said, no, it's part of the game. Move on.
Yeah. What's the likelihood I'll have
an X?
An
Yeah.
X.
But it was a very volatile opening, though. There was possibility of doing all this and all that.
I could have played Fitz. Fitz is a word, right? Fitts.
Yeah.
So I could have played it here.
Oh, okay.
Or I could have played it. Where was it? Right here. Fitts.
Okay.
This is actually
that
more
scores
points.
Well also.
But it isn't. I wanted to keep that S.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Nicely played.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Very interesting post game. I was wrong. We got a lot of fascinating dialogue from that one. Joel seeming to admit that he felt he did not play his best. Of course, it's been a long day of Scrabble, and not just the first. It's not the first day. I've been playing quite some time, so maybe it was a little bit of fatigue, resulting in him missing some of the things that he normally would find. And he also commented on Wellington playing beautifully. What were your thoughts from their post-mortem?
Yeah, I think it kind of tracks pretty well with my own understanding and experience, where you might not know specifically what you made as a mistake, but you can come away from turns, you can come away from games where you just kind of have that feeling like, I feel like I didn't see something, or there was some train of thought, there was some aspect of this choice that just I didn't think it through, and I know I didn't, but I don't know what I missed. And it can be really tough to not kind of like spiral into a bit of a tilt on that, where you just keep thinking about what did I miss instead of what's in front of me right now. And that's something that I have struggled with at times myself over the course of my playing career, where it's just really learning and internalizing how to treat each rack as its own puzzle, as its own challenge is, of course, you can't only ever do that because you do have the game situation to consider as well. But like being able to isolate individual turns is a really, really significant kind of hurdle for a lot of players, or at least for me. And this kind of game here just kind of demonstrates that no matter who you are, whatever your experience is, your skill level is, everybody has those types of games. And one of the keys to take away from it is you can still be a great player and have a rough game, have a rough kind of series of choices that you've made. So again, speaking for myself personally, it's really actually kind of helpful and in some ways inspiring to see when players I have the utmost respect for have a game like this. You have a clunker. It's okay to have a clunker. You don't have to beat yourself up if you don't make the perfect play every turn.
Yeah, and that was definitely a tough game, but at least, it's the end of the day. You can kind of have sleep over it and start fresh tomorrow. So let's take a look at the standings.
I've got those popping up here.
So give us a little summary, Rob.
Yeah, we're still waiting on some results here. With Wellington being such a fast player as he is, there's still a couple of games that haven't been recorded here. It looks like Kevin, looks like Eric might still be wrapping up their games, but Charles is still 2 games up on the field, which is exactly where you want to be when the top 2 players will qualify for the finals. Austin and Wellington, 2 excellent players who we've gotten to see on the stream over the last couple of days, having excellent runs here. Kevin potentially could join them at 10-4, and then Josh Castellano as a threat as always, 9-5. Alex Seaholm, again, having a really rough day yesterday, having a much better day today. He's still absolutely in contention here. And one thing to keep in mind as you look at these standings now and consider tomorrow, we're going to be exiting the round robin section of the pairings that have been implemented for this tournament. So these players at the top and these clusters are going to start really kind of taking shots at each other as they start getting paired up again towards the end tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to a really exciting day tomorrow. Before we get to that, we want to remind everybody that you've made this such a great experience through your comments, through your thoughts. We of course love for you to like and subscribe. And if you want more of this great Scrabble action, you got to share it. You got to tell people about it. And one way you can stay informed, of course, is signing up for the NASPA newsletter. You can even get back issues for free. So go to scrabbleplayers.org and you can get all plugged into that. But overall, I think we've had a really great day, and we gotta appreciate you, the viewers, who made that happen. In addition, we want to thank NASPA for what they've done to make this event possible and making this stream possible, and our producers here at Let's Play Scrabble. Great job. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to try to bring you the best Scrabble action that there is. And this channel is the worldwide leader in Scrabble streaming. So you definitely need to make sure people know about that so that we can bring you more action in the future. And this has been a really great experience today.
Yeah, and there's plenty of people who are behind the scenes in some ways that are kind of making all of those things work as seamlessly as they do. For example, John Chu, who developed Tish, which is being used to direct this tournament and pair and keep track of standings and incorporate the electronic submission of events or results, sorry. Things like Art Moore, or people like Art Moore, I should say, who put together wordjudge.me, which you've seen on the challenge cams, adjudicating all of the challenges from the stream's boards here. Got people like Josh Koff, who's behind the scenes at Let's Play Scrabble, putting together these graphics, the streaming standings, the streaming scores, the win streaks, just a lot of really cool things that have been added to these streams and just kind of give you more information, not just as the viewer, but for me as the commentator. I don't have to go digging through websites. I don't have to go digging through results tables necessarily to find out who's doing a really, really good job on the day.
Yeah, and I love those advanced stats, and you get even more of that on crosstables.com, developed by Seth Lipkin. He also has made the powerful app Ulu, which is a great way for on iOS for you to look up words and do things, but it also has a clock built into it, which is really handy. We use things like Video Ninja, free to use streaming technology, and that's what makes this happen. And of course, there's a great place to play Scrabble online, Woogles.io. It's really great, and we usually use their annotation mode to help update the scores and get definitions and find out remaining tiles. So there's a lot of little pieces of technology here that are involved. A number of those things you're able to download for yourself or use to look up words like NASPA Ziziva. It's a great app that you can get to look up for searches. So there's a lot of great tools out there and people behind it, and we want to say thanks to you for making this all possible. But we'll be back tomorrow. And that's the really fun part about all this, that we've got lots more Scrabble action to go. And in the morning, 9:10 a.m., you can take a look at the channel here at Let's Play Scrabble with Robin and Cesar. They're going to be kicking things off in the morning, and it'll be a really great day of Scrabble tomorrow as well. And yes, if you're working, you need to keep a little window on your other monitor open to follow it along.
I know that's what I'll be doing. I can't keep living in Scrabble world here. The real world, unfortunately, calls once the alarm goes off again tomorrow morning. But I'm looking forward to watching Robin and Cesar annotate our game or commentate on these games. I'm looking forward to sneaking peeks, not just at this stream, but at the other concurrent stream for the NWL Nationals ongoing as well. I'm just going to have lots of browser windows open. I'm just going to make sure I keep it on mute as much as I can so nobody catches me.
Yeah, so tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, and we're going to get more Scrabble action. But after all of today, we're going to get a good rest and recover. So thanks, everybody, for watching. We're going to wish you a good night, and thanks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you again. Have a great evening. Viva la España.
Ciao.